Hello, everyone. Hello. Um, I think it's only Jennifer today here right now. I see Jennifer Rooney. Let me see. Oh, wait, I have to click here. Yeah. Hi, Chip. Looking forward to your words of wisdom. Um, sure. Thank you. I wouldn't call myself words of wisdom, my words of wisdom, but words of logic, maybe. I'm not the very wisest person necessarily. I'm just like a logical person, I guess. Oh, Dandelion Gum is here. Hello. Nice to see you. Neil Smith also here. Hello, Neil Smith. Cool. Happy to have you here. We're gonna do some Discord outreach today. The weather isn't that great, and I looked it up, and it keeps changing. It might rain or might not rain, so I could either wait and risk it and then go on the street, or not wait, and do some Discord outreach. And I also noticed that on Wednesdays, for some reason, people on the street don't really wait that long. I think it's because um, the tourists that come to Amsterdam, they come all the way until Monday or Tuesday. And then people who come to Amsterdam to stay for the next weekend, they come from Thursday. So Wednesday is kind of like this day where there's not really a lot of people on the streets. Weird, because when I was in college, Wednesday was the day to go out and stuff. It was the day to party. Another day. Well, it was the day when the parties would start. Hey, Aryan. Nice to see you. I don't know. That's just a theory, but yeah, okay. Let's go to Discord. Let's do some outreach today. Wait, let me first join the Discord. There's already there. VPM, Vegan Postmortem is there. Probably in this chat we'll get some people who are trolls and, looking for excuses to continue exploiting animals. So if you don't want to see that and you just want to interact with vegans, Vegan Postmortem's channel, it's linked in the description. It might be a bit better for you right now. But I do need somebody here also to have some of these conversations with people. So I don't know, stick around here, stick around there, whatever you're fine. I'm okay with both as long as you're like listening to the conversation, interacting, all is good. And I appreciate you being here either way. So yeah, without further ado. Oh wait, somebody else just joined. I'm gonna say hello to them. Hey Frosco, nice to see you. Frosco training, love it. That's a cute cat you have there. Okay, well, let's join. I'm gonna join Discord first. Get ready.
There would be more life on Earth.
More life?
If you save a bird from a cat, that bird is going to continue living. They're going to reproduce. They're going to create more life. They're going to be more
Okay,
life.
what about
Yeah.
birds that eat worms?
Sorry, can you first admit that you were wrong? And that if we save animals from predators, there would be more life on Earth.
I said if the bird was the bird got if the bird gonna eaten by the cat, the bird probably will eat a worm someday,
Okay.
and so you will prevent the bird from eating the worm.
I don't think so because worms, I don't know if they're sentient. So if worms are sentient, then definitely we should feed birds something else and not like sentient creatures. But we don't know. I don't know. I can't say we don't know. I don't know if worms are sentient. So
So do you think these if we follow this circle, so the bird eats the worm eats, I don't know, like if we go up like until the big cats, should the big cats go vegan?
well, they can't go vegan because they can't supposedly yet, at least, think about
Okay,
morals in a deep way. What they can do is, if we force them to do it, is become plant-based. Definitely.
okay, interesting.
But that's like incredibly beside the point. So this is like a interesting conversation that I have every single day. But like, we should probably talk about like your ability to stop exploiting and slaughtering animals. Your ability is incredibly much higher than that of a cat and a lion.
Okay, do you think back then the normal human is more vegan or more get to eat animals?
Sorry, what's the question? I didn't understand the question.
Back then, do the
What do you mean
human?
back then? In the past? In the
Yeah,
past?
what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. Like, what people were doing in the past is not of a concern to me. What of a concern to me, what people are doing in the right now and in the future. So it
Okay.
doesn't really matter what people used to like try to survive in a way that is like incomprehensible to us modern people, right? It's incomprehensible to us that you have to like go and like hunt an animal or go gather food from just whatever grows in the wild, and you eat this absolutely disgusting raw unsalted food just to fucking survive, right? It's starvation in a way that none of us know, and I know what starvation is because I grew up in a way that like sometimes I had um, a lot like lack of food as growing up, but I still can't comprehend how it is to be like our ancestors. It's so we shouldn't look at them for like morality questions, right? Or even like practicality questions. We have so many things available to us to fix like our food system right now. I don't know why we shouldn't just by looking at the past. It's weird. What's up, Cheap?
Hello. I was listening. I didn't want to interrupt. Seemed like a
That's
good
right.
conversation.
Is it? I prefer having a conversation about veganism.
Is it just that the
Yeah.
fact that we did it in the past, was that the whole justification for it, that we did it once, therefore we should continue doing it?
Yeah. So, Kader,
Yeah.
today, as you and not as people in the past, what prevents you from being vegan?
Nothing. Just enjoying eating. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. What if I told you you can actually derive a lot of joy from eating just plants, and even more joy from like just not paying for animals to be stabbed in the throat?
Nah, impossible. Vegan
Oh,
food doesn't
you
taste
really like
good.
stabbing animals in the throat? Is that it?
I mean, not
Yeah.
not
Hey,
that, but
Yeah, well,
steak
that's the
tastes
result
good.
of it, right? Yeah, it tastes good, but I'm just saying, what if I told you, yes, animal flesh tastes good, but what if I told you you can derive pleasure from eating non-animal corpse, and you knowing that animals weren't stabbed in the throat for it?
so wait. Did you go vegan because you care about animals' life?
Yes.
Not life specifically, like sentience, and even like, okay. So I care about not causing the exploitation and killing of animals by my actions. Some of those actions you can't really fix right now, right? But others you can. You can not pay directly for exploitation and slaughter of animals.
Well, what about dairy and egg? Do you eat
Yeah,
them?
that's exploitation, and that also causes slaughter in the end. So dairy is it's one of the most torturous industries, I think, in the world. Dairy is like the most animal abuse. Maybe eggs are worse, but like dairy is like right up there. It's really, really terrible for the animals. It's animal abuse pure. And it's exploitation. So on the moral level, it's really problematic, even if there wasn't abuse. And it's also slaughter, because when animals stop being able to become pregnant, they are sent to slaughter to become beef. Pip, can you take over for like a minute?
Yeah, sure. Do you have any other questions
Yeah.
regarding veganism? Like I mentioned, like I'm assuming you think it's a diet, but as you've been explained, it is not. It's a moral principle, and the diet is merely a consequence of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a moral principle, but I don't find animals' life to be that important to me.
Do you find my life to be that
Subjectively.
important to you? Like subjectively, if I die tomorrow, will you even know? Will you even care?
Yeah, because you're
You?
human.
Yeah,
I mean,
me.
you as a person.
Yeah, me. Let's put it this way. One of my friends dies tomorrow. Would you even care?
You mean
Like
your friend
what?
or my
Like
friend?
friends or
I
you?
said one of my
You?
friends. My friends. One of my
You?
friends
I
dies
don't know
tomorrow.
you,
Would you
so
even
I
care?
wouldn't
Not
care.
not much.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to
So
sound
no,
disrespectful, but
no.
not much.
I completely agree with you. There's no reason why you would care. So then the fact that you don't care about them does not mean you get to exploit them or pay for them to be exploited. Would you pay for my friends to be enslaved and murdered?
Because you're human. Did you
No,
get the point?
because your friend is a human, and human life. I find human life to be more important. Like way
What if I
more,
told you
way,
my
way,
friends are
way
not
more
human?
important.
My friends are not human. What about that?
Then I don't care. Then, like,
Then you don't
if your
care.
friend is a pet, or
No, no,
I,
no,
I,
no.
I don't
They
really
walk
care.
like human, they behave like humans, but they're not of the species humans. They're a different type of humanoid.
No. There is no
What do you
such a
mean?
thing.
Do you know that there were
Aliens.
multiple types of humanoids on this planet at some point? Do you know there was Homo erectus, Homo neanderthalis, Homo denisovans? All of these were different types of different species of humanoids. They weren't the same
Okay.
species as us humans. So if my friends, we find out that genetically they are more closely related to denisovans and they are not even closely enough related to humans, they're basically a different type of humanoids, would you say then it's okay to exploit and slaughter them?
No, it's not even
No,
a
because
real
a
real
humanoid
example.
is kind of human.
I'm merely asking a hypothetical. I never said this hypothetical is real. I'm asking a hypothetical, and the purpose of a hypothetical is to test your moral principles in situations that you have not been, maybe so far. So if you are in a situation where a seemingly human person
Yeah.
in front of
Uh,
you looks
I've
human,
not
behaves
been.
human, speaks
I
like a
would
human
not
being,
be.
but they are not of the species human, would you then be okay with exploiting and slaughtering them?
I would definitely care more if they can speak, and if they look like human. I would definitely subjectively feel more sympathy for them.
So so
Holy
le-
shit.
so let me put it this way. So okay, but what if they cannot speak? What if they're mute? They're also, you know how we have mute humans? They're of that species that they are
Yeah,
at, but they're mute. Would you then
Okay, so
say it's okay to
give me,
exploit and slaughter them?
give me a reason
no.
to.
Kader, can you wait for a second? Because we were talking now to Xiong Ling, and I think it would be nicer to finish one conversation before we start another.
I
So
think we are in the same side, so we can talk to.
sure. So Xiong Ling, as I was asking, if they were a different species and they were mute, still look like humans, still behave like humans, would you think it's okay to exploit and slaughter them?
No.
No. So do you think it's okay to discriminate on someone based on how they look like and behave like? Because that's how it seems like you're discriminating, right? Because the minute that they look like humans, you seem to think that they shouldn't be exploited. But the minute they stop looking like humans, you seem to think it's okay to exploit them. All of it, by the way, for optional products.
Yeah, I mean, human is a emotional animal, isn't it? Like we feel, I definitely feel sympathy if they look like human, I mean, talk like human, and I feel less sympathy if they
Like a dog.
Yeah, I mean, and it also depends. If I know this dog, if it's like I know this dog for years, I definitely don't want this dog to be killed. But if
Yeah,
it's
do you
like,
think, Xiong, do you think that's a good justification for killing somebody? Oh, I don't care much about them. I don't care much about them. Therefore, yeah, it's fine. Fuck him.
I'm not saying it's a justification. I'm not saying that
Yeah. Well,
I
that's
just
what we're
don't want
asking
to.
for. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? You are going through is versus ought dilemma here. If you allow me 1 second, I'm sharing a screen. If you look at it, right? So is versus ought is a statement. If you're making an is statement, it is a statement of fact, right? So that's the reality. That's what's happening right now. But we are trying to have a conversation with you about morality. So putting is statements in the conversation about morality is kind of weird, because what it creates, it kind of changes the subject. So if you make an is statement just talking, well, it is what it is, that's what I'm doing, so therefore it's fine, right? It's not, let's not talk about. But also you're like diffusing your responsibility, right? We're trying to have a conversation whether something is moral or not, whether something is okay or not. So the question is, if you have two possible worlds and you can choose one of them, in one world we slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff, in the other world we don't slaughter animals for unnecessary stuff. Which world is morally better, do you think?
Slaughtering animals.
You think slaughtering animals is a morally better world?
Yep.
No, I think they are all the same.
No, because how can you have pet cats if you can't slaughter animals? You need to slaughter chickens to have pet cats, and the best world is a world with pet cats. So,
Mako,
I have
can
no
you
idea
wait
what
for
you
a
just said.
second? Because we were talking to Xiongling and then you can jump in. Otherwise, the whole conversation doesn't make sense anymore. So, Xiongling, you said that they would be equal.
Yes, I think I don't. Here's the thing: morality is a subjective thing. Like every person has different, slightly different morality, and every culture, every region has different morality, right?
So,
There's no further to discuss here. Like you find
sure. But
killing
like,
animal to be
I understand.
immoral. I don't
No,
find it to be immoral.
I understand what you mean, but let's test that if you really don't find it to be immoral. Okay, so you say killing animals is not immoral. Do you think there's any reason where killing animals would become immoral? Like if I do it for pleasure, would killing animals for pleasure be immoral?
If you're killing an animal and not for
According to your values, by the way.
okay, so if you're killing animal just because it's fun, like it's fun to kill animal, then I think it's isn't immoral. Yes.
It isn't.
Why?
Are you saying it is or it isn't? I'm not understanding that.
I think it is not moral to
So it
kill
is
an
okay.
animal for fun.
Okay, so killing an animal for fun is immoral. How about if I kill an animal for something that I don't need? Like let's imagine I want to kill an animal so that I can make a vase out of their body. A vase is where where you put flowers in.
I don't understand
Okay, but
what's a thought.
So I want
it's
to
not the same.
so Kader, you gotta stop for a second. So Xiongling, I am going to kill an animal. I'm gonna take a dog, kill them, empty out their insides, and put their whole skin, use their whole skin with extra material. I don't know, maybe some cement or something to make a vase. Where I use it's just like an object, a decorative object that I put around my house. Would that be moral?
It's not moral, but it's better than the last one.
So it's not moral. Okay, it's still not moral. Okay, I
Yeah.
understand. Okay, so if I kill an animal for something that I don't need, like a decoration, you think it's still immoral.
Yeah, but yes.
So what if I kill an animal for something that I don't need, that is not food, but like I just like to chew on their bones. I don't get nutrition from it. I just like the taste of their bones and I like chewing on their bones. So I kill them, I chew on their bones, and then I toss them away. Is that moral or is that immoral?
Still, it's better. It's almost moral, I would say it.
So it's still immoral.
Yeah,
But
but it's
what if
getting there.
but if all of the sudden I accidentally, while chewing on that bone, I accidentally swallow a little piece of it, then it becomes moral.
Nah, because bone has no
You're again doing the
nutrition.
is-ought thing. You're again just saying, well, this is what is, right? And Chip is trying to talk to you about the morality of the thing.
I mean,
So
for
you
me,
can
it
feel-
is.
So can you please like disregard whether you can swallow a bone or not and just like address the actual fucking question?
Yeah, I just theoretically, and maybe I get some nutrition from it. It doesn't really matter. I'm sure bones do have some form of caloric value there. So let's
I
assume
mean,
that
yes.
yeah. So if I part of it goes into my, instead of chewing it, part of it goes through my throat, and my body starts digesting it and all that. Does that mean that everything that I did to that animal all of a sudden becomes moral?
Again, I don't feel like it's moral.
Okay. So then what if from the beginning I chew that bone and I swallow it? Does it become moral then?
Based on what your intention, because it's like I say, it's a subjective thing. If you say that the purpose of you doing this is to get the, let's say, calcium from the bone, then I would say that, yeah, let's go ahead. You
So
need
my
some
intent is
calcium, I
what
guess.
matters. My intent is what matters.
Your intent is what matters to my feeling of what's moral or not.
Okay, so but if my intent is to kill the animal for whatever reason, maybe it's an optional food, maybe it's decoration. My intent is still killing an animal, is it not?
Yes.
So then why is it that the intent to kill an animal all of a sudden becomes moral or immoral, given that you say that intent matters? Like, if intent matters, then the same intent in different contexts or in different situations regarding of the reason shouldn't matter, should it? According to your own values.
Again, yes, because it's my feeling. I feel like it doesn't matter. That's it. I'm not saying that it makes sense, because moral doesn't really make sense.
No.
My God, does it not?
Yeah, morality. Yeah, go on. Explain, Fabian, because
Morality.
Intent is the difference between murder and manslaughter.
yeah, let's finish
Sorry?
conversation with Xiong. Wait 1 second, because I'm not in that window.
Well,
With
your
Xiong
vegan friends
I mean,
are allowed to interject, so why am I not
Let me
allowed to
ask you a
interject?
question. Do you find human life to be even just slightly important than animal life?
even slightly more important than animal life. So I'll explain to you very simple principles
Do you find
of the
it
morality
important?
I'll explain to you the principles of morality that I go by. I don't think that the value system that I give to individuals, whether they're human or non-human, and that means animals, I don't think that my value system, the value that I give to them, matters whether I choose to exploit and slaughter them or not. My value system does say something, and it would probably say that if I would be in a burning building, I would probably pick the individual who is on top of my value system based or over somebody who is lower in my value system. However, just because I have this value system where I categorize people or categorize individuals, where I say, well, this one is more important than this one for me, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden I get to decide which one is deserving of life or not because I place less value on them. Just like how when I asked if you would place any value on my friend who you don't know, which you probably wouldn't place any value on, that does not give you the right to exploit and slaughter my friend because you gave them zero value. And it seems like that logic works for you when it comes to humans. But all of a sudden, if that human was born a slightly different, genetically different, and they're no longer human or something, then you seem to think that all other morals go down the window. It doesn't really matter if this individual has emotions. It doesn't really matter if this individual feels. It doesn't matter if this individual thinks. To you, if they're not in the category that you are in, you seem to think it's okay to exploit and slaughter them, right?
Is it a matter of knowing or is it a matter of intelligence?
What do you
Yeah,
mean by
Would
that?
you rather save one meat eater or 500 chickens?
So what was that question about? If it's a matter of knowing or a matter of intelligence?
Yeah, like how would knowing your friend have to do with anything?
Well, the reason why I said that you don't know my friend, the reason why I posed that hypothetical is because I can show you that you have humans in your value system that you place zero value on them. And I put it as a hypothetical as my friend because I could have also just said any random stranger on this planet. You probably wouldn't know and wouldn't really care, and you would probably give them zero value to them. So that's why I posed that hypothetical. It's
Doesn't
not
human
about
life
you
have
knowing
value
them.
on its own?
Say it again.
I'm not saying that your friend has zero value. I think it's still important than animals.
Kader, can you mute yourself, please? It's like making a sound. Kader? Thank you, I appreciate it.
So Xiongling, do you understand the perspective that it doesn't really matter what value I place on individuals? It's what matters is the value that they have themselves on account that they feel, that they emote, that there is somebody, that there's a somebody behind those eyes, that there's a person who has experiences throughout their life, subjective experiences, to be more precise.
So how does this correlate to animals?
Well, animals are exactly in that position. Animals are individuals who feel, who emote, and who are somebody who have experiences throughout their life. That's why they have anxiety. Do you know why animals have anxiety? Because they have experiences that generate anxiety for them, much like we as humans do.
Something I completely agree with you on is the meat industry is obviously horrible. You know, it's obviously dog shit.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
agree.
think meat is fine if the animal is killed in a moral, just way, without disease, with free roam? Do you think the meat is morally justified then?
So let me see if I get this straight. Are you saying there's a happy animal, they were treated nicely, and all of the sudden you're asking me if this happy animal were to be treated nicely and they lived a happy life, would it be okay to slaughter them for optional products?
And then you kill them without pain.
For optional products again.
For products, indeed.
For optional products.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then I'll ask you
They're
this
being
Every
question.
product's an optional product.
They're being farmed and herded. And
So then let me ask you this
they're being
question.
killed
Do you think I'll answer your question with another question. Do you think it's better to kill a happy animal who wants to live, who lived their life nicely, or do you think it's better to kill a sad animal who had a shitty life?
happy animal.
It's better to kill a happy animal.
What?
Mhm.
What?
I mean, you're gonna kill them anyway.
I mean,
so why don't
Yeah.
let them have happy life
they
and
don't
kill
have
them?
the they don't have the intellectual capacity.
It seems
to-
like let me see if I get this straight. Are you saying to me right now that you, as a human being, have all the capabilities that you have are due to your intellect?
The only
Yeah.
reason we've
Yeah.
got this intellect is because we eat meat in the first place.
Again, I'll ask the same question
That's a
again.
good
I
point.
won't ask the same question again because you heard it. I'm just looking for the answer. Do you think that everything that you are as an individual, your whole value comes from the fact that you have cognitive abilities?
But isn't that what being conscious is? Cognitive abilities.
No.
And part of it is
Being conscious means you're sentient.
partially.
That's how we rank each other financially, is it not?
So I ask
I mean-
again, do you think that your moral value comes from the
Cognitive-
knowledge that you have
Cognitive
from the
why do we eat? Then why is eating plants okay? Because they don't feel pain, right? They lack.
We
that
can go
cognitive
down
ability.
that route. I would like you to answer my question. Do you think that your cognitive abilities should say whether you are deserving of life or not?
I would say it puts a bigger importance on your life. Just
So you're saying-
how your friend or any other human being who has the intellectual capacity to feel pain and to want to keep on living.
So you're saying that somebody who is intellectually superior to you has more value to live, right? And somebody who's intellectually inferior to you, and then you.
Yeah, because you have a bigger impact on humanity.
And it's also cognitive. It's not just intelligence. It's cognitivity and intelligence.
No, I think as long as you're human, you are more important. It doesn't matter your IQ.
It just seems like I'm getting completely different answers from everybody, and all that I'm looking
Well,
for
no,
is
because we all
trying
agree
to
on those
this is a
points. Like, if you're
discussion, man.
human,
This
you're
is
more
not like a
important than any
Mako,
other
Mako,
species.
Mako, you
If you're
gotta shut
cognitive,
up.
you're more smart.
Mako, you gotta shut up because you're interrupting every conversation.
Yeah, it
You're
was
making
fantastic.
every
Oh,
conversation
fantastic.
become extremely difficult. So
but
please shut up so we can
vegan,
have the
Mr.
conversations and get to your point. Go on.
Mr.
Sorry.
Vegan. This is a discussion. Everyone's gonna have different points.
That's not the
And
point. You can have different points. That's not the point.
Of
But
course.
wait
But
to
you were
have the
just complaining.
conversations one after the other. Otherwise, the conversations are just gonna become berserks. Okay. So we come back to the same argument. Do you think that your value comes from what you know?
Is it what you know? Is it how much you can cognitively like understand about the world?
Whatever. Ask whichever.
I mean, intelligence and that is not the same thing.
Whichever.
A person
There's no
a
objective
person
definition
with
of
a low
intelligence anyway, so that's
a
pretty
person with
subjective,
lower
so it
IQ
doesn't
and a
really
person
matter.
with higher IQ, the same cognitive abilities, not the same intellectual intellect, but like the same cognitive abilities, right?
Do you think that your value comes from your cognitive abilities? There you go. I asked it again in a nice way.
Yes.
Okay, so if you were born intellectually challenged, that you would have zero value, right? Because your cognitive abilities would be that of an
It
animal.
depends on what cognitive abilities you have left.
So if you wait,
Let's say
if
let's say this
you go into
person
an
is
accident, you hit your head, and all of a sudden, all your cognitive abilities go away, and all of a sudden, you are nothing more but an individual who can have emotions, but cannot possibly speak, cannot possibly communicate, and cannot possibly ration. That has happened. You acknowledge that there are people who have suffered through that.
can't rational like I can rationalize.
No, you cannot.
Then I would want my body and my things to be given to the people who deserve it. Why am I alive?
No. What I'm asking is, do you think you have moral value in that situation? You are still alive. You just don't have the rationalization capabilities that... I'm not sure about your rationalization capabilities even now, given that you don't seem to understand the point. But like...
I'm just talking to you, man. Why are you attacking me? I'm just talking to you.
I'm just saying, you seem to think so highly of your cognitive abilities when at the same time you don't seem to understand the difference between cognitive abilities and intelligence, and like you just keep mixing them up. Say it again.
I'm trying to talk to you, bro. I'm trying to attack you. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm discussing with you.
Right.
I'm very open to these ideas.
Vaka, can I intervene for a second? So,
Please. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Can you look at it? I'm just going to try to explain our point, me and Chip, right? So you have two circles here. Sorry, 1 second. Definitely do that. You have two circles here. One is green, one is yellow. So the green circle is an animal, right? It's an object we call an animal. The yellow circle is an object that we call a human. So every circle contains like a bunch of traits, a bunch of stuff that this object has. So like ears, eyes, the ability to see, I don't know, the ability to pee, whatever, right? Eating, all of that stuff, like, I don't know, happiness, sadness, all of that shit, like whatever the object is capable of or has, it's in that circle, if you can imagine it. Humans have a slightly bigger circle, right? So there are a lot of like more complex emotions there. There are like different abilities that we have. So higher cognition, for sure. So what we are trying to say is not that we should like make the yellow circle and the green circle the same, right? Just give me a second to adjust here to show it better. So we're not trying to say they're the same thing, right? What we're trying to say, is that there is something that we have that is the same between us. We have all these other traits that are different. Animals, I don't know, like dogs can smell so much better than us. That's a trait that dogs have that we as humans don't have, right? For instance. But this thing that correlates between an animal and a human is called sentience. Sentience is the basal consciousness, the basal ability to feel, experience life. That's how individuals are, all right, created, right? Because if you're sentient, you're an individual. So what we are saying is that we should value this basal consciousness and not just the ability to reason, the higher consciousness that humans have, We should value this correlation between them instead. Because...
Nah, mate, that's bollocks. That's bollocks, mate.
Sorry, Passionate?
That's bollocks.
Sorry, Passionately, can you mute you? You're like hot micing. Sorry.
Your mic.
Oh, my bad.
I'll go, bro.
Vaka, that's the thing, right? So I don't know if we can go through the fact that some humans just have only like the basal experience of animals, right? And we're saying, well, you shouldn't kill those humans as well. It's not because they're human, it's because they are an individual. They have this capacity. And that's the capacity we share with animals.
Mm-hmm. But aren't humans more cognitively blessed?
Not all
Sure,
humans.
but why does that mean that animals should be slaughtered?
But let's say an animal who's lived a good life, herded, farmed like we've done for like the generations of humans. They've been herded and farmed, kept well, fed well, without disease. And that animal is killed plainlessly for product, for human consumption. Do you think that is wrong?
Yes, of course, because if you take a human that has the capacities of an animal, let's say we have a human that have almost the same capacity as of an
Yeah,
animal.
but that's a human.
And,
So how do
yes,
you make
yes,
up
but I just
so
fucking
for that
explained
law?
why. I'm just fucking explained why. We
Yeah,
should
but
value
like
both.
humans are different from animals. Like it doesn't matter if a human has a cognitive. Like this is you keep going through the same debate. It's like, oh, you wouldn't eat a human that has the cognitive ability of an animal, so then you can eat an animal.
Shut up for a second.
What is wrong with eating animals? Who cares? Nobody.
To be fair, you started using swear words. That's
Be
not allowed in
quiet.
this chat, man. Why
Marco,
do you
be
start
quiet.
swearing at us for no reason, man? We didn't use no slurs on you.
Can you
Come on,
guys,
man.
can you guys for a second have a decent conversation and wait for the point to be finished before you start interjecting?
You know what?
Yeah, I mean,
Marco
why did she have to
himself.
start
So
throwing
let's
out the
go
F
on
word
with
for no
Marco.
reason, eh? It was quite civilized until she started fucking trying to insult us.
I started insulted. What? When did I insult anybody?
Yeah, mate, Bonnie Blue ain't gonna do shit about you, mate. Bonnie Blue's better.
So I don't understand what you're saying. So, Mako, I guess we don't have a choice now but to address you. So what is the morally relevant difference? You're saying humans are different from animals.
My question
Yeah, because humans have human rights.
How will this person who lives in the mountain and make up the same nutritional benefit of eating animals, like you guys who can buy supplements and all these things, this person who lives in the mountain who needs meat, how is it morally wrong for him to have this animal, herd them, sheep them, give them a good life, and have them as a product? How is that wrong?
Yes, mate. Shut up. Let him continue about the mountain people.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
America. Me personally, I come from a third world country. If everyone went vegan here, we would starve and die.
Yeah, Vaka, I can change.
But you're American. Yes, of course. You're American, right? You have
not
all
American.
these supplements and things.
Stop
You come from a. Not just that. I'm saying you guys come from a way better place than us.
European Westerners. You know what he means. You're from the Netherlands, which is the most food-obsessed place.
Marco, I'm going to start fucking modding. So one at a time. So Vaka asks a question. Can we answer it? Please.
Do you guys have the benefit and the privilege to make up these nutritional losses on supplements and all of these things? When people like from my country, if we turn towards vegans, we would starve.
Where do you live, Vaka?
Is your country worse than India?
I live in Bangladesh.
Sorry, where do you live?
I live in Bangladesh.
We've already spoken to people from
Bangladesh is one of the easiest places on earth to be vegan, right?
How is it the easiest place on
The
earth
fuck,
to be vegan?
bro? Why, what?
Our whole economy.
Wouldn't it be the USA? You fucking twat.
Jesus Christ.
So passionately, you will be kicked. Passionately, you will be kicked if you don't stop and wait. Okay? You have to wait for arguments. We are not speaking to you. We are speaking to Vaka right now. You will be kicked if you do not behave.
Okay, sorry.
So, Vaka, yes. Bangladesh is one of the easiest places on earth to be because most of your...
Do you live here? Our economy is built on fish. All of us eat fish.
That's the reality of the thing. That's first of all, that's not the morality of the thing, and second of all, a lot of your dishes are actually like vegan or almost vegan. A lot of your national dishes.
Tell me my national dishes. We have Rupchanda. We have all of these fishes. So these are all fish. We have our entire economy was based on fish. We eat a lot of
That's
fish.
the economy. I'm talking about like what is available. You have vegan food available to you.
Well, but those vegan foods are very. Look at dal. Look at these bhat. We don't have. These foods are not nutritionally dense. That's why our country has a very bad case of diabetes, heart failure, and all these things.
Wait. What does
Diabetes is not-
nutritionally dense? What does nutritionally dense mean to you?
Oh, thank you.
Have you had dal?
What
These
does
things are not
nutritionally dense
dense.
mean to you? Do you mean nutritionally dense as in micronutrient dense, or do you mean macronutrient dense?
I don't have no idea what any of that means. I just know that people have it.
So wait, if you don't know, if you can't explain how your claim is that the plant-based products that you can find are not nutritionally dense, how can you, like, you can't explain your own statement, then how can we ever debunk your statement? Because I can explain you, I can tell you from the start, there's a difference between macronutrients and micronutrients. And you will know from the start that a plant-based diet is very rich in micronutrients, but you can have issues with macronutrients intake. And based on what you're saying, and based on what you're saying, the fact that you have diabetes in your country, the fact that you have all of these issues just tells me that you, like every other country on this planet, because, you know, it's pretty international, just like it is everywhere else, you have the same issues that we all do. Too many calories, which is not a macronutrient issue. You understand that? So
Now, can I say something?
Before we go there, I'm just like, when you say that you cannot, like, let's just even stop with all this. Instead of saying you say one thing, we say one thing. If we give you resources to thrive on a plant-based diet, right, to meet absolutely all your nutritional needs and to excel at your health, would you see it as a moral obligation to go vegan?
Is that a realistic scenario?
Yes.
How? Who's going to give us all of that subsidies?
That's not the point.
Go vegan.
I can tell you how. I can tell you how, but let me.
I mean, sure. I'm so down for that. If people can give us that much, our economy, that much money, that everyone can buy.
No. I said you. If I give you, I can't give to the whole country of Bangladesh nutritional information on how to be vegan. However, you are here right now, and I can provide you with that information. So you will get access to this information on how to be vegan in your country and thrive and be within your budget. So doesn't that mean that you should have a moral obligation to not oppress animals, to not be a violent person towards innocent animals, because you can? Because what you're saying is that you can't. But we're telling you, well, what if you could?
Wait, why are you framing it like violence? My whole point is that I think animals should be cleanly herded.
Isn't that violent? Taking somebody's life against their will is not violent to you?
But if the animal is being kept well, I'm saying back.
So wait, if the animal is kept well, then killing them is no longer violent?
I mean, out of necessity.
It's better.
No. Wait. Now you inserted the out of necessity, and we already explained that we can help you thrive on a plant-based diet, so it's not a necessity anymore.
Sure, then go ahead.
So then
I'm so down for that.
So then you acknowledge that if you have the necessary resources to thrive on a plant-based diet, then you should not be participating in violence towards innocent animals.
I mean, sure. For me specifically, if you're going to apply me the money and all the information required, but it's not a realistic scenario for everybody else, is it?
Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. You can do it.
I mean, look at reality. People need this resource.
Doesn't really matter. Give that to everybody else. You can do it, and you can help share it if you want. You can share this resource further and try to get other people to go vegan. It seems like you care about that.
And it's not just resource; it's money. As I said.
Wait, are you actually going to give Waka money?
No, I'm not giving anybody money. I'm telling you, I'll give you resources, access to a certified nutritionist that will help you achieve a plant-based diet within your budget, within your area.
But that is the most out of their reach. How will you give that to the whole country of people?
I can give it to you. It doesn't really matter if the whole country, do you understand that? Like if your whole country commits something horrible, it doesn't mean you have to be part of it too, does it?
I mean, if you're looking at the morality of it, if you're a huge complaint of morality, don't you want everyone to do it so there's no animals being hurt according to you being violently killed?
And you can spread it around. You can spread it around if you want.
And it's not that easy. Are you going to give that nutrition to everybody?
Wait, no, stop. Okay, stop, because all of the sudden you're all of the sudden coming up with excuses again. So we have to reach a point, okay? You cannot control. No, Vaka, answer my question. Can you control what everybody else does?
No, but I'm
Are
telling
you
you.
responsible?
I already gave you yes.
Are you responsible for everybody else does?
I mean, you're looking at morality. Morality is a very human spread issue.
Vaka, are you responsible for what other people do?
No, but you said you want to help other people.
No,
right?
let me finish. You are responsible for your actions and what you do. So you, as an individual, can choose to be moral even if everybody around you isn't. Is that correct?
Of course, that is true.
Okay, so we are giving you the opportunity to not participate in this violence, and what you're saying now is that not everybody will have this opportunity. Sure,
of course.
Not everybody will have it, but you have it. So that means that you should no longer be part of this violence, correct?
Of course, you can give it to me. I'm waiting.
Here's the thing, Vaka. I already gave it to you. I already put it in the chat, right? There is a vegan guide of everywhere in the world, how to be vegan in every country. And I'm showing it up as well.
These are all very, very, very diverse.
Yes, in order to thrive on a plant-based diet, you have to have enough first of all B12 supplement.
Also, if you let me fucking
DHA, EPA,
I love chicken.
Creatine.
Somebody use ChatGPT.
Also,
all these things you cannot. You have to buy your own supplement.
Yes, if you let me finish, I also put in the chat a link to where Vaka can talk to a nutritionist on how to do it in his country.
Yeah, is it free though? Does it cost money?
It's free.
Does it cost money to talk to a nutritionist?
No, it's free. It's free. It's challenge 22. All the nutritionists and dietitians on that site are volunteers, and they can help them out to how to do a vegan diet on a healthy vegan diet in his country.
Okay, does it cost money to regularly take vitamin B12 shots?
Does it cost money to
you don't have to take it in
shots,
you can just take it.
Yeah. Like what even is this question? It's like I'm looking for more excuses. Does it cost money for me to be vegan? Yes, it costs money for you to be vegan, just like it costs money for you to not be vegan. It's the same thing. It costs money to exist.
Yeah, but it costs more money though.
Hold on.
No.
Guess what?
It's more.
I have B12 in this coffee. How do I have B12 in this coffee? Tell me. I'm not taking any injections. I didn't put injections into my coffee. How is B12 in my coffee?
Did you piss in it?
I don't know. What do you put in your coffee?
I put some oat milk.
Okay, but that's not enough, right? You can't just say I eat 1 carrot, therefore I satisfy my requirement for vitamin A. That's not enough.
There are ways of getting vitamins without taking a pure version of it. Like you don't have to take just a supplement. You can just consume food which has those things. There's no need to saying I have to take this or I don't have to take this. Bro, I'm drinking coffee with B12.
There's not enough B12 in the oat milk.
How would you know? How much B12 is it in his cup of coffee right now?
Because I know vegan food.
Okay. So how much? How much B12? Wait 1 second. How much B12 is in his cup of coffee? It's roughly 250 milliliters, I would say. I'll tell you that. How much B12 is in his cup of coffee, since you know vegan food so well?
Yeah, but it's not as bioavailable, I think, because based on my observation...
No. I'll ask you this then.
Don't take supplements.
Let me ask you this. How much B12 do you need per day?
I don't know. I'm not on vegan diet.
What the hell?
I don't take any supplement.
So you complain about B12, yet you know nothing about it? Like, how can you complain about something you know nothing about? Is that not intellectual dishonesty?
I don't have to take cocaine to know cocaine is bad, though, right?
No, but you have to... So funny, wow.
I don't have to take crystal meth to know taking drug is bad for you. Because I know other people who did it, And guess
Link,
what? I know people who try to do a vegan diet without taking any supplement, and they all look underweight, very, very sick.
Link, can I just quickly address something? We can talk about these issues if you want to, but it kind of feels like we're not really going anywhere. Would you be okay if we talk to someone else real quick?
Yes,
We can.
go ahead.
Cool. Awesome. Chip, are you okay with that?
No, yeah, I'm totally okay. I just like, I feel like we already posed this hypothetical that if you can thrive on it, why not? So,
But it's fun. I think Link has some issues, but if we talk to someone else about similar issues, maybe they could kind of understand and, you know. Anyway, Chip, go ahead.
I mean, I think Vaka, you had a question before that?
I was just letting Philip know coffee interrupts vitamin B absorption. So you should have the oat milk separately instead of with coffee.
Well, no, it actually interacts with iron, not with vitamin D. But point taken, and you can just like adjust for it.
That wasn't a point. I was just asking.
All I want to say is you can
in a
have
nice
B12.
way.
All I want to say is you can have B12 in other forms of foods rather than the pill. That was my whole entire point.
I'm not giving a point, but like I was just telling you.
How are the vitamin B12 supplements made? Like, are they from vegan extracts in the first place?
Are you asking if...
amazing answer.
Sorry?
Post has an amazing answer. How is B12 made? Is it from plants?
Yeah, no, I'm being asking a genuine question. No, I'm not trying to be disingenuous.
Yeah, I'm going to answer a genuine answer. So the genuine answer is that not scientists, like supplement makers, they grow bacteria, specific bacteria that secretes B12, and then they just collect that B12 and dry it and put it in a pill form.
Yes. They use fish oil mostly.
No, they don't.
Like,
they use bacteria.
No.
They
I
use
got
bacteria.
prescription. I got prescription. It's yellow tablet. They mostly use fish oil.
Nobody uses fish oil for B12. Maybe they use fish oil for omega-3s, DHA and EPA. But why would you use fish oil for B12? But also, like, you can just buy a different B12 that is made the way I said it, which is most times. They're just growing bacteria, and then they collect what the bacteria has secreted, and they dry that up and put it in a pill.
It would be very also inefficient.
Yeah. Yeah, because here's the thing, right? Growing bacteria versus growing an entire animal for B12. Animals, they excrete their energy, right? Because they're walking, eating, thinking, feeling, all of those things, they waste about 90% of their energy, of their intake, onto just living. Bacteria doesn't do that. Bacteria it doesn't move much because it's not sentient. It's not, it's not that it's not sentient. It just doesn't move much because it's just like a single cell organism. So you just give it food, and then it like metabolizes that food, and it secretes B12 instead. It's the most efficient way to get B12. And by the way, animals are supplemented by this B12 as well.
Wait, you just said, I'm confused. You said bacteria is sentient. Did I hear that in there somewhere?
No, bacteria are not sentient.
Okay, got it.
I mean, they can't. It's a single cell organism, isn't it?
I agree. Because it's just funny to me. You're like, bacteria isn't sentient. You took it back. It was funny to me.
Some people say plants are sentient, which is just dumb.
Yeah, it's just stupid. It's just stupid shit that people say because they don't want to go vegan. It's all right. We deal with it every single day.
Yeah.
So, Mako, did I answer your question?
Yeah, I was quiet afterwards.
Yeah. Well, do you have any other? Maybe we can talk to Mako finally because he's been waiting for a long time. Not very patiently, but nonetheless.
I
so,
can...
Mako,
I don't have a point of discussion. It's more like if something comes up, I feel like everybody should have if they have a to make on it, they should have a point to make on it.
We gotta be careful if there's too many questions asked at too many different at the same time, because we want to go through one topic by another. We appreciate the question though.
Yeah.
But still, my question of it being available to not all people is still there. I mean, the counter argument that I can do it because I'm in this call and I'm financially obligated to have a computer and to be here and learn about it. What about everybody else? You can strip me.
So here's the thing, Vaka. Most people in the world can be vegan. Most people, for real. Because veganism is generally speaking like the vegan diet, right? The vegan diet is generally speaking can be cheaper because it relies mostly on whole plant foods, and those are like cheaper than meats and dairy and all that stuff, right? Generally speaking, it's much cheaper, much more efficient, as I already described, to get a B12 from don't do that, tutor. Yeah, that's right. So generally speaking, like getting your B12 from a pill is much cheaper than getting it
But
from.
you have to realize people can't get pills like that over here. That's just not.
They can't get pills in Bangladesh. If I find a B12 supplement in Bangladesh, are you like real gonna go vegan, please?
No, I'm not even talking. I mean, I already answered that chip guy, right? I was just like, if I could, I would, and I try my best to make sure animals
Here's the thing.
don't have any
Here's the thing. This is why.
My question.
Yeah, Vaka, hold on. Can you please hold on 1 second? So here is the reason we are here on Discord talking to people, and we are not going to the poor villages of Africa or whatever and like try to make them vegan, right? Because people who have Discord have internet, have computers, have cell phones. Those people have the same ability to be vegan as us. Yes. So we're talking to you, Vaka. We're not talking to a poor person in Africa.
Talking about my country right now, about my Africa. I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter. I'm just making.
Pharmaceuticals aren't that available to us,
This isn't a pharmaceutical.
It doesn't. Here is the thing, though, Vaka. It's available to you because you are here on Discord with an internet connection, talking to people on the other side of the world.
I already answered the chip guy. My only concern is that these people need meat. They need it.
No, they don't. They need nutrients, not ingredients. And if we can supply them with ingredients, they're not going to need the nutrient from a sentient animal. They're not going to need it.
Wait, can I just ask, like, in relation to your country, do you believe there are vegans where you live, like your region?
Of course, there's Hindus here. Hindus are all
cool. Amazing. Let's focus on that. If they can do it, you can do it. Easy clap. Conversation's done.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
But our whole economy is based on fish. All these people eat fish daily, every day.
So now, okay, let's stick to this.
So do you think we should start like an information campaign? What's spreading veganism?
Hold on. Vaka. Why do people choose to be vegan?
Because you have an issue with the morality of it, which is fair.
Okay. You say it's fair. Why is it fair?
Because the way we treat meat nowadays and how we hurt animals is not right.
The way we treat meat?
Me personally, animals. I said animals.
You said meat.
So
stop trying to read for a gotcha, bro. I'm just discussing.
No. You said a word.
I'm being so friendly, bro. I'm discussing. Don't kind of be.
Okay, so what do you think vegans want?
They want morality. They don't want animals to die. That's fair. I love animals.
Okay. Now,
me personally, I'm Muslim. I only eat halal meat because I believe halal meat is okay, because these animals were bred without disease, kept in free roam. They lived the best life. So I was like, this is fine for me.
Let's gonna try to find a middle ground and go from there, right? Vegans are against killing and harming animals, right?
Because I completely agree. It's really fucked up how we treat meat.
Wait.
How we treat animals and how we.
You said how we treat meat just now. Please stop referring to animals as objects.
That was a mistake. How we treat animals and how we get meat. That's what I meant.
Okay, I wanna focus on something which is really important, right? Vegans are against harming and killing animals, and objectifying them, right? While you're saying that killing is not bad, correct?
I believe if it's like a straight born painless death, I think it's fine.
Okay, are you okay with causing unnecessary killing?
I mean, to me, because these humans, all this supplementation is all information that we have gotten outside, and while not everybody can have that.
Vaka, can you repeat Felix's question? Can you repeat Felix's question, please?
I forgot. It's not in my head.
No problem. Felix, no problem. Felix can say it again.
Yeah.
Go.
What do you think about unnecessarily killing animals?
I don't think any animals should be killed unnecessarily. Only
Okay.
for the product.
Oh, what if the product is unnecessary?
Then it's completely fine. Animals shouldn't be harmed. I'm just talking about the necessity of it. It's been
Wait,
my question this whole time.
hold on. Are you saying it's okay to? Because I didn't understand your response. Are you saying it's okay to harm animals for unnecessary products?
No, it's not. I believe animals. If all humans had like all of these resources, the animals shouldn't be harmed, right? Because we're
Okay,
meant to be capable of that.
okay.
My
So let me ask.
question is, in
Wait,
reality,
because this is super important. Because like what you're doing, it's amazing, and I have just one simple question which can solidify the entire like view. If you live in the country, let's say whatever Muslim country there is, and you can be vegan, you can live this lifestyle, should you still have the means to cause unnecessary harm to animal for unnecessary products like chicken nuggets or chicken legs or whatever the
No,
fuck you want?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, cool.
I just
So,
think about. I'm just here to discuss the necessity of it. You know.
okay, so so if you realized right now, oh, someone's echoing. It's kind of annoying me. So I can tell you about my ethics if you want to, but
Of course,
what we
I want
really
to hear about it.
what we really focus on right now in this channel
Mhm.
is about people's ethics. I can tell you why I'm vegan, but I really would like to know why is someone like you who's completely against all of these forms of unnecessary killing and abusing of animals still chooses to pay into an industry which causes unnecessary harm.
Because I believe that there's a necessity in meat. Because everything
Okay, Chip,
you have told me
here's your
are for the
playground.
educated, but most of the world's uneducated.
So wait,
Uneducated, privileged.
before we go, what the whole world does, again, as we've established, and I have asked you a couple of times, you're responsible for your actions, not what other people's actions are. You can make better choices, even if the whole world cannot. Even if you think the people in your country cannot, it doesn't really matter, or it should stop you from making the right choices. Correct?
I'm here discussing. I'm sure I've agreed with you multiple times.
Okay.
I'm just here to discuss about the reality of the situation. You know.
Okay.
Talking
So
about
if multiple,
how we can get to that point.
Okay. So if you agree that you are responsible for your choices, then whether on how to tackle the whole issue of everybody going vegan or everybody should consume plant-based and no longer exploit any animals is a different issue, and we can talk about it once you stop participating in the exploitation of it.
Isn't that the ultimate goal, though?
Do you understand that that's not the goal right now?
I know, but I'm just talking about the ultimate goal.
So what's the ultimate goal? What's the question? Sorry, I missed it.
So the ultimate goal.
I'm just yeah.
What's the ultimate goal? What do you think is the ultimate goal, Vaka? Can you please?
That animals should stop being harmed. I mean, that's obviously the most conscious, straightforward goal, isn't it?
Yeah, just that animals stop being exploited and slaughtered for unnecessary stuff. Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the goal. Yes, the end goal. Yes.
And what's wrong with killing animals?
Well, they are sentient beings. They have like a similar experience to to us when it comes to sentience. They're individuals.
So
and that's the reason I think that it's not okay to kill humans.
Wait, let's go through one conversation at a time. Let's go, because we're just like jumping between. So let's just talk to Vaka real quick.
Yeah, and let's finish this. So Vaka, we've already established that you're responsible for your own actions. We've already established that we can give you resources. You have been given 2 resources already that would help you on a plant-based diet yourself. And does that mean, and before we discuss what the big issue is and how to approach that big issue, does that mean that starting right now, you will no longer support any form of animal exploitation?
I'll continue to have halal meat.
So you're still going to exploit animals?
I don't believe halal meat is exploitation of animals.
You don't believe killing an animal against their will is unfairly using them?
Where we both disagree on one thing.
No.
No, sorry, can you reason, Vaka?
Yeah.
Can you like actually
reason.
go through like reasonably?
I'm here to reason. I just joined
Yeah.
Discord and I'm here talking. I'm here to share my thoughts and get a better understanding of the world. I'm not
Yeah,
here to
sure.
argue with you. I'm not here to fight with you. Because you
So
guys keep
please
confusing
tell
me
me,
like that.
how is it not exploitation to raise somebody in order to kill them? There is no other reason that those animals are
I
raised.
believe because the animals are not being harmed.
They are
No,
being
exploitation.
killed.
First of all, that's horrific. You slitting somebody's throat, even in a halal way, right? You're just slitting somebody's throat. That's harm.
I mean,
That's harm to the physical. That's harm to the physical body.
Any
Yes.
suffering or torture.
Sorry, that's harm to the physical body. Yes, to slit somebody's throat.
I'm saying the animal's not suffering. It's not dying.
Can you answer my question? Is it harm to physical body to slit somebody's throat?
I mean, sure.
Yes or no?
I'm not saying, but they're not being
Sure.
harmed.
So it is harm. So it is harm. So it is harm. It's also exploitation because that's what these animals are bred for. That's like the definitionally an exploitation.
Suffering. Are they facing any suffering?
So hold on. If I slit your throat in a halal way, would you say that's abusive?
But humans are different. I believe humans are different.
That wasn't my
question. Yeah, I agree.
I didn't ask you if humans and non-humans are different.
I believe only certain. I only believe only certain animals are.
Do you remember my question?
Good. I did. You asked me if my soul is. I told you. I answered. I think humans are different.
Wait, what was my question again?
You told me if you came and slit my throat in a halal way, is that fine or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with like are humans human.
Wait. I'll ask the question in a different way. Do you think that if you were in a slaughterhouse, in a halal slaughterhouse, you would feel differently than an animal who's in a halal slaughterhouse?
100%.
Again, in the same position.
Have you seen halal? They're not even slaughterhouses. They're farms. They're farmed. They aren't even slaughterhouses.
They're totally not. That's so funny that you don't even know that. They're totally not. They're actually halal slaughterhouses. Hence why there's so many investigations being done on them, showing that they don't even follow the halal protocol. But let's not go into all that. I'm just curious. Okay, on a farm. Let's put it this way. I'll go with you. On a farm, do you think that on a farm where somebody's holding your body and wanting to cut your throat, would you feel differently than an animal who is being held by their body and wanting to cut their throat?
But we're going to come to the same point. I don't think humans and animals are comparable beings.
Would you feel? I asked you, would you feel the same, or would you feel differently?
I'll feel differently. I just told you, humans are different.
So how would you feel differently? Would you not feel the same amount? Would you still not feel pain of the knife cutting your throat? Or what is it specifically that you think a knife to the throat of you is so different than a knife to the throat of a different species?
Because we're humans, and why? This is now
no. This is circular reasoning. This is circular reasoning, saying that because we're humans is not is not an argument. You have to come up with what exactly is it that, from our humanity, as you call it, that makes it so that a knife to the throat feels different to us than it does to a cow.
We have different pain.
Why are you guys all asking a bunch of questions?
Different brain.
Because now
vegans are non-stop asking questions about to Vaka and doesn't give them time to answer.
Because I'm the one talking, as well. But now we go into the divine sense of it. My religious beliefs, I don't want to jump into, but because of course not the conversation. I think that's where we can find a middle ground. So I believe different purpose for the world.
No, because physically, even if you were to invoke the divine thing that you're saying, divine would just mean that you have a soul and an animal doesn't, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Whatever.
God, in our book, God has given certain animals that are specifically for farming, herding.
Whatever. My question is, sure, whatever.
And I believe the specific animals we eat.
Sure, whatever.
But you're not really answering the actual questions. You just go off in a different direction.
Yes, the question is pretty clear. If you, as a physical being, that you are, you're having your throat cut in the same place, halal, in the same way that a cow would have their throat cut, would you feel differently than that cow? And Mike, if you obviously say yes. And my question to you is why? What exactly physiologically, physically is different from you to the cow that makes it so that you feel differently?
Wouldn't it be more different?
Can I answer?
No, it's a question for Vaka.
Wouldn't that be more?
You guys are bullying Vaka, bro.
Vaka, are we bullying you?
I mean, I'm just here to talk, but I would say I like talking to Felix the most. He's not like constantly attempting for a gotcha. I feel like
this isn't a gotcha.
This is a
question.
The chip guy constantly. I feel aggressed to, you know. I'm here just to talk about it, mind open, you know. I'm not here showing any aggression to anybody.
Sure. Can you please answer my question before we jump into who's a better person than not? I'm sure Felix is an excellent activist and he's better than me at all this. And I don't mind saying that because I know he's an excellent activist. My question to you right now is yet again, if you are in the same position, and I'll repeat it just so that you remember it, if you're in the same position and you, as a cow would be in the same situation with a knife to the throat, do you think you would feel differently? And you said yes. And my question to you is, what exactly physiologically or physically makes a difference in you feeling differently?
Isn't all about the mental, though? If you're talking specifically about the morality of it, it's all about what the animal is feeling, what the creature in the moment is feeling.
So all of a sudden, it's no longer a physical pain, it's a mental pain?
I mean, isn't it the most important thing right now? Because isn't that what morality is all about?
Morality is not about mental pain necessarily. It's about a lot of other aspects.
Let's go into my argument. Let's say let's say humans were farmed and herded, and now we were killed. We would feel more dread from that, wouldn't we?
We would feel dread from that.
Not necessarily. You could also have. You could also be dissonant, can't you?
But humans have goals. We have goals. We have ambitions. Do animals share that with us?
Wait. Okay, if all I do is I sit on my PC, play video games, eat and sleep, and nothing else, and I don't want to do anything else, should I be put in the slaughterhouse?
I think that's just a you problem, because all humans should have goals. It's really important because we're mentally capable of having goals.
We don't need goals, and neither do animals. We can just live how we want to live. If it makes us happy, what's the problem, right? Like, I'm happy with how I live.
I mean, goals are very important.
But what's the problem?
Okay, hold on. But the whole view is, we don't need goals to be respected, right?
Of course not.
Cool. But why then why do we use that for animals? Why do we disrespect animals?
We're not disrespecting them.
Killing them is a fucking disrespect, I'll tell ya. Holy.
But I would say
because we don't care. That's it.
I mean, I care. I personally care. I want these animals not to suffer, you know, not to feel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, do you just real quick? Do you think animals want to live the entire life that they have?
Yes.
I'm asking.
I don't. Do animals want to live the entire life they have? Do they?
Okay, Vaka, just a simple question. Do animals value their own life?
I mean, they feel fear. That's certain.
Well, do you think like if animals experience happiness,
do you think humans value their own existence more than animals value their own existence?
It doesn't matter, right? I think every sentient being values.
I mean, it does matter. The scenario you're posing to me right now, that the chip guy was, what if I was hung there being killed? Shouldn't that matter then?
So the reason why I'm trying to explain this to you is that every living being that's sentient can recognize the importance of itself. I'm more important to me than you are, right? I don't care as much about you as I care about me, because there are things about me that I really care about. Especially one of the biggest things is living, right? That's something I really care about. So do you think animals, let's say chicken for the sake of the argument, do you think chicken cares about living?
I don't necessarily think so. They feel fear.
Yes, they do.
They feel instinct to survive, but I don't think that they necessarily have that mental ability to care about living.
Wait,
I mean, the whole situation that's being posed to me right now. What if I was there? You know.
Oh, wait, Vaka. I'll make a scenario to make it a little bit easier for you to understand, right? Let's say a chicken lives on a farm, and every time a farmer walks into a chicken, he kicks the chicken, right? So the chicken would avoid the farmer because they know pain is bad, because they feel pain, right? They know that the pain would be there if they get close to the farmer, right? Why do they avoid the farmer then?
Because they're scared. It's an
Why are they scared?
Thing.
Why are they scared?
Because they don't want to die. Just like a deer doesn't want to get killed by lion, but it's just how society works.
Don't you think there's a more
wait,
humans if they're being kicked by something?
We'll talk about it, but this is really important right now. Why does a chicken avoid the farmer? We know it's because chicken
In
wants to avoid.
mind, that equal to
Because they want to live.
Wait.
wanna
Let
live.
Vaka say. Let Vaka respond. Oh my god. Okay, Vaka, go
It's
ahead.
like
That
Guys,
equal to
shush,
bad.
shush. Let him talk. Let him. Yeah, Vaka. Why does a chicken avoid the farmer?
Because that's equal to bad in their head. The instinctual they want. The instinctual they don't want to survive.
Why?
Because the instinctual they want to survive. I'm answering your question.
Okay, they want to survive. And do you think that's important?
Because that's instinctual.
Wait, do you think
No.
that's important? Do you
But
think
if humans are being kicked the same way, don't you think we have more layers to it?
Because it's my nature.
No, I would say it's still instinctive for you to want to survive and not die. It's still an instinct.
But don't we
Why
have
is
more
it that you
layers
think
to
all
it?
of the sudden that this is coming from ration and not instinct?
But don't we have more layers to it though?
Yes, but human
We
is more
can.
important than animal.
We can have more
Yeah,
layers.
but you can kill neither. The thing is, you can kill neither. This is not a dichotomy of, oh, if we stop
Do you
killing
guys
animals,
believe-
we're going to start killing humans.
Do we
You can
ask
kill
you believe
neither.
that we are all equal? Like animals' life is
Wait,
totally
No,
equal
you
to
can
human.
say that
one by
humans
one
are
because
higher.
three of you are coming at me once. I want to
Guys,
discuss.
I want to get to the original core of this. If we can see that the chicken is avoiding the farmer because the chicken values its own life, maybe we should value its life because it values itself, right? Maybe we shouldn't cause suffering or pain or even killing them because they care about it.
Why?
I'm going to explain this to Vaka. I will get to everyone else, and other activists can get to everyone else, but I'm just trying to explain to Vaka the entire structure of why I propose this statement. Vaka, do you understand?
Well, I understand your point, but I believe humans don't we feel more than the chicken?
It doesn't matter who feels more or less, right? What's really important is the value that those sentient beings have to themselves. If they want to live, just let them live. Let them chill. Let them smoke weed.
Why? But how about me wanting to eat them? My instinct about wanting to eat them. Does that matter?
Wait, can I talk to Vaka or do I have to start like moderating?
I think you should start, yes, moderating.
Yeah, thank you. I just tried to get a warning out because I don't like people interrupting. So yeah, Vaka, if we can see that, it doesn't matter if they value some things higher or lower, we should still just respect them and let them fucking chill, smoke weed, eat cookies, I don't know.
I mean, everything you just mentioned. I mean, my point still stands. Like, don't we feel more?
It's not about that. Do you understand what I'm trying to say, by the way?
You're saying we both feel pain, so we should have both the same
No.
respect. Right?
All I'm saying is it doesn't matter who values what and on what scale. If individuals want to live, let them live. That's it. Let them chill.
Well, that is true. I'll keep that in mind.
Then let them chill by not paying for them to die, bro. That's all. Okay, Chip, you can go ahead.
I'll keep my comment right here. I'll have my comment right here. Because we were going in circles.
I think we should move on because we've been going in circles with this one.
Yeah, all I want to say is let's respect life. Let's let others chill. If anyone wants to criticize my opinion that we should let everyone chill, tell me. Anyone? No. Do we all agree we should stop eating meat? Make it illegal?
Can I talk?
Wait, make it illegal?
I'll profess someone else.
It's not fair, bro.
We already talked to you.
Yeah, you already said you're gonna let
You're picking the easy opponent to talk to.
No, we're just picking the people who actually listen. You're not. You just want to make up points. You don't actually listen.
Wait.
That's not the point of the discussion.
You agreed. You verbally agreed.
Nah.
Ling, you verbally agreed you're gonna let other people talk. So let's stick to that, or I'll have to moderate. I don't know what to do, but yeah, go ahead. Pikachu, what's up?
So what's wrong with killing animals? They get killed in wild all the time.
Yeah, I can answer that. So if you look at my screen, right, I'm sharing a screen. I have two circles on the screen on the whiteboard right here. So the green circle, the smaller circle, is an animal. The yellow circle is a human, right? So each circle encompasses those like traits that this object, quote unquote, has, right? So an animal object has like eyes, ears, tails, whatever, the ability to smell, the ability to feel fear, like really fast running or whatever, right? So all the abilities and traits that an animal has, imagine them encompassed in this circle. Humans have like different abilities. Some of them are worse than the ones that animals has. Most of them are like much better, right? Like the capacity to like feel very deeply and like think about like really deep shit and whatever, right? So that's human traits, a bunch of human traits in this yellow circle. So what we are saying is, right, that animals and humans, they're not exactly the same, right? So they're not the same circle. They have different traits, but they have some traits in common. And what we are claiming is that the traits that we have in common with animals are the traits that make it not okay to exploit and slaughter somebody, that make them morally valuable, and in a way that like allows them to live and express themselves and shit like that. And this set of traits that we have like in common with animals, we call sentience. So it's the capacity to experience life and have like certain emotions and feelings, and like the feedback loop between, I don't know, I'm getting hurt, my brain is screaming, oh, you're hurting, ouch, right? You take your paw or your finger away from the fire, right? This is the things that we have in common with animals. Wanting to live, generally speaking, we have in common with animals, unless an animal or a human are suicidal, right? But that's like really, really fringe. That's it. That's the entire thing. It's the thing that animals have, that humans also have, that make it not okay to kill humans. Therefore, it should make it not okay to kill animals as well.
Like you can say the same thing about tiger and a deer. That's how you know it's not their instinct to survive. Like how it's not due to the
well, if they have
evolution reasons.
Yeah, so if they have an instinct to survive, then humans have the same instinct to survive. Let's not forget, we came from the same ancestor. That's the trait that we have between us. If they have an instinct to survive, we have an instinct to survive. If we have like more of a like the will to survive and less like of an instinct or whatever, right? Then they have the same thing as well. There is no difference there between us. We are both sentient.
Like we have better brain than animals.
Yeah. So what we're saying as vegans, right? It's not like let's kill only humans or let's kill only animals. We're saying kill neither. So we can be like higher consciousness or whatever, but because like the killing humans is not on a plate anymore, literally speaking, we're saying for the same reason we shouldn't kill animals. So comparing animals and humans and saying, well, humans are so much higher makes no sense here, because we say, let's kill neither. There is no dichotomy, kill this one or kill this one. You can kill neither.
So it is all about morals, right?
Sure.
Like, are we talking about being a moral being?
We don't really talk about us being moral, whatever. We're talking about the morality of exploiting and slaughtering animals. So just like, we're not talking about us, we're talking about them.
Okay, so it all comes down to the morality of being a human, right? You think it's good to be moral
what do you mean
towards
the
animals?
morality? What do you mean the morality of being human?
Like,
what do you mean by that?
Like we should care about animals because they can feel pain, or
well, not just pain,
survive.
like not just pain. Yeah, they have like the amalgamation of feelings and experiences, right? This is not just about emotions. This is about all sorts of experiences that we share with animals. So like, imagine something kind of hard to digest, right? Imagine you standing over a human being and you're about to kill that human being, and the human being knows. Like, you can look at them, right? They don't even need to say anything. You can look at them and see that they don't want to die, right? There is like an experience there. They are going through something. Well, animals are going through the same thing. Maybe it's not as deep, but it's deep enough for them to not want to die. It's deep enough for them when they're in line to the slaughterhouse machine, right? Whether halal slaughter or a different slaughter, they're trying to turn around and run away.
Plus, I would argue that they actually feel way worse than us, because in a lot of ways, animals live in the moment way more than we do. And we as humans, and you have experienced this definitely yourself, you can easily dissociate, you can easily try to forget and try to think about something else. In fact, when we're in situations where which we don't enjoy and which we don't like, we a lot of the time say, okay, think about something nice, think about being in a nice place or something. So we can do that to ourselves because, as you said, of our cognitive abilities. And animals, if they don't have that, then the animals, they're experiencing where they are in that situation considerably worse than we would otherwise.
So I will give you like a unique example. If you watch TikTok all day, will you feel bad when you read book?
No, you're gonna feel less motivated to read a book.
Yeah, you'll feel less motivated. Like your bar goes low or goes high for dopamine.
What does that even
like
mean?
I'm just
What are
saying.
you trying to say? What are you trying to say?
I'm saying they are adjusted to getting hunted in wild.
They are not adjusted to losing their life. Do you understand that animals integrally want to live and not be exploited?
I understand that. I agree with your point. I'm just saying animals get killed in wild all the time.
Humans. Humans get killed all the time throughout our planet. Does that give us moral justification to kill more humans because they get killed in the wild, as we would call it?
No, you're talking about exceptions. I'm talking about food chain.
Excuse me, exceptions? Are you saying that if a human being goes into a lion habitat, as you seem to have a problem with lions or want to bring lions into this discussion, if a human being goes into this lion habitat, would they not get killed?
Will you stop the lion from killing humans?
If I can, yes, I would try to choose to stop anybody. Yeah, there is also a matter of possibility.
No, like if you are in wild, the lion is hungry. Will you stop it from killing you? Like how will you stop if he's more stronger than you?
However I can. I will do whatever I can within my power to try for that lion to not attack me. What even is the point?
But do you agree it will kill you if he wants to?
Perhaps, yes. A lion is insanely big.
Yeah,
why would that matter?
Can I just ask a question?
Why can't we do that to animals?
Wait,
if animals gonna...
give me 1 second, Felix. Give me just 1 second, Felix. Because I want to go down this train of thought, and then I'll let you ask a question. So you're saying that because lions could do something like kill a human being or kill another animal, then we should also, as humans, be allowed to do that thing, like kill a human being or an animal.
We should be allowed to kill animal if someone wanna eat. I'm vegetarian.
So we should be allowed to kill animals because lions kill animals?
No.
So then why did you bring that argument about lions killing animals? Like, why does that matter to the situation?
You introduced lion. I was talking about chain.
Food chain. Okay. So why does the food chain matter? Let me ask you this. Why does the food chain, by the way, do you know what the food chain is? Can you explain to me what the food chain is?
Yeah. Like, I can give you an example of how food chain works.
No. Explain to me what the food chain is.
So small herbivores get killed by a little bigger meat eaters, like whatever the term for them is, and they're killed by a more bigger animal, and this continues.
Did you know that the food chain, right, in the ecosystem starts actually a little lower?
Yeah,
so the herbivores first eat plants, right? So if we only resigned to eating plants, we would still be in our own food chain. We don't need animals to be in the food chain.
Yeah, I agree, but there are so many things that you get from animal meat, which is very hard to get from.
Like what?
Like protein.
Yeah, you can't get protein from plants, you think?
No. It's harder to get protein from plants.
How so? How is it harder?
Such the composition of protein in animals versus in plants.
Tell me the composition. Wait 1 second. I wanna you make a statement, okay? So tell me exactly what composition of protein my dish has. It is a vegan tikka masala that I'm eating right now. What composition of protein does it have? And what composition of protein does a non-vegan tikka masala have? That it makes it so that, like, just tell me all these all these details about the protein and the composition that you say is different.
Like chicken has 60% protein.
Chicken has what?
Listen to me.
60% or something like that.
Somebody else is talking and we need them to stop talking for a second. Go on.
Just mute them. Just mute, what's the name? SK Patel.
SK Patel. Okay. SK Patel, please be quiet for a second, or otherwise you will be muted, so that we can finish this conversation. Cucumber, go on. Please tell me the composition of protein in these two dishes.
I also want to speak.
I don't have any idea about tikka masala. I don't eat that, so I have no idea about what you're talking.
Masala is a tasty, bro. Chicken tikka masala
so wait,
tasty.
Let me see if I understand correctly. So you make claims that plant-based food is not sufficient enough, has less protein, yet you have zero knowledge about a plant-based dish. Okay, tell me what dish do you eat and tell me how much protein that dish has, and then tell me what vegan alternative you could be eating, what plant-based alternative you could be eating, and how much protein that would have. Because obviously you seem to think that if you are swapping and making a plant-based dish, then you would be getting less protein. So I am curious, how? Tell me exactly how that happens.
100 gram chicken has 27 gram protein.
Per 100 grams.
And it's per 100 grams.
So soy chunks.
Patel, please, hold on, everybody. SK Patel, please mute yourself, or I'm gonna have to ban you. It's just part of TOS.
I already did.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry.
So you said 27 grams of protein per 100 grams. Let's fact check that first of all. Chicken protein per 100 grams. I don't think that is true, by the way. Okay, 27 grams of protein. You are right. Do you know soy chunks, how much protein they have?
Yeah, that has 36 grams, but not all the protein digestible.
Okay, so wait. So right now, soy chunks have more protein per 100 grams than chicken. So you get more protein. Yeah, so you get more protein from soy chunks than you would from chicken. Okay, so now, what is the problem now? You get enough protein, it seems to me.
No, it's not that digestible, and you can't eat 100 gram of soya chunks.
It's not digestible. Please explain to me why it is not digestible.
You can fact check it.
I'm a certified nutritionist,
No, but he's asking you.
I'm asking you. You're making the statement. I know that that's not true.
Okay,
so I'm asking
you. Do you think you can eat 100 grams soya chunks? It gets cooked in. It gets cooked in it swells up when you cook it. So like 100 gram raw soya chunks will be like 300 gram of food or something.
Okay, who cares?
So it's harder to eat 300 gram versus the 100
How much
gram
protein did you have yesterday exactly? I'm just like, I'm failing to see the point, you know? Like, do you know how much protein you had yesterday?
I don't count.
You don't count. So do you know how much protein I had? I count every day. I have at least 250 grams of protein. You want to bet that every single day I have more protein than you do?
I'm vegetarian, so yeah.
I don't even understand your whole perspective of it. Like, I don't even understand. Do you honestly believe against the scientific consensus that you can have a absolutely sufficient and empowering plant-based diet?
I said it's harder to get protein from plants.
But it is not impossible. You just say it's harder, but it's not impossible, correct?
Yeah.
So then if you can get all the protein and all the macro and micronutrient requirements on a plant-based diet, then how can you morally justify exploiting animals?
I'm also vegetarian. I'm saying
I'm
Some
not
people
vegetarian. I
prefer
don't
to eat.
exploit animals, my man. You are vegetarian. That means you exploit animals, as you say, because you consume animal products, do you not?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so for those animal products, do you think animals were exploited to produce those products?
Yeah,
So you do support animal exploitation. So I'll ask you again, how can you morally
do
justify
I?
supporting animal exploitation knowing that you don't need to?
Because I don't have any other alternate.
Okay, so now let me ask you this. If we provide you with alternatives and sources to help you thrive on a plant-based diet, then do you see it as obligatory that you no longer participate in animal exploitation?
Personally, if you're talking about me, yes.
Okay, well, simple. Then we'll have resources, and I'm assuming starting from now on, you no longer see animals as objects, and you'll consume a plant-based diet, and you will be vegan. Am I correct?
I mean, if I get all the resources to be a vegan, I will prefer to be a vegan.
Sure. VPN posted in the chat. I'll post it again. It's called Challenge 22. They hook you up with a nutritionist, send you recipes every day, and help you go vegan for free within your region and within your budget. Here you go. I posted it in the chat right now. So that means, going forward, no more animals are exploited on your behalf, correct?
If I can afford it.
As I said,
Yeah.
they'll help you within your budget. You just gotta subscribe. Does that mean that right now you will subscribe to Challenge 22?
I mean, it will be very hard in my country to go full vegan. You can be vegetarian. It's easy.
So wait a minute. I tell you, I provide you with resources to help you within your country. I tell you, all you gotta do is subscribe. Just put in your email. They'll contact you. They'll help you out with everything within your country, within your budget to be vegan. And all of a sudden,
Also,
you no longer want to do it.
Also, that's bullshit. Like, your country is probably the easiest country to. Yeah, is.
They're talking
easy.
They're talking about vegan, not vegetarian.
I said vegan. I am vegan, and I'm in. There are other.
You
No,
don't drink milk?
No, I don't. I know what vegan is, bro. Look, you're someone who's never even tried vegan. You don't know, right? I am someone who. So I can speak from experience. It's not as hard as you think, right? It's all in your head. Like, Chip literally said, if you had the resources for even within that country, right? You're just looking. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's
So
fine.
you don't drink milk in India?
You're just cutting in and out a bit, Silver. I'm not sure if it's your audio, but otherwise, please.
It's my internet. It's my internet. You can continue. And no, I don't drink milk like this. Either soy milk or I just go without it.
How much soy milk cost?
It's not too bad, but I don't have it that regular. It's like it depends on the store. So I don't live regularly there. But when I do go, I would get.
Still, like how much approximately?
I don't know. It depends on your region, bro. I haven't been there in a while. It's not that expensive, but it works. It gets the job done. And you don't need it, right? Like that's the thing. You don't need to have soy milk. What you need is nutrition, and you can get nutrition from plant-based sources for cheaper.
Yeah, I don't drink milk. Like soy milk, plant milks either.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Wait, why?
Me personally, because of the package, I just got sick of throwing out the package every single day.
You know what?
There's
I
no
get that,
nutritional
that's
reason.
fair. How about you, Chip?
Nutritionally, yeah.
For me, it's
I also
just a matter.
drink protein powder, so it doesn't matter to me.
For me, it's just a matter of empty calories. I feel like whenever I put any type of milk somewhere, I just get empty calories.
Fair enough.
Well, they're not that empty. There is nutrition in there, but it's watered down. Yeah,
No,
I
it's
get it.
dense.
I mean, I'm not getting any satisfaction from it because it just blends in all the taste anyway. So I might as well put water instead of milk.
What? Come on. Okay, I don't want to pull this conversation to a tangent, but Chip, that's crazy.
I'm pretty crazy sometimes.
But yeah, you don't need milk alternatives to cucumber. But if you do, there are as well. And it depends. You could go to your local supermarket. There is vegan milk. Yeah, you can make it yourself as well. It's not too hard. I've made oat milk at home. But yeah, India is like the easiest country because it's like so like vegan, vegetarian friendly already, right? Like all the dishes, like you can veganize them so easy. Like India is like country-wise, like one of the.
It is vegetarian friendly, not vegan friendly.
Well, no, but because it's the most vegetarian friendly, it's also the most, right?
No, like most of the things like paneer or lassi.
Paneer isn't a common dish, yeah. Like lassi isn't a common dish either, right? What's common is chapai and curries. Like the main meals are all like vegan, right? Paneer dishes are like special, right? You don't have paneer every day. You don't have lassi every day. What you have every day is dal and khichdi and shak and chapati and bhakri and roti. All of these vegan. Lentils, all of these vegan. Your everyday common dishes, they're vegan, bro.
I only eat paneer and potato. Just it. I'm picky eater. I can't change my diet.
You can. You can
Okay,
choose to eat
you don't
tofu
want
and
to.
potato.
Yeah.
Hey, so I have a question.
Wait, one second before that.
Okay.
So cucumber, it seems to me like we provided you with all the resources. You had a conversation with somebody who is from your country who's also vegan. Why exactly do you want to continue supporting animal exploitation?
Like you're looking for excuses to see why it's hard. You're not even like trying to like try it.
Like my favorite dish is paneer, so I can't change.
So your favorite dish is coming out of animal exploitation, and that somehow morally
No.
justifies it because you like the taste of it?
No. Like, how can you say getting milk from cow is animal exploitation?
Basically preference.
Wait.
Preference of choice.
That's not what we're talking about. Please, let's finish the conversation with cucumber. So cucumber, we have already established that for milk, animals are exploited, correct?
I have seen cows in farm. They take good care of cows here. Like they roam all the time.
Cucumber, are cows exploited for milk or not?
They live safer in the farm than in wild.
Cucumber, that's not what I'm asking. Are cows exploited for milk or not?
Maybe you can call it that.
Exploitation means unfair usage. Is it unfair?
It's more, I mean, personally, if I was a cow, I would prefer to live in a farm than in wild.
Let's go through this a little bit because I don't think that's true. So cows, why do cows produce milk in the first place?
For their baby.
Okay, so they have to have babies. Do you think cows decide when they want to have babies, or do you think farmers decide for them?
Farmers do.
Okay, so if you would rather be in a place where somebody decides when you're going to get pregnant, that's what you're saying. So you'd rather not have autonomy over when you get pregnant or not.
That's better than getting starved or getting killed in wild.
That's not what I'm asking. You're creating a false dichotomy. You said you'd rather live on a farm as a cow. So I'm curious.
Yes.
Right now, would you rather live where you are right now, or would you rather live on a farm as a cow being sexually exploited by a farmer?
Are you talking about living in wild or living as human? Are you talking about living?
Let's move on because it's clearly not getting. So is it fair for farmers to sexually exploit cows? Is it fair for farmers to decide for the cows when they get pregnant?
No.
No. So it is unfair. So that is the essential part of producing milk, is farmers deciding for cows when they get pregnant. There's a lot more to be said there, but let's just start from this. That means it's unfair. You unfairly use that animal. So you unfairly exploit them. You unfairly use them, therefore you exploit them, correct?
I mean, I agree with you, but don't you think it's better than living in wild?
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what the point is. So
I
again, so
agree.
is it
I
it's
agree with you.
exploitation? Okay, thank you. So
Yes.
then I'm going to ask you again, knowing that you can choose to not participate in animal exploitation, needless, might I add, needless animal exploitation, how is it justified for you to participate in it? How can you morally justify saying, no, I'm going to pay for animals to be exploited because I like the taste of the product that I get?
It's a complex issue, and people have different views on it. Some argue it's not morally justifiable to exploit
listen,
animals.
this whole AI thing, we gotta stop this because we were talking to Cucumber, Kesu, you just putting like an AI voice and responding to this doesn't mean anything. So Cucumber, again, how does that morally justify you participating in needless animal exploitation? Does it justify, is it justified to, if you get pleasure from it, taste pleasure, to exploit an animal, to sexually exploit them?
My point is, I feel that it's better alternate for them to live in a farm than in wild.
No. Because you see, you're creating a false dichotomy. Because you see, these animals are brought into existence for the sole purpose of being sexually exploited and slaughtered. So you are creating a false dichotomy. And all of a sudden you're saying, well, they would be better off than in the wild. That's not the point. It's like me bringing to life humans to keep them in my basement so that they do my chores, and me justifying it by saying, well, it's better if than if they were on the street. Okay, this isn't that. We're not creating scenarios where the life that I'm giving them is somewhat better than any life they could have. Sure, there's always that situation, but you are put in a position where you can choose to either exploit or not exploit them. So my question to you is, how is it that you can morally justify choosing to exploit them for your taste pleasure?
Because it is the best life that they can live.
No. So you're saying that your justification of exploiting them for taste pleasure is because you're doing it for them?
No.
So you're not doing it for them.
I said I agree with your points, but you can't just say it's exploitation. I mean, it's exploitation, but it's a better alternate for them too.
So let me see if I understand. You acknowledge that it is exploitation. You acknowledge that this whole it's better. Do you acknowledge that this whole it's better thing means nothing? Because it's better than them being in the wild means nothing, does it? As I said, if I bring to existence humans and I put them in my basement, I give them all the food and water that they need, it's better than if these human beings were on a raft going towards the Niagara Falls or something. Or it's better if they were on the street. Or it's better than if they were in the wild. You can, like, you do you understand that the fact that they're in this situation and there are worse situations that they can be in doesn't morally justify you putting them in that situation? Do you understand that?
Like you were talking about exceptions, I'm talking about statistically significant life that they could have
Wait. I'm talking about morality. So what you're saying right now is that because something is more prevalent to happen, then it is morally, it is more moral than if something is less prevalent to happen?
Don't you think don't you think it's better for them to live in farms than in wild? Just
Jesus Christ, you just can't seem to.
Most
Do you
of the
really?
calves wouldn't have been born. They
Yes
wouldn't
or
have been
no?
born if they were not born. If a cow dairy industry was not here, they are born given birth by force. They are not naturally born.
But this is a really dumb argument, because you can say like, well, some slaves were born to be slaves, so it's good that they're slaves because otherwise they wouldn't be like they wouldn't exist. It's just a really
You can
dumb.
argue same thing about pets too.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you know, but vegans are against breeding animals. Vegans are in favor of saving animals and helping animals if they really needed the help. Like if I saw a bird on the floor, on the sidewalk, I would approach it and see what's wrong with it. But I wouldn't like pay people to give me birds to take care of.
Jesus Christ. Can we move on to something? So Young said that he will go vegan if we prove to him that you can be vegan. You can be nutritiously complete on a plant-based diet. So, Chip, can you take that?
Sure.
Cool.
You have a problem with you say you can't be do you acknowledge where do you live, first of all? I don't even know who I'm talking to right now.
Young.
Oh, Xiong. Okay. Oh, we've already discussed with him.
Yeah. Xiong, we're talking to you now. So you said in the chat that I asked you a question. If we prove to you that a vegan diet can be nutritiously full, would you go vegan? You said yes.
Yes, but can I say what I mean by proof?
Yeah, what exactly is proof to you? That's a good point.
The only way that you can actually prove to me is, let's say like saying a person next to me and feed them only plant, and you can design any kind of diet to him, or nuts and seeds, vegetable, anything other than supplement, and I will make sure to see if this person doesn't take any supplement, and we do it for 5 years, and if he still looks healthy, then I will believe that.
I'm just like also like, so wait, your whole existence, first of all, what's the problem with supplements? And second, wait, no, you say that you will go vegan if you inspect the life of somebody for 5 years and they're still vegan. Really? You don't trust empirical data? You don't trust meta-analysis? What is it exactly that you need other than like, it's just like that's still an anecdotal experience, is it not? You inspecting a person. You should trust empirical data over that.
Yes, but wait, post-mortem, what did you just say like before that?
Problem with supplements.
Yes, a supplement. So if you say that you can thrive on vegan diet if you take supplement, then I totally agree. I agree with that. But my
then you should go
take
vegan.
is you can't.
You should go vegan. What's the problem with supplements?
Yeah, but I don't have money to buy all those zinc pill and heme iron pill and the vitamin pill. I don't want to.
Sorry, supplements are cheaper than nutrition usually.
Yeah.
Also,
they're like pennies per day.
Wait, pause. They claim that they need heme iron pills or whatever.
You don't need that. You definitely should go for like the plant iron instead of heme iron. Heme iron is terrible for your health.
Yeah.
Okay, then that is still pill then. I don't want to take any, like...
Why? What's the problem?
Well, I just don't want to do it.
Wait.
I just don't want to wake up in the morning taking pills. I just don't feel like it.
So if we invent a pill that keeps you that keeps you from growing old, you no longer grow old, you always stay at the age that you want to be at, because I don't know what age you're at right now. So you just have to take this pill every day for the rest of your life. And you might even live forever. You might live as long as you take this pill, let's imagine. Would you not take this pill?
I would definitely take the pill. But
there you go.
That's not the... That's not the... That's where the benefit outweighs the...
I feel like this guy's flailing, okay? Stop talking to this guy. Who's this guy? This is, are you all vegans?
Some of us.
I'm not.
Okay, most of you.
No.
Okay. Can I bring something up maybe after you guys are done with this guy? I don't know how to get a cut in.
I also want to ask a question after he's done.
Yeah, later on. Okay, so here's the thing, Seong. You can take an incredibly cheap. Sorry, I'm working out. You can take an incredibly
chill pill. Calm down, mate. Chill pill. Take a chill pill.
Yeah, you can take an incredibly cheap pill, which is the cheapest nutrition on earth, taking it in a multi-supplement. And you can eat whatever you want in plant forms. And as a reward for that, you don't exploit and slaughter animals with your money, with your consumption. I don't see the downside. What's the downside? You must care so little about the animal and the animal's life and the wants and needs that you're not even willing to take one multivitamin pill.
Yeah, that's it. You summed it up pretty.
That's kind of
good.
fucked up, though, right? If I told you if you take a pill, you can save a human life every single day, would you do it?
Yeah, but
you don't even have to go that way. It's just like if you had like a medical condition, you would take a pill every day. So we both know that you would have the facilities to take a pill every day, right?
Yeah, how weak can you be to
but
say,
I mean, there is a
I just
difference
don't
though,
want to
because
take a pill,
you
so
also
I'm not
have to
willing to
recognize
save a life.
it's a little dishonest to go, oh, you just have to take a pill, because that's not the equivalent to being vegan and taking supplements, right? Because that's also, you're not, if you do that and you're actually talking about being vegan and taking supplement pills, you also have to account for the fact that you're cutting out all these pleasurable things in life, right? It's not just not just taking a pill. It's also not eating meat. So you can't just come with the equivalent of, oh,
the issue is there is a victim in that choice.
it doesn't have to be a victim, right?
Also,
that's what I was gonna ask. Are you guys saying there is no such thing as ethical meat consumption?
Wait,
Well, yeah, if you like roadkill, if you eat roadkill, sure, then
Why
we wouldn't have a
roadkill?
problem with
Why
it.
roadkill?
Yeah.
What if you keep a chicken from birth to end of life?
No, then you're killing them. They're fucking you killing them.
They're gonna die anyway. So what if you kill
Yeah,
them?
but you're killing them prematurely. You're also gonna die anyway. Can I kill you now?
No, I'm a human being. That's a
yeah,
chicken.
yeah.
That's
Then
the
it's
difference.
immoral in case of a chicken as well, unless you can.
Why a human is not a chicken?
Guys.
Yeah, we're not saying a human is a chicken.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. You're saying, oh, if you can kill a chicken, I can kill you. Then you're saying a human is a chicken. Because I'm not a lion. I am a human.
Lion,
Yeah.
stop. So if you look on the, I'm sharing a screen. If you look at my screen share, right, I'll explain to you what's going on. Right? Tell me when you're looking.
I'm looking. Is that the A and H thing?
Yeah. So
Okay,
you
I'm
have a green circle here. That's an animal, right? And you have a yellow circle here. That is a human.
Yeah.
So each of them have their own kind of stuff going on, right? Their own traits. So some animals can fly. That's a trait of an animal. Some animals can wag their tails. That's a trait of an animal. And then you have humans, and you have like human traits, all the stuff that are in humans. So their capacity to feel like experience life incredibly deeply and whatever, right? Like reason really deeply as well. So we're not saying that human and animal are the same thing. We're not saying this is it. Right, if you imagine this Venn diagram, that animal and human are the same circle. What we're saying is that there is something between a human and an animal, right? That we have that like this Venn diagram middle ground between
I
animal
understand
and
what
human.
you're saying, but you also have to recognize then that the difference between the size of the A and the H here is completely what is the word? It's not it does matter.
That's fine. Okay, I can make it bigger if you want. If you like really want, I can make it
no,
like
but
really
what
big.
I'm saying is, in your analogy,
it doesn't matter though.
If we're going to use imagery, we can't use images and symbols to describe.
Look, Lion, you gotta listen. It doesn't matter. Here, I've made
but
H
the
much
thing is, the
bigger.
difference between the animal traits you describe, being able to move their body parts physically, and like the human conscious experience is you can't put those two little circles next to each other and say, oh look, they're so close. Look, the animal's just a little smaller.
So Lion, here's the thing. Animals also
it's
have
profoundly different. The human conscious experience.
No, you're wrong. Listen, Lion, you gotta listen, and Crystal, you gotta.
No, you gotta listen. Am I wrong that the human conscious experience is profoundly different?
Please be quiet.
Wait, I'm gonna start moderating. I want this conversation.
Please be quiet.
Hold on,
Sorry.
guys. I'm gonna moderate. I want this conversation to go between two individuals. Lion, I appreciate you jumping in, but at least let them talk.
Oh, I feel like the other guy is done now. I thought this was me and this person now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to moderate, so it is between both of you. Someone else just has jumped in and stuff. But I also want you to just not like start interrupting each other. That's all.
Oh yeah, I'll try that. But she does that also, to be fair.
Can you please allow me though to explain? I only try to stop you when you're not allowing me to explain, right?
Yes.
So animals do have this conscious experience. Yes, it's less than this of a human, because human beings have like this extra layer called like the higher consciousness, But we all have the basal consciousness. And that's my claim. Because we all have this basal consciousness, that animals and humans both have those, right? And animals, generally speaking, if you put them in the slaughterhouse, they don't want to be there. They want to leave, right? If you're trying to kill an animal and they know that you're trying to kill them, they want to leave, right? So this experience, because they have consciousness, it's not okay to put them in a slaughterhouse. It's not okay to exploit them. It's not okay to slit their throat. That's the only claim I'm making. I'm not making the claim that they are the same. I'm making the claim that they have this shared experience, the humans and the animals, and that's called sentience.
Okay, you're saying like 3 different points, and I just need to also be able to remember it by the time you're done, right? I'm just saying, you're talking about. Can you repeat your first point about yeah, you're saying it's the same basal conscious experience, right? But you cannot prove to me that it is similar enough. No, you cannot. You're not inside of a pig's brain. You're not inside of. Oh no. So that's the first thing, right? So you're just extrapolating.
No. So let's start on the first thing.
No. So you can't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. You shouldn't interrupt me, right?
No, but let's continue on the first thing. You made a claim about my first thing. Let's continue.
Where's the moderator? Where's the moderator? Bring the moderator.
Okay, yeah, Lion. I think this is a good point. Let's work through one stage at a time. So first, you said you cannot compare those things, right?
No, so, listen, be fair. Let me finish my whole point, and then we can go into it.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, but your whole point is going to be new points.
Hold on. They can address all of the points, but at the end of all of those points, let's go back to the first one, okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lion.
Okay, if we're gonna talk about the first point, explain to me in like 1 or 2 sentences without saying the whole thing. Just say what your main point is at the beginning there. Just say, like, make it articulated clearly, yeah?
Sure. So animals and humans both have basal consciousness, and that basal consciousness makes both animals and humans individuals. And for the same reason, it's not okay to kill humans. It's not okay to kill animals as well. That's my entire point, by the way.
Okay. So the jump you're making is between, if this thing has a basal consciousness, you should respect its being as much as a human being, right?
Well, not as much, but
where do you get that? Where do you get that from? Because I'm saying I'm saying it's wrong to kill humans because we're humans, right? So you can't just say, we both have basal consciousness. I'm not respecting basal consciousness. I'm respecting human consciousness.
Why not?
Yeah, I want to jump in. And when you say we should respect humans for being human, this is like saying I should respect white people for being white. I should not.
No, it's not.
Why?
Okay.
Yes.
So,
it's circularism.
Hold on.
Why?
I want you to explain to me what is so special about respecting only humans. So we can go from there.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Why is it so special?
When you say I should respect these individuals for being similar to me, this is a very similar argument that could be used for racism and other things. So when you say we should respect humans because we're human, I want you to kind of elaborate on it, please.
Well,
what trait do humans have that make them?
Are you talking about morally?
Yes, this is a moral-based VC.
So yeah, okay. So why should we consider humans morally? Is that the question?
My question for you is like, why should we only care about giving respect to humans? Why should we cause unnecessary suffering to any non-humans?
Wait, the thing is, that's not a fair way of asking that question, because I'm not saying we should cause unnecessary harm to not.
Amazing.
That's not what I'm saying.
I can ask the question. So the question.
I'm not arguing. We should unnecessarily harm animals.
Lion. The question is this way: imagine there's a being in front of you. Doesn't matter biological or not. Hell, you can even imagine a computer who just recently gained consciousness, and this computer has power over, like, I don't know. They can have power over everybody on this planet. They can choose to kill humans, exploit humans, kill animals, exploit animals, right? But they don't really understand any form of morality whatsoever, right? So you want to explain to this individual, because you say, well, we should respect humans because they're humans. And this individual will be like, well, I don't understand that logic, because it is circular reasoning, right? Saying we should respect X because they're X is not a logical statement. It's just, it means nothing. So what is it about humans that means that they deserve respect?
Wait, okay, no, this is my problem. You want to baseline it to, do they deserve respect or not? But what you're making now to be is as if my point is, you should be able to just kick dogs because it's fun.
No,
that's not what I'm saying.
Did you hear my question? What was my question?
You want me to repeat your question to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because you weren't listening. I was asking you, what is it about humans that makes it so that we need to respect them?
Why should we respect human beings?
Yeah.
Because it's right? And you're asking why is it right?
This is yet again circular reasoning.
No,
I'm asking you, why is it wrong to disrespect humans? Not why is it right to respect humans, or because it is right, or because they are humans. I don't need... So the whole statement is, it is right to respect humans. It is wrong to disrespect humans. I'm asking you, why?
There could be a million reasons why. Right,
so then
but one reason is because you want to feel good, you want to feel like a moral being, because doing bad things to people only
why is it bad to do something to people? Why is it bad?
Well, I can use like my basic empathy. If something bad happens to me, I wouldn't like that, so I can think, I wouldn't want someone else to go through something bad, right?
Hey, progress.
No, but it's not progress. I'm not saying you should just be able to completely neglect an animal's like morally. You shouldn't. It shouldn't be complete neglect. I'm not saying that
because we're progressing the conversation to somewhere where we can talk about morals, and we can actually.
Please listen. My statement is that you can be a moral. You can be an ethic meat eater. Right.
But okay, we'll get there. But before we get there, we have to go through all of this, believe it or not. Okay. So please get some patience. Have some patience, and and we'll get you there, and we'll explain to you our position. If you're actually interested in hearing our position, we'll get you there. But we have to get you through these steps.
But let's streamline it. I'll say this, right? I think we should respect human beings because that's the only way we can have a society that works. Okay. And we can skip all the moral fundamental and just move on to the actual subject. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So what if there's human beings who are outside of this society? They do nothing to society, therefore. Maybe they live in a forest or something. There's just one individual human being. They live in the forest. They live outside of society. Should I be respecting them?
Yeah, you should be respecting them.
But it does not follow the rule that you just said now. We should be respecting human beings because they benefit to society. So right now, this human being...
hold up. In a vacuum, sure, there might be one guy that lives outside society and everyone else lives in society. But in real life, that's not how it works. If there was one guy living outside of society, there could be a million reasons why that has happened and why that could happen again, right? So it still wouldn't work if we're talking about making civilization work, because any one person can be the one guy in the forest then.
You gotta Lion, for context, you gotta understand we're talking about two individuals in this matter, okay? We're not talking about the whole society. We're not talking about plentitude of...
But why? We live in a whole society.
Because
why?
If you want to understand our perspective, you gotta start from here. There's an individual in front of you, and what we're trying to accomplish, if it's okay or if it's moral for us to exploit that individual, okay? So right now, you're saying that if that individual is human being, then it is immoral to exploit them. So I'm asking you, why is it immoral to exploit them?
I want to understand your perspective. Why don't you just answer the question? Tell me, why is it immoral to exploit that person according to you?
Why is it immoral to exploit a human being? Because they're sentient.
Okay, so because they're sentient.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why? Why? Because they're sentient.
Because that means they have a subjective experience of the world. That means they have experiences, and that means that you exploiting them would mean that they would have an experience of that exploitation. Whether that experience means suffering or not is a different perspective, and it doesn't really matter. All that matters is that maybe that individual did not have a preference for you to exploit them or for you to use them unfairly. And therefore, because they have this experience, because they have this will, then we should be respecting their experience and their will, especially given that we don't need to.
Okay, and from my understanding, you're saying this goes for humans, but this goes for all consciousness. So that includes also animals.
Yep.
Well,
right. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. But then finally, we're getting to the point that I'm saying, okay, fair, but we shouldn't be exploiting animals. I'm not coming here and arguing all meat industry is okay. I said you can be an ethical meat eater.
Okay, wait a minute.
Big difference. And you all said no, you can't be an ethical meat eater.
Wait a minute. So right now, there's an individual in front of you, and you're saying it's wrong to exploit them even if they're an animal, correct?
To some degree, sure, yeah.
Wait. All of the sudden, it is to some degree. Which degree makes it okay to exploit an animal?
Okay, because when you're basing your morality and, oh, I'm imposing a bad experience for a person, and then you don't even have the facilities to understand how their consciousness is generated, right? For a human being, it's easy to say, oh, I'm imposing a bad experience on you because I know for me, I can have bad experiences, right? Or not even just bad experiences, nuanced experiences.
So let me
right?
put it this way. So you know that the individual in front of you has experiences that can be both have both a positive valence and a negative valence. Yeah. So then I'm asking you, if knowing this about this individual, that they can have both positive valence or negative valence experiences or emotions, when is it moral to exploit them?
First of all, right? Why I don't understand this. Okay, so we can both agree roadkill is fine to eat. Right?
No. Please, listen. We're not gonna get anywhere unless you answer this question. We have to establish at least some form of moral things that we agree on. Otherwise, we'll always get to them, and we will never get anywhere. So what we're doing right now is we're establishing a moral baseline so that we have these communications, so that you can ask the questions that you're asking. Otherwise, when you ask these questions and we reach a moral baseline that is inherently different between you and I, we get nowhere. So that's why we ask this question.
Ask the question. Yeah,
so this individual in front of you, has both positive and negative valence emotions and experiences. When would it be moral for you to exploit this individual, given that there is no need for it?
Okay, I could say when there's unnecessary harm, right? So unnecessary harm. What about that one?
So if there's no need to exploit this individual, then exploiting them is wrong always, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Does it matter if this individual is human or non-human?
Yes.
Why?
Because when we're talking about concepts of balanced emotions, that's still a very complicated human experience.
Hold on, Chip, could you change the question? Because I think it was a little bit more technical for Lion.
Sure. So the question is, the individual that you see in front of you has both positive and negative emotions, both positive and negative experiences throughout their life. You know this about them. The question is, when is it moral to exploit them? You said never if there is no need. But if they're somehow non-human, if they're not human...
It's kind of my problem with the way you're arguing, because my thing is, okay, so I can insult you and I can say your mom is a lazy cunt, right? I've put some bad... maybe that affects you badly, makes you feel bad emotion, right? And maybe entertained me. Did I exploit you?
No. So exploitation is not about harm. Exploitation means unfair usage. Okay? It means unfair, using somebody unfairly and against their consent. Let's just put it this way. It's fairly simple. You use somebody unfairly and for your benefit and against their detriment. Okay? Do you understand that?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so right now, this individual in front of you, we've established that if they're human, then exploiting them is always wrong. But now my question is, if this individual is non-human, why is it okay, when is it okay to exploit them, knowing that still they have positive and negative experiences, positive and negative emotions?
Okay, so what if I ask then, what if we can eat meat without giving the animal...
do it. Again, like I've explained to you why it's important to form a moral baseline, and every time we get close to forming a moral baseline, you come back to something else.
Even if I agree with you and say exploitation is always wrong, animal or human, right? I'm saying you can eat animals without exploitation.
Hold on, Lion, I think I know where we're getting stuck. So the question right now is there ever an ethical way of killing an individual, human or non-human, when it's needless?
No.
Amazing.
No, that's what I'm saying. I just acknowledge that, right?
Okay.
Animal is wrong. You can't exploit them. Okay.
Okay, so we've established that. We've established that regardless of their species, exploiting in an innocent individual is wrong. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Now when you say okay, we have a moral baseline. We both agree on that one. That is actually quite good, and I appreciate that. So now,
this is just
when you
retarded philosophical circle jerk, right?
Okay,
we're not established.
No.
We need to get to the practicals of it.
Well,
we can
that's
both
what,
agree.
Dude, you have to for a second let me finish this question. I was going to ask you exactly the question you wanted to ask you. So please explain to me. But please listen. How can it be moral for you to consume the flesh of an individual without exploiting them when there is no need? Again.
Maybe they're dead already.
So, okay. So you're saying... One
Yeah.
second. So you're saying that if this individual in front of you is dead, then it is moral for you to consume their flesh.
Not necessarily, right? It depends because see, this is the crux of it, right? Because if I consume the human being, other people are impacted by that, right?
Of course.
Every single person that's known or remember.
Wait, if you consume a human being, it also impacts the actual fucking human being, doesn't it?
If they're dead, no, they don't exist.
Let's go with they're dead. Let's go with they're dead.
Yeah. If they're completely dead, that's fine. We're not talking about that. We're talking about.
No, we are talking about that.
No, wait 1 second.
No, we're talking about killing today.
We are talking about that.
Hold on, moderator. Okay, Chip, go ahead.
We are talking about a dead individual, first of all. You're right. We are talking. So what you're saying is that if an animal is dead, like let's just put it this way. I don't even care if it's a human being. Let's put it with the animal, okay? If an animal is dead, you are saying it is moral for you to consume their flesh, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it moral if this animal is not dead for you to kill them and consume their flesh? All again in a situation where you don't need to do it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. Right now, you said that it's wrong to kill somebody if you don't need to do it, regardless if that somebody is human or non-human. And all of a sudden, you said that it's okay to kill a non-human, even if in both situations you don't need to do it. But all of a sudden, you seem to think that it's okay to kill them if you're going to eat their flesh.
I also want to say it's a contradiction. Basically.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about exploitation, didn't we?
Okay. Exploitation. Exploitation is unfair usage, is it not?
Yeah.
Do you think killing somebody is a fair usage of them or their body?
I just want to also clarify, we're talking about needless, right?
Needless exploitation, yeah. So do you
think... but then we found a bridge, right? Because if you need to do it, you think there is ethical meat consumption, right?
No, we can go down that road. Wait, we can go down the road, dude. We can go. Listen. We have to finish this whole situation. We have to finish this whole situation. Okay. So in the situation where it's needless, as it is today, as you are right now, if you're in a situation where you can choose to not kill an animal, do you think you would be acting morally if you choose to kill that animal for something you don't need?
I can give an example if you'd like.
No, I don't think it's about needing.
I think it's very important to talk about this, and I can explain why. But I'll yeah. Do you remember Chip's question?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Chip, ask the question again, please.
So, I don't even remember my question because I was just amazed. So, in a situation where you don't need to kill an animal, how is it moral to kill an animal?
That's the question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you have to convince me first that the animal deserves, right, to be morally considered.
So wait, all of the sudden you agreed that an animal deserves to be morally considered enough that you don't unfair use them, but all of the sudden they don't deserve enough for you to not take away their whole existence for something you don't need? Do you see the contradiction in that?
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
So, if I unfairly use an animal, if I unfairly use them against their consent,
what kind of consent can a cow give?
Maybe Felix can address this.
Yeah.
Give him a second.
I can make it super easy, right? I can just simply ask you, look, you have, let's say there are 2 plates in front of you. You can load them up with plants, or you can load them up with plants and kill the animal to also load it up with meat. Do you think, like, if they're both nutritionally adequate, they're both healthy, they both fill you up, which one is better? The one where you have to kill the animal, or the one where you don't have to kill the animal? Which one for you is ethically better?
The one where you don't have to kill an animal.
Cool. So if you live in a society, like let's say right now, because we don't know about your living situation, but let's say you live in a society where you can be vegan every single day, would you say that's a more ethical choice?
Yeah.
Cool.
Because then you can skip the whole complicated way of eating meat ethically in modern society, right? So even if you try to be as ethical as possible, right? If you just go vegan, then you have no way of ever fucking up, right?
Okay, but we can talk about the ethical.
So practically, for a human being, yes. But I mean,
Yeah, but would you say, like, even in, how do you explain this? Give me a sec. Let me think. Do you ever think it is ethical to kill animals in a society that can be vegan?
Do I ever think it can be ethical? Yeah, of course, yeah.
How can you ethically kill an animal if there is no need to do it?
If there's no need to do it.
Yeah, so let me explain it. Let's say we have this imaginary country called Wakanda, right? And let's say everyone in Wakanda can be vegan, and they literally can, right?
Yeah.
What would be an ethical way to kill the animal in Wakanda if everyone can be vegan?
You could kill it towards end of life.
By the way, killing them for your benefit, not for their benefit, right? Because there is such a thing as mercy killing, and just to be clear, we're talking about killing for your benefit.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about mercy. Yeah. Towards end of life.
Do you think if we did this similar to humans, would that be okay? Do you think killing humans to eat them at the end of their life would be ethical?
No, I don't think so.
Why?
Because there could be multiple reasons, but one reason is because I don't want to impose a horrible experience on this human being or other human beings.
Okay, couldn't you have the same answer for the animal? Like,
no, because you can't tell me what kind of experience a pig has.
But would you say?
What if you find an animal, a human that has like?
If I pinch you right now, it's gonna be upsetting for you maybe, and it's gonna be bad.
Irritating.
Right? Yeah, it would irritate you, right?
Sure.
And if I pinch a pig, I don't know how it would feel. Probably bad, right?
We'll try pinching a dog because you have.
But I can extend. Shut up, please. You are not in this, right?
So
that's a pinch, right?
Sure.
And then if I like grab your arm and twist it and like pull on it a little bit, maybe you have a different experience, right? And it's still bad, right?
Sure.
And then maybe I punch your arm and it's still bad, but it's different. And then maybe like I scratch your arm and I lick your arm, like whatever the fuck, right? There's like an infinite amount of experience that we can match with an infinite amount of human feelings and experiences, right? You can't convert that to a pig. Like earlier, someone was saying, "Oh, you're gonna sexually, what was the word? Sexually exploit a cow because you're like impregnating them."
Yeah, I'll get
it's like how are we extrapolating?
I'll get to that in a second because I think that's something also important, right? So first of all, we have to remember that when we're talking about these kind of animals, they are livestock animals. The reason why they are the way they are because they've been bred to be exploited, right?
They don't have to be. If we're talking about ethical meat consumption, they don't have to be livestock animals.
Well, hold on. But if you want to have some kind of animal agriculture, even the most ethical, the way you think the most ethical animal agriculture is, animal agriculture relies on exploiting animals and using animals, even if it's to the end of their life, right? Because livestock already has a name to it.
Wait, so I don't get it. So it's unethical to be like a beekeeper and eat their bee? Aren't you exploiting the bee then?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would not be okay with like production of honey. I can explain, but when it comes to like bees, it can be like pollination. Pollination is a different kind of conversation. But yeah, no animal
You
products.
gotta be German, right? You're German.
Polish, close enough. But a long story short, we as vegans don't want to exploit animals if we can, right? And the reason why I'm telling you about the Wakanda or whatever, because why would you have animal farming in the country that relies only on plants and can survive and thrive on plants? There is no need to exploit.
Because you can't prove to me that a pig being born, taken care of well, and given a good life their entire life until they're old, and then being killed is actually like a worse experience than them just dying naturally. You can't prove to me like.
Wait. Which one is better? This is gonna be relevant, but which one is better? Being born into slavery or not being born at all?
But it's different when you can't concept what slavery is. It's different when you
I'll
can't.
get to it. I'll get to it. But which one's better?
Being born into slavery or
not being born at all?
Probably not being born at all.
Why?
Because then you haven't experienced slavery.
Okay, but then you're also not being exploited and all of the other things.
No, but you
right?
don't exist. But you don't. There is no you to talk about.
Yes. Oh my God.
Sure.
You're holy shit. The IQ of this room is growing every day. Let's go. Okay, amazing, right? So we could also, as smart individuals, we can make choices for other beings, right?
Sure.
And if we know that the only experience of the individual, let's say it's a human or the animal, is gonna be negative. If I knew that individual was going to be born into slavery, it would be better if they were not born into slavery.
I feel you, but also have you seen like a pig at like an ethical farm? They love their lives, bro. I don't understand. Like, why are we comparing that to slavery? Like, they have fields to graze on. They have a bunch of friends. They eat great. They eat good. Like, people like them. They pet them. Like, I don't understand. How is that slavery?
Would you be okay with farming dogs for meat?
Like if someone else did it, like in China,
well, if they farmed animals, if they farmed dogs the same way that they farm
I'm against what people. I mean, I assume you guys would call all meat eating unethical, but I am against unethical meat production, right?
But
what a normal person would consider.
Hold on.
So if people are ethically breeding dogs and eating them, I would feel bad about that because it just feels bad. That's not obviously you guys understand.
Why does it feel bad?
It just feel. They're just feelings. I'm not saying it's rational.
Do you feel bad about?
Because I like dogs. Because I like dogs.
Okay. So if you didn't like dogs,
I don't see them as food. I see them as like pets.
Okay, but you see the problem with saying I feel like that. Therefore it's okay to
treat. No, I'm not saying it's. I feel like that, so therefore it's okay. I'm saying I'm okay with the cows, pigs, horses, dogs, and anything else that
you're saying all that based on your feeling towards these animals because you said for dogs it's wrong. You say for dogs
bad about the dog and I feel okay about the cow. But I'm saying both are okay because my feelings are irrelevant.
Okay,
but I'm saying
so
that
would
bringing
you say,
up the dog example only works to invoke like negative feelings, but it doesn't change the rationale.
It exposes the exact hypocrisy of your statement because you seem to think that if an individual is born a certain species that you somehow have a connection with, then they're out of range. They should not be exploited, slaughtered, used as food or anything. But if an individual is born a species that you were taught it's okay to exploit, then hell, let's continue doing it because that's what you were taught and that's how you feel about it.
You're misunderstanding completely. I'm saying both are okay, regardless of my feelings.
Both are okay.
So that's fine. But we can kind of sure. I'll move a little bit forward. So why is it wrong to? What's so special about humans that we cannot farm them?
No, can we go back and say why did you say that an animal being born and live entire life and murdered towards the end is the same as slavery?
Yep, because one individual wants to use them for some kind of benefit. So, for example, if I forced you into a world where I exploit you for free labor, you wouldn't know about it. Let's say I teach you in school that, like, I don't teach you about slavery and anything like that, so you don't even know what it is. I would still say it's wrong because I'm exploiting another individual, right? Which
But
would
the
be
thing is, you do understand how the examples don't work when you're applying them to me, a conscious being that can rationalize things and understand concepts and understand concepts of exploitation.
Wait. If you don't understand the concept of exploitation, is it
It's
okay
not understanding. A baby can't understand. They're still employing the
No.
same conscious experience.
Baby would not.
I'm saying you don't even know if they know what understand is.
Okay, so if I have a human baby that literally has mental capability issues, let's say even better. Let's say even better, right? That baby I know has a brain of a chicken. They literally are mentally disabled. They have a brain of a chicken. I can prove to you 100%, right? Would it be okay for me to treat them and use them like a chicken?
If they had the brain of a chicken?
Yes. Can I use them like a chicken?
I would say
like
no, because that's an anomaly, and you, in a hypothetical, being able to prove to me that they have the exact brain of a chicken is completely like it couldn't happen in real life. Even if you, a one guy, said, "Oh yeah, this guy has a head of a chicken," we wouldn't believe you because we would still think, "Oh."
I would love for you to just kind of explain why it will be wrong for me to exploit them.
Because it's probably a human being, and you in real life you couldn't prove they are a chicken.
But you see, wait. You and I have established that regardless of the species, it is wrong to exploit them if there is no need. All of a sudden, you're contradicting yourself.
Well, because when we talk about animals, the idea of exploit and the idea of need are very different.
Dude, we went through it step by step. Step by step, you acknowledge that it's wrong to exploit an animal if there is no need. You acknowledge that.
Yeah, but you don't acknowledge that it doesn't have to be exploitation. When you
Jesus fucking Christ, you were asked just now about exploitation and you said it's okay to exploit an animal.
But I'm saying it's different for humans and animals. If I kill a human when they're 80, that's very different from killing an animal.
I'm done with this person. This person does not have the rationalization capabilities for me to be able to continue this discussion. Therefore, I should exploit you because you don't have the rationalization capabilities that I want to have in a conversation, right?
That's your logic. I'm a human being. If you want to go about the world doing that, that's fine. But you would never exist in society. You would be.
Wait, Bugai, I want to eat you, Bugai.
Hold on. We can just speed run this real quick. Lion, what trait would you remove from a human to make it okay to ethically farm them?
The structure to employ a human conscious experience.
Okay, so if there is a human and somehow we find out they do not have human experiences, does that mean that we can use them like a cattle, like livestock?
So you're saying if it was basically a chicken in a human body?
We can say that for the sake of the argument, sure.
But that's where I have the problem, bro. Because if we're talking about vacuums and hypotheticals where we can impose objective knowledge, it's very different.
Could you please at least address?
Yes, sure. If we can magically know those things, sure. If it was like but I'm saying like.
Wait, if we could magically know what? Sorry.
If we could
objectively. Guy, sounds cute. I want to eat you.
Hold on. I need to like mute this person. Yeah, Lion, go ahead.
Manoba. No, I'm saying, sure. In a world where we could objectively understand that they're not humans, they're just in human bodies, and for some reason we wanted to put aside the fact that it disgusts us deeply, then sure, go for it. But I don't think that it would be a real thing, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, so your statement is it's okay to eat humans as long as they have a chicken brain.
No, I'm saying it's okay to eat humans as long as they're not humans. Dude, that's what it's established right now. It's okay to eat humans if they're not humans.
So if we find an anomaly where an individual, okay, if we find an anomaly where there's an individual, it's an
animal.
Can
I eat you because I think you're a retard, not a human.
Okay.
Who you eat?
Using slurs is against TOS, so I would advise against it.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll just there you go, remove them. Yeah, so just real quick, just to get to the point, if we find an anomaly of an animal that looks and has all of the human traits apart from the DNA, which makes them Homo sapien, let's say they're a different kind of ape, but they have all of the human traits, you would say it's okay to farm them like livestock.
Well, wait, it depends on what we're defining as farming as livestock. If you're talking about those chicken farms where they live like 1 centimeter away from each other and they eat their own poo, like, no, that's not okay for anyone.
Wait, I have an amazing example for you, right?
Yeah.
I always use this example. Have you heard of Sentinel Island?
Yeah.
Cool. So we have those individuals on the Sentinel Island. If we discover today that they are actually a different form of apes, they're not Homo sapiens, would you be okay with like taking them, washing them, cleaning them, and just like eating them after like 70 years?
Wait, what's that? Come on, man. Monte Cristo.
Could you please address
Yeah,
this?
no, I got attacked to my ears. You're saying if we could prove somehow, if you came up with the evidence that the Sentinel Islanders were not humans, they were just looked like humans, kind of, right? And that for some reason this is objectively, we know this for fact. We like God told us this, right?
Sure.
Then someone else went and ate them. If I'm okay with that?
Sure.
Okay, now this is gonna sound crazy to you, right? But yes, but I wouldn't feel good about it.
There you go.
Right? So yes, but that's not the same thing as morally. So I don't feel good about people eating dogs in China. That doesn't mean I think.
But you have no issue with people like taking travel visas to go eat Sentinel Island people, right?
I would probably look at those human beings and say there's something wrong with you.
So you have an issue with them. Come on, this is just like you're trying to create.
No,
this,
but it's
you're
different
trying to
between
create
feelings
this.
and rationale.
No. Listen. It's not about there's a difference. We all acknowledge there's a difference between feelings and being rational. But you are being highly irrational right now because when you're saying things like I find it okay, I wouldn't like it, I would condemn it, but I would find it okay, is a direct contradiction to what you just said just now. So would you condemn it or not, somebody to be eating individuals that look like humans, walk like humans, speak like humans, but they're not humans?
See, and that's the funny thing is that your argument only seems even slightly like persuasive if you have to make the animal into the shape of a human.
No, this is because we're trying to appeal to your moral baseline. Your moral baseline is that somebody taught you because somebody is born human, they have inherent value. You seem to not understand the idea that if somebody is sentient, they have inherent value on their own. And this is what we've been trying to explain to you time and time again, that it doesn't really matter if they're what species they are. If they're sentient, they have inherent value because they want to live. They want to experience. They have experiences. You seem to
How do you know that? How do you know they want to live?
Science.
Oh, because they try to run away when you put them in a slaughterhouse.
Okay, live in what sense? They want to stay alive. Plants want to live. Plants want to live, my friend.
No, plants don't want anything.
Plants want to live. That's why they go.
Plants are not sentient. They don't want anything. You need a brain.
I think when the question was addressed as like, how do you know animals want to live? I think this is getting to a point where it's going to be a bad faith conversation.
Yeah, it is. It already is. This person is not interested in having a conversation. They're just interested in naming things or reasons or why they want to continue doing this.
I think no, it's just different because we're talking about a human being knows that they're gonna die eventually.
Okay, well, answer the question. Answer the question that we've been asking you consistently. What is the morally significant difference between a human being and an animal that justifies the difference in treatment?
The human being has a human conscious experience.
Okay, so if an animal has a conscious experience, an animal cannot. If an animal does not have a human conscious experience, or if a human being does not have a human conscious experience, does that mean it's okay to exploit and slaughter them?
You could never know if they have a human conscious experience.
Okay, so all of the sudden, in the case of a human being, you cannot know if they have a human conscious experience, but in the case of an animal, you know for sure that they don't have a human conscious experience. You see how you pick and choose the arguments to suit your narrative?
Okay, so you're saying that if we took a human brain and removed all the parts that animals don't have, they would still have the same.
We have the same parts in the brain. We have the same parts in the brain as animals do. That's why a lot of the things are tested on animals, because we are so damn similar to them. What even is your argument?
You're saying an ant has the same brain as a human being?
This is bad faith. Okay, let's.
Yeah, it's
No,
not worth it.
hold
Let's
up.
not
An
have this
ant,
conversation.
you're
This
saying
person
an ant has the same brain as a human being. Answer my
straw manning
question.
absolutely every
Answer the
argument.
question. Answer the question. Does an ant
take
have
over
the
for a bit?
same brain as a human?
If you
No,
have
it
to ask
doesn't.
this question.
No, it doesn't, and that's an animal, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. So
Does
I
a cow
don't like
have-
how we keep channeling. Wait, please, Jeff. Just yeah. You already know and you recognize that suffering, animals suffer, and you're against that. You said that if you look down, or well, not look down, but you wouldn't like it when dogs are being eaten, right? In other countries, and you just are normalized with the fact that you eat cows, pigs, and that, right? You said that it's immoral. We don't need it, right?
Sorry, your microphone quality is really bad, and I can't really understand all the words.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna fix that. Yes. Un momento, por favor.
Can we just make one dedication? This is the last
Is this
try we are
better?
gonna. This is the
No,
last
it's the
time we
same
try, and then we stop because I feel like we're
That's
going in
fine.
circles
That's
with this
fine.
part.
I just every time we go
Is this better?
to a certain place, you
Yeah,
freak out.
Silva.
And,
Yeah, Silva.
Yeah.
Silva
Alright,
can
cool.
say something. Go on.
Sounds better. Yeah.
All right. I just want to fresh start. Okay, Lion. You agree that we don't need to eat animals, right?
Yeah. I don't think we need to eat animals to live.
Okay, and you eat it for taste, right?
Me?
Yeah, you choose to eat animals.
Taste, texture, the feeling, all that.
Cool. I think so. You remember the analogy that Philip gave, right? A burger that gives you the same amount of nutrition, that kind of stuff. To be honest, I don't even know why the conversation didn't just end there. Like, that was already a slam dunk, right? If you had a vegan burger and a burger with like meat in it, but both had equally same like nutrition and all of that kind of stuff. You said you would choose the vegan burger because it's obviously much more ethical, right?
No, I'm not saying I would always choose the most ethical thing.
So do you believe it's important to be an ethical person and make ethical choices?
Yeah, but you don't have to be completely ethical for you to be a good person, for example, right?
Oh.
Well, I don't want to make a testament on good person. I just want to make a testament on like, okay, you should do the ethical thing.
Should you always do the ethical thing at every single point in your life?
Yes, because it's ethical, right? I don't like beat up my wife only on Mondays.
Okay, but if we're all walking demons, then what's the point then of your ethics system? Because sure, like maybe you don't eat an animal, but you probably have an iPhone, right? So at some point,
No, I don't.
all. So where do you get your clothes from?
Second-handed or like ethical shops.
And if we go through every device in your house, we're gonna find that.
All of my devices are ethical, right? But the point is,
And
right?
every furniture in your room, you don't go to IKEA. You don't do any of that.
No, I don't.
Every
No, we
single
don't.
thing in your life. And what
Yes.
headphones are you using right now?
I have Sony Budweiser, but they're like 6 years old, right?
Okay.
That's before I went vegan and ethical, right?
That's okay, but I'm saying for you to live your life, you're using other people's products that they already bought, right? So it's just an extra step.
The point is, we are having a conversation about should and what we ought to do, right? We can't change the past, right? And in fact, you tried to do that on me, but I already live a very ethical lifestyle, right? So it didn't work. But I get your point, right? It's hard to live an ethical life.
You had to slither out of it at the end. Yes, you did.
No, because what's the call? I'm not going to feel guilty about something in the past I wasn't aware of, right? Can you be unethical if you are making choices you weren't aware of? No.
How does Discord maintain their servers?
No, wait, dude.
No, seriously.
I think we should stop this conversation. It's not going anywhere.
Everything. No, if the question is, should you always do the most ethical thing, and you say yes, you should.
Yeah, you always should do.
Are you doing it, and you're not? Then you're proving my point. Guys, there's no human being that can do that.
Lion, hold on. Silva wanted to address a point, and you kept like going into a tunnel to another tunnel. Silva, could you address the point, please?
Yeah. This is an appeal to futility, right? We can't all be perfect, but we should all try to aim to be living as ethical as possible, right? If I found out that I am doing something unethical, you are more than welcome to educate me, and I'm going to try and change my way of living to be more ethical, right? I'm not going to say, oh, there's so many things I have to change. I'm going to give it up all, right? I get that it's overwhelming, right? I get that it's hard, but we live in a world today on the backs of like people who fought for us, right? Who fought for a more ethical society, right? If we had this kind of attitude that there's nothing worth fighting for, there's too much unethical stuff going on, then we wouldn't be anywhere, right?
I fully agree with you. And I think
we make the world a better place by making strides and like going against the grain and doing the harder stuff, which is more ethical.
Yes, and I agree with you. But then when we get to the example of the vegan versus non-vegan burger, right? And you're saying, what should you do? And you've isolated this one interaction and you go, oh, what should you do here? Right? But there's a million things like that every day. So then when you want to tell me, oh, you should be vegan and choose the vegan burger, and then I turn around, there's another choice and another choice and another choice, your only rationale at that point is, oh, you should do the most ethical thing every single time.
Yeah, every single time you're presented with the option, you should make the ethical choice. Now, can we move on, please?
Yeah,
I don't think we need to have this conversation.
Hey, Lion.
You're insane, but Felix and
Lion, I think you already said that you agree with him that, you know, like we should be fighting for what's ethical. So if you agree that we should be fighting for what's ethical, then you should be going vegan. And that's that. Like, there's no other way around it. Like, there's no but this, there's no but that. Yeah, you already agreed that we should be fighting for what's ethical. So you already concede that going vegan is the right choice.
Or in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be, but I don't think you have to be an ethical person.
No, let's just move on.
Let's move on.
I think move on.
It's not worth it.
Well, I think the trees also have feelings, if you know that. yes.
Before we want to move on.
Are you sure, Chip? You sure you want to move on to this?
Yes.
Wait, we got somebody. Yeah.
There is a study shows that
tell us the study name.
An apple.
Tell us the link the study. Link the study in the description. Okay, so link it and then we'll have the conversation. Now let's move on.
Yeah.
World creator, slave,
you're a legend. Okay.
You're a legend.
Okay, so let's move on to the next person until this person links the study.
Mylon, we were having a conversation in text. You here in VC? Is he not here?
Hello, I'm here.
That feels.
So I just want to ask, like, how does it make meat eaters an immoral thing? I mean, like,
So
when
I
you
don't
eat,
like-
how is it immoral?
Yeah. Okay. So
I can. Sorry,
Go on.
I can answer that. So would you say that causing harm to somebody that doesn't cause harm to you is unethical?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the thing again? I'm sorry. I lagged a little bit.
If somebody did not cause you harm, would you say it is unethical to cause them harm?
I'm sorry. I'm also not good at English. What is unethical? Actually, can you like provide a different word, the same as that?
Immoral.
Immoral,
Okay.
Not moral.
Yeah.
Well, when someone doesn't really do anything to you, I know that you shouldn't hurt them. But like,
Right,
we are
because
not the
it
one
would
who's
be a-
killing them, but we're eating them.
You're paying
the-
somebody. You're paying
Yeah,
somebody
that's
to.
true.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I know. I respect all vegans because I know that you guys care a lot for the animals and you guys don't want to hurt animals. But the thing is, if that makes us immoral too, I mean, don't you feel like it's just you guys judging people as well? Because
No.
if that's, does it make you guys immoral to not eat animals?
We're not really.
Human.
Could you
all
rephrase
humans.
Yeah, so
Look,
let me
this
just
is
put it
a-
real quick. It's not about an individual being moral or not. It's about an action being moral or not. The action of supporting the needless exploitation and slaughter of an animal is immoral. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
There you go. So then it's that if you agree that it is immoral for you to exploit and slaughter a sentient individual, an animal, for something you don't need, then that means you already have the same values that we do. It's just that we follow through with it.
How do you mean like not need when you can actually use them for food? So you
But
still need them as food.
So obviously, if I say that I need to consume food, it doesn't mean that I need to eat the flesh of humans or dogs or cats. I don't need to do that. I need to get nutrition. If I can get nutrition from other sources, then I don't need to kill a human being. I don't need to kill a cat, or I don't need to kill a dog. If I were on this deserted island, though, where I would have no other options but to kill a human being, a cat or a dog, to eat them, I might resort to that because that would be a need. But in the absence of need, and a true need, not a, well, I need it or not, like not a, I think I need it, but an actual need. If there is no need for it, then it is wrong, as you just said, right?
Okay, I understand that. I mean, I know what you vegans are fighting for, and I actually respect that. And I'm happy for you guys that you care about these animals, but I already know what you guys are fighting for. But the thing is, how are you just get? I mean, what are your goals? Like,
Could I
do you have
ask
plans to
why?
turn every animals? Do you have plans to turn every humans to be vegans as well?
Could I ask why you respect it but wouldn't support it?
Knowing that you
But
guys don't want to hurt animals. I mean, come on. Who wants to hurt an animal? Nobody does it. People these days grew up. I mean, in this generation, we all grew, not really all, but people grew up knowing
that
that
wasn't my
animals are
question. It
food.
wasn't why you respect it. It is why you
Yeah,
respect
what
it
I'm
but
saying
not
is
support it.
I respect you guys and support you guys. I mean, not supporting you guys literally, but I am happy for you guys that you guys care about the animals. That's
But you
that's what
don't.
I'm happy for you
Do
guys.
you care about
I do
animals?
care about animals. I do care about animals. But the thing is, I know myself that they're food too.
Wait, so you care
Okay,
about animals, you know that animals can be food. Do you acknowledge that people can also be food?
Come again?
Do you
People can
acknowledge?
also be food.
Yeah, can humans be food?
To some other people, of course. I mean, to other people, because cannibalism exists. To some tribes, they
There you
do.
go.
That's what they believe.
Yeah, so you acknowledge that humans can be food. You acknowledge animals can be food. You seem to think then, would you say giving respect to humans would be giving respect to humans if you were to be killing humans for something in the same situation that you would be doing to animals, like just because you can or just because you want to?
Well, they're animals. I mean, we're not talking about human, because when you kill a human for food, then that's murder, because that's in the law, of course. So when it's
Stay
an
outside of
animal,
legality.
then that
Outside of the legal repercussions, you are in a place where it's not illegal to kill humans or something. I don't even care.
if it's illegal to kill an animal, then no one's gonna do it, of course.
No.
But if
The
it's legal,
question is,
then
if
that's why
it's
people do it.
the question is, okay, well, let me ask you this: dogs. But before we go to humans, even dogs. Do you support the idea of killing dogs?
Oh no! To be honest, I live in the Philippines, and people here, it's dogs. And
But you
not
don't.
not all. I don't, of course, no.
So why not? Why don't you eat dogs?
Because I believe some animals have purpose in life. Okay. Well, people uses dogs for guards. Okay, they guard people. If people think, oh, I shall not kill this because I can use this dog as for something like this, then probably just because of that. They have some other great use than being food like that.
So they are served as slaves rather than serve as a food source. Is the reason that
If
you would
that's
not
what
eat.
you want to feel, but I believe dogs have better use than being food, and that's what people thought of, like probably grew up to them, that they can be used as guards, some family like that. Yeah.
So okay, so you believe that dogs are slaves, not food. Okay.
No, they're family.
Wait.
Because dogs
But
guards you and helps you.
what about a chihuahua? A chihuahua could not protect a family. A chihuahua could theoretically be part of a family. Would it be okay to exploit and slaughter a chihuahua?
No way, because a chihuahua can actually help you, like being an alarm when you go near to someone's house. The chihuahua
Let's
would
imagine.
bark.
Okay, let's
Sorry,
imagine.
Can I say something? Are you only looking at animals through the lens of what they can do to you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Are you only looking at animals through the lens of what they can do for you and not as in on themselves, right?
Well, as
understand what I'm asking?
humans, if so, you're asking me if I think animals are just like for the use of a human, like for humans to
No, I'm just
use
asking.
for their
When you
lives?
look at an animal, are you immediately thinking, what can it do for me? And if it can't do anything, it
No,
doesn't
of
have
course no.
the rights to exist.
No, of course no.
So tell
Some
me,
animals have.
so tell me, give me an example of when you look at an animal and you're not thinking about exploiting them, and which animal is it?
Okay, let's see birds. When birds fly, you don't. Most people don't really catch them for food that much. Some people just take picture of them and let them go.
No, let's talk about yourself. Please give me an example when you looked at an animal and you didn't think, what can it do for me?
A bird, of course. What can it do for me? I would never think of that until a bird. I just see them fly, and who cares? Just leave them alone.
Yeah, exactly. Why don't you do that for the rest of the animals?
Because I know the other purpose of the animal. Because we grew up eating
The bird
chickens,
doesn't have a
cows.
purpose. But the bird flying around doesn't have a purpose. Why do other animals need to have a purpose for you? Why do other animals have to do something for you?
Yeah, because that's where we grew up. We knew that
No.
chickens can be
Let's not
food
talk
and
about where you grew up. Please tell me, how can you look at a sentient animal and say, well, what can it do for me? But you can look at another sentient animal and don't have that thought. What is the difference between a chicken and a wild bird that makes it okay for you to look at a chicken and say, I'm going to slit her throat to make her into food?
I want to address something.
Okay.
I want to address something real quick. Like, we understand that you got brought up into a system where, like, the system told you it's okay to do these things. We're asking why.
Oh, okay. Well, first, let me answer her question first. First of all, oh wait, sorry, you were saying?
No, my question is kind of similar to Post's question. That's all.
Okay. So
It was a
first,
connection.
okay. Well, so, what's the difference between a chicken and a bird? Well, like what I said, people grew up. Well, it's easier for humans to catch chickens. Well, if you use a bird as a food, you can more likely not catch it. So yeah.
Do you understand you're
That's
making
my
an
POV.
error there? Do you understand that you're making an error, that nobody catches chicken, they're bred? So they're bred into captivity, right?
What does that mean?
Chickens are bred into captivity. There are like
They
a bunch
are
of hens and roos, right? They're put together to fuck, and then the chickens put like out eggs, and then those eggs go to hatchery, and the eggs are hatched. Nobody's catching a wild chicken.
Okay.
Yeah. So my question is now, though, the individual. Look at the individual animal, i.e. chicken. Why is it okay to slit her throat for unnecessary stuff, right? Why do you immediately go to thinking, oh, that's an object I can exploit?
Why do you mean by unnecessary? I mean, yeah, it's unnecessary to kill a chicken because there's a lot of things that you can eat. rather
That's
than
what
just
I mean
killing a
by it.
chicken.
It's unnecessary. You could eat plants instead.
Yeah, but I don't think it changes my decision
think
though.
the
To
only
So what is that
necessary
difference? What is that difference?
because chicken tastes good and better
Okay,
than
so
plants.
it's taste pleasure, right? Do you think it's taste pleasure is a good justification for slitting somebody's throat?
No.
Then why do
I
you
would go
pay
as
for
far to say
chickens to be
any
done to them?
any sensory pleasure.
Because
Like
I
any
believe you can
sensory
find.
pleasure.
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, it's better to eat plants than eating chickens if that's what you think. Because when you kill chicken, I know a chicken should not lose its life just for your food.
Exactly. So
So,
why aren't you vegan yet?
because I grew up in a family eating meat.
Well, now you're grown up and you can stop doing that. Now that you actually realize that it's immoral to kill a chicken for unnecessary
I
food.
also want to address something here. Many vegans, including Post, did you grow up eating meat?
Yep.
There you
Grew
go.
up eating chickens. Chickens are from our backyard.
Same.
Saw the chickens being slaughtered as well.
So it doesn't matter how you got brought up.
Okay, so if I eat meat, what does that make me?
Well, that doesn't matter. You yourself said that it's immoral, right, to kill a chicken for unnecessary food, So you make your own, predictions of what it makes you when you go and knowingly pay for a chicken to have that throat slit for unnecessary stuff. You tell me what it makes you.
Yeah, it makes a person immoral then.
So
it makes your decisions immoral. It makes your decisions immoral.
Yeah. Okay.
Do
Well, if
you
that's what it
generally,
is.
yeah, do you generally strive to be like a moral person? Do you think it's one of your goals in life?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Then maybe
When
you
you're a
should be
religious
vegan,
person as
right?
well.
You should be vegan, right?
Vegan?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask, do you guys believe in God?
No, wait. You were asked a question. You acknowledge that it is immoral to exploit and slaughter sentient beings. You've been asked so many questions. You said it's immoral to kill a chicken when you don't need to. So right now, you're saying that you do all this. Are you acting morally when you're doing all this?
Acting morally doing what?
Supporting the needless exploitation of sentient beings, aka chickens, cows, pigs, etc.
Well, to me, I believe that eating meat is an exploitation, to be honest.
I'm asking
why are we going down this road? You already said that it's
what is
immoral.
exploitation to you? What is exploitation to you?
You already said that it's immoral.
Hold on. You said you
Wait, is it just the same word?
vegans. You said you respect vegans for what they do. So you obviously just contradicted yourself completely, because you went from saying I respect vegans for not wanting to exploit animals.
Yes.
But now you were saying I do not believe that eating meat is exploiting. So that is a complete contradiction, because you wouldn't respect us
because
for...
you guys, well,
Yes,
you guys
guys,
are
I
good
come back.
people because you guys don't eat meat because you believe that animals have a life, that they shouldn't lose it. So yeah, I guess I'm immoral, but I don't know.
Well, we're
Guys,
not saying
I find you.
moral. Hold on. We're not saying moral or immoral. We're just saying you're a hypocrite based on your own values.
Wow,
It's,
hypocrite.
I would like to address something if you don't mind.
What's going on?
I would
you
like to
have to
address
wait.
something.
You have to wait. You have to wait. We're talking to somebody else now.
I just want to quickly
Well,
finish.
you're all talking to someone from one group.
I'm about to finish. Just real quick.
Okay.
The person we were talking to, would you agree you're a hypocrite?
A hypocrite in terms of what? Like what?
In terms of your own values.
He's not hypocrite.
No, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm just telling I respect you guys because this is your opinion, and I'm happy for you guys that you don't want to kill animals.
That's
But
not the point.
what's the point? Tell me what's the point.
Hold on, just real quick, because Axel addressed exactly the hypocrisy in your own values.
Okay, tell me what's the hypocrisy again?
Axel, go ahead.
Okay, so you said that you respect vegans for not wanting to exploit animals, and you agree that it is more moral to not exploit animals. But then you went into saying that eating them for flesh is not an exploitation. That is a contradiction. And so it is
Okay,
that
I guess I was wrong with that then. But in my opinion, I respect you guys because you care about animals. Okay?
We don't care.
And what
I don't need your respect.
It makes me immoral.
I don't need your respect. I need you to respect innocent sentient beings. Of course you're going to respect people who choose to not oppress individuals just because they can. It's only normal that you respect them. But do you understand why we cannot respect your choice to exploit and slaughter innocent sentient beings?
Yeah, I do.
You do understand.
Yeah,
So you do understand why we're calling you, why you are objectively a hypocrite based on what we've established, and you do understand that...
I want to leave.
Okay, leave.
I need to leave, but I
leave.
No, I'm sorry. But I already.
Disrespectful.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but because I have to leave, I want to clarify for what I have been spoken and I claimed, and you told me that if I bring the evidence, I can speak.
All of that evidence has been debunked.
Wait. Quickly, I need to moderate. We're currently in the middle of a conversation. If you got told...
Could you just wait your turn?
Wait, hold on. if you got told to put studies, put them in the side channel, link the person you were talking to them. Thank you. That's all. Yes, Chip, I think you were talking.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I feel like you say you respect vegans, but you know what? We don't need your respect. All we need is for you to stop exploiting sentient beings. And we as vegans we seem to share the same values as you, which is insane. The fact that we live up to our own values, we just one day woke up and realized, or spoke to people and realized that, you know what, we're hypocrites by us saying one thing and doing another. And you yourself right now is saying one thing and doing another. You say you respect animals but do another thing. It's just like you going forward. Obviously, we cannot police you what you're going to do. But if you choose to exploit and slaughter sentient beings like you are now, you would be a hypocrite and you would be an oppressor also to those individuals. And you definitely cannot say that you respect animals, because you don't.
Okay. Well, before you guys say it, shame on me. And I guess I'm a hypocrite, but I will still continue eating meat. And that, yeah, shame on me.
No, you are not hypocrite, bro. You are not hypocrite.
You're not.
No, me.
No, he's saying he's hypocritical. Don't fucking argue with him. He's right.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think I'm hypocritical, but I will still eat meat because that's what
He
I
is in
believe.
your
And
view,
if it's
but he is not.
wait, and if it's immoral, then I will just ask God for forgiveness.
Okay, guys.
yes.
If they claim, hold on, if they claim that they're hypocrites, that's fine. Let them do what they want to. If you guys believe you're not hypocrites for eating meat, talk to us about it. Let's not defend a person who just is talking about themselves. If you want to defend eating meat, you're very welcome to talk to us right now.
But the thing is,
you all guys, five
people
vegans
speaking
on
to one person.
Okay,
I'm trying
You're
to
just
mod.
claiming
Okay.
that no one can respond to
when
him.
we want
Hold on,
when we want to talk and say something, you just say shut up and don't talk, and you guys keep on going on him. He's one, and you guys are 5 or 6. So I don't think it's fair.
Wait,
I think you're forcing your ideologies on him, and you make him look hypocrite, even though I don't think he is.
Farco, I can explain to you. I can explain to you why. Let me just explain real quick. The reason why it is fair for us 3 to have a conversation with one individual and not one individual to have a conversation with the other 3 is because we try to stay on point, we try to address your concerns, and we are looking after your concerns, after your statements. We're not trying to create new statements on their own. Well, sometimes we do, but then we follow through with them and then deal with them. But we, essentially, as the 3 people that we are discussing with you, 4 people, 5 people, doesn't even matter. We are trying to stay on the same subject, on the same discussion, to have you as the point of discussion. We are discussing to you. If somebody else comes in, they will not defend the same idea. You may not realize it, but they will defend a slightly different idea. Every person has a different reason for why they consume animal products, believe it or not. So we're just trying to go through all of them. That's it. It's fair.
And if a non-vegan were to come in and argue the same argument and keep on the same topic, it would be allowed. So if it was just for you to support her and argue the same argument and support that, that would be allowed. It's not like we're saying nobody can speak.
Yeah, that's true. Because we are trying to support his idea.
Yeah.
And you are supporting your friend idea. The vegan supporting the vegan. And the opposite.
Guys,
yes.
we don't mind people jumping in and asking questions, but the issue is because of how often we do these conversations with people, we hear the same question over and over and over again. So we usually prefer to have one person talking to each other rather than multiple people. I understand how everyone is trying to jump in and say something. That's why we have this side channel. And there's actually a lot of vegans right now in the side channel addressing any of the points that you guys have if you can't really talk right now.
Then you can do the same thing with your friends. So
guys.
your friends can drop their
can you
replies
stop,
in the
please?
side channel,
Guys.
and one person should be talking, the one who's claiming their points.
Let's stop with this how to have conversations, and let's have the next conversation. And I'm assuming
you're doing your conversation unfairly. So what do you want us to discuss?
I want to address. I'm gonna address something because World Creator is trying to say that they've talked to someone and about plants.
I talked to you. All of you.
To me?
Not
Okay, cool.
not
That's fine. I just want to address that post-mortem, I'm
Mhm.
guessing, is looking at the
Yep.
exact articles that you've
Yep.
posted, and hopefully they will be addressed in the side channel when Post reads them. Okay? So if you have a question, World Creator, you can always type in the side channel to Post.
I'm not gonna have a conversation in the chat. I won't. I prefer to have this squid debunk right now, Felek, or maybe
Would
do
you like
it in a
to?
different channel.
Would you like to? Yeah.
Yeah, I can do it in a different channel if you think it impedes on the conversation here.
Do it here. It's a good thing
Okay.
to debunk.
Okay, so speaking of communication, so plant communication doesn't mean that they're conscious. So my phone let me please address all of your points. So my phone communicates with my computer. That doesn't mean that my phone is sentient. This is the first and the last link as well, also plant communication. None of those articles, by the way, make the claim that plants are conscious. So this is the closest one, right? This article, the second article, it's a Quest to Cognition in Plant Neurobiology. So this specific paper is debunked by the way, I'm showing everything in my share, so you can follow it. The second one is debunked specifically in this article about plant sentience. It's debunking all the theories on plant sentience, basically by saying on a cellular level they can't be sentient because the plant neurobiology, quote unquote, to which we'll come soon, it does not allow quick transference of information between one cell to another. And that's one of the prerequisites of consciousness. Another one is like a brain and a nervous system, and plants just don't have that. So the second one, I would need to read into a little closer to it, but it also doesn't make the claim that plants are conscious. So kind of weird situation here. This is just I don't even know what this. So you see how the plants can speak. The speak is in parentheses, right? In quotes. So that means that it's a metaphor. Plants can't actually speak. They don't have mouths. And therefore, this also is not a good indication of sentience. Plants have some kind of communication. Again, it's just like my phone communicates with my computer, doesn't mean it's sentient. Also, plant neurobiology puts it in quotes. This means that they know it's not actual neurobiology. But even if you had actual neurobiology, like actual neural pathways in a plant, you'd still need a brain for it to become conscious. And plants just don't have brains. And the last one we admitted, so it's again communication. So I'm going to put in the chat this paper that debunks all of these things because I think it's a very important paper to read. To see that plants are not conscious, unfortunately. I wish they were. I wish it would be like an interesting world, right?
Okay, nice, very nice. You're addressing very nicely. I respect that. It's a good thing. Well, for example, if you're talking about the last researchers is saying about speak, they're just making simplifying for the kids. Because if you read the article, they're trying to simplify that tax and the studies to the kids. That's the first one.
Do they make
that's a study. That's a study. Yeah, please let me finish. As I finish, I'll let you finish. So that's the first one. Second, if you know about neurobiology, what is neurobiology? If you're studying science and you're studying, for example, basic biology, well, understanding the neurobiology has something that it has been sensitive. For example, if you're being angry, that needs to be a neurobiology to reach it to some organs. For example, if from specific organs to another organs. So if you're talking about unconscious and
I addressed this though.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
But I addressed this. You literally weren't listening.
See, I'm respecting you. I'm respecting you.
You're not respecting me because you weren't listening.
But you are not letting me finish one sentence. You are not letting me finish one sentence.
After I said neurobiology doesn't matter.
Stop talking and drop your ideas in the chat. Stop talking and drop your ideas in the chat.
What kind of hypocrite is that when you're talking to a person that he's a hypocrite, but now you are saying that you are very respectful. You know?
I'm not saying I'm very respectful. I don't need to respect you because you clearly show disrespect.
So let me finish. If you have a quote about what I'm saying,
when I was talking, you weren't listening. right? When I was talking, you weren't listening. When I said
Guys,
that, when I was talking, you weren't listening. When I
Who-
said
who-
that even if
what
they
did I
had
say, bro? Guys,
neurobiology,
what the heck?
Okay, hold on. Let me just moderate real quick. Okay, world creator. What were post's points about the studies that you posted, or well, the articles under studies? Could you at least answer that for me, please?
What you said?
What were the post-mortem points about what you showed?
I didn't understand your question. Can you simplify it?
I'm asking you. You were listening to post-mortem, yes?
Post-mortem.
Yeah. Were you
Yes.
that's
listening?
me. I'm post-mortem.
Post-mortem. Okay.
Yeah. You were listening
never
to
read
post-mortem, yes?
Yes.
Okay. What did they address? Could you just give me the key points?
Okay. First of all, she's discussions about my studies, and she's trying to make the quote, for example, about speak, for example, and she's saying this is a quote,
Okay.
and it's not
Create
even.
world
First
creator.
of all,
What was my?
one
Hold
point.
on. Hold on.
One
This
point.
is really important.
Yeah, that's
what was
one of
my
them.
question?
Second, the second thing is she's saying that the planets does not have a conscious. That means if they are have if they have neurobiology, but unfortunately that does not mean that they have a conscious, because if she has, if it's the tree have a brain, that means okay, and she wished to have it. But this is studies. It's not about wishing and stuff like that. This is showing the proof that if you are taking stuff, anything that it's emotional, it's a neurobiology. If you take something from the tree, or you touch it, or it has emotion, feelings, and there is a
Sorry, which
treatment.
of
Let me
those
finish,
studies
please.
makes this
Because
claim? Which of those
I,
studies makes this claim?
guys,
None of these studies make the
okay,
claim that plants are
okay,
conscious, okay, or have feelings.
okay.
None of
Have a
these.
nice day, guys. Well, I
Yeah,
swear to
good
God,
day.
I'm tired,
after he
guys,
finishes.
because
I
I tried my
actually,
best to be respectful, but there
creator,
is no way.
creator, because I think this is a really important thing to address. Where in your exact studies, including articles, does it say that plants can express thoughts and feelings? Could you highlight or show exactly where it says that plants can be happy, plants can be sad?
Yes, I will show you too by another
I want you
research.
to.
But this is yeah. Okay, I will. But as I did for the neurobiology, I show you that there is some things for the planets. I will show you also these studies that shows you that the trees can be happy, can be sad, can be affected by the environment around it.
Wait.
Treatment.
Before we move to another person, let's just work with this. Highlight or underline anywhere in your studies where it says that plants do and have emotions. Okay.
Okay, I will.
Okay.
But let's talk about the first things about my studies that I'm showing to you about
No.
neurobiology.
That's the
Because
claim.
now you are
The
interrupting
claim
me
is
without finishing
No.
my statement. And you
Creator.
are now standing with
No.
her
The claim
because
was.
yeah.
The claim
Just
was
keep
that
keep
plants are
keep the
sentient.
same
So
as
address
you are.
that.
Keep as a team.
Wait, guys, let's stop. Okay, creator, could you do that for me, please?
Look, man. I respect you. I respect
Okay.
you.
I want to
But do
talk to
you
someone
think?
else.
Okay, see. I think you are a respectful man, and I like that your way you discuss. But
That's
do you
fine.
agree? I will ask you a question. Do you agree that the interrupting by her is acceptable? Because while I'm speaking and I haven't finished my statement, she just jumping.
Yeah, so I can
Is
answer you
that
this
acceptable?
question. Yes,
No,
the reason why
no.
it's
You don't ask
acceptable,
by a
the
question.
reason why it's acceptable is because you haven't
Have a nice
listened
day,
to her to
guys.
their
I don't.
statement. If you don't listen to what
Oh,
others are saying,
They left.
I'm
No,
just
no, no,
gonna
no, no,
finish
it's not
but it's
here.
still a
acceptable.
good thing to say. So let
He's doing
Chip
like
say
this,
it.
basically.
Yeah.
Basically, what
No.
that's what
It's
she does.
hold on.
See,
Let me
Chip will be in the
finish.
middle of
No,
something.
Let me finish
Guys,
what I was saying. So
wait,
what I was
I just
saying.
quickly want to say, even Chip, hold on. I just quickly want to say, I usually mute the people who are usually the loudest. The person who I mute, who is usually the loudest, as soon as I mute them, the tone calms down. Okay. I would mute Post if Post gets very loud and is one of the loudest people in the VC or whatever. I would do that, but I'm just doing it just to calm down the entire VC room. So let's just move away from that. If you have any issues with moderation, you can address it to me or the moderators about me. But let's move on to another person who have any questions about veganism.
Can I just address one single thing before that?
Sure.
Like, I feel like I'll make exactly the point, not about moderation, but about plants having feelings. First of all, the empirical evidence that was provided as postmortem has proved it is not evidence that plants have sentience. But let's just, you know what, because I'm done with this whole debate thing. Let's imagine that plants do have sentience. Everybody who's listening right now will acknowledge that the animals in animal agriculture, and I hope you do acknowledge that, they are fed considerably more plants than we would otherwise eat ourselves. So thus, when you consume an animal product, you inherently kill more plants aside from the exploitation and slaughter of sentient beings. So it doesn't really matter whether plants have feelings or not. It doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, you are still killing more plants and more animals in the process. So you can always choose to not do that.
But also they're not sentient.
But
moving on. Any questions about veganism? The room is yours.
Yo.
Do whatever you would like. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to debate about whatever you guys wanna talk about. Like, why maybe you can start the conversation with some questions or something, because I don't have anything.
I would
Can
say
I do the
if
social
you
experiment on him?
Sure. I was about to say if you could read the channel name or whatever, but sure.
Yeah, so let's imagine, I'm curious. Okay, so you know who Superman is?
Yes.
Okay, so Superman has power over every human being on this planet, right?
Yeah.
Superman is also not human, correct?
Probably.
So if Superman chooses to take one human being off of the face of this planet, one human being, and to put them in their basement where he would be enslaving them and then eventually killing them, would that be moral? He obviously would have the power. He could do it in such a way that that person doesn't even realize that they're being taken. Like, he would do it so fast that he would be in the basement instantly. Would that be moral if Superman did that?
For me, the victim, I would say, hey, that's immoral. Don't do it as a victim.
Okay, so if you were in the position of the victim and Superman, a different individual who has power over you, chooses to do so, it would make it immoral. Would it be moral if Superman was doing this for hundreds of years?
Wait, I didn't say it would make it immoral. I would say that I would think so, personally, like just me.
Yeah, according to your values. When we say if something is moral or immoral, we are testing your values. So you're saying it's immoral according to you, correct?
Only if I'm like being a victim. I'm not right now, so...
No, so wait, are you saying that if Superman were to take somebody else who's not you, somebody else, whoever else, a stranger on the street, take them in their basement, in Superman's basement, for his benefit, to enslave them and then eventually kill them, would Superman be acting morally when he's doing that, or immorally?
Well, I'm in the same power level as the victim.
That's
there,
not
so
what
I
I'm
would
asking.
think...
If Superman...
No, wait, I was gonna reply whether I think it's moral or not.
Thank
Since I'm in the same power level and species, etc., as the victim, I would say, hey, that's still immoral, even if it's someone else.
So it's immoral. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if Superman has been doing this for a long time, would that make it moral?
It wouldn't change it, I think.
It wouldn't change it. What if would it change it if Superman was part of the Justice League, and in the Justice League they all do it? So in other words, if others are doing it also, would it make it more moral?
It wouldn't change a thing.
Thank you. Okay, so just like Superman is not the same species as a human being, and because he has power, it's immoral for him to abuse his power over other sentient beings, also known as humans, in this situation. If we turn it around, is it moral for us, who are sentient beings who have power over other sentient beings, also known as animals, is it moral for us to do the same thing to them?
Wait, right before we switch to the real life scenario, if you ask anyone in the Justice League what they're doing is immoral, are they gonna say it's immoral or moral?
Yeah, they're gonna say it's moral. They would say it's moral because to them, they've been doing it, the same justifications that people use to exploit animals. They've been doing it their whole life. They're not Kryptonian. What do you mean? They're not from Krypton. Therefore, it's okay to exploit them. Same reason as we do with humans.
Okay, so therefore let me get this straight. You are telling me that simply the victims will say it's immoral and the perpetrators will say it's moral. That's all you are telling me, correct?
I'm saying that I'm asking you as an observer of this action. I'm not asking you as a victim. You as an observer of this thing happening. If you say that it's immoral according to your own values, you as an observer, you notice that this species of individuals called Kryptonians, which is a Superman, has power over this other species of individuals called humans, and he chooses to exploit and slaughter them just because he can, you're saying it's immoral, correct?
If I'm a Kryptonian observer, I will say it's moral, and if I'm a human observer, I will say it's not moral.
You're just an observer. You have nothing to do with any of them.
I'm not related in species or anything to neither of the two.
Yeah.
Oh. Then I would literally say I don't have a moral opinion. Like, it's kinda whatever.
So you would say it's moral agnostic if Superman would choose to enslave human beings?
No, I'm a human, so from my point of view, it's immoral.
Only because they belong to the same category as you, it's immoral. Otherwise, if they belong to a different category, that it's no longer immoral.
That's what I would say in real life, like, I'm being completely honest, yes.
Okay, would you acknowledge that this form of discrimination based on categories was prevalent throughout human history and it did some pretty awful things? Can you give me an example of another form of discrimination based on categories?
I don't discriminate on categories as a plural, only on the species one.
Yeah, well, you discriminate based on a certain category. So can you give me an example of a different form of discrimination based on a different category?
Yes, I'll give you the example of slavery, though I don't think it's okay to discriminate besides a species. But
so
okay.
Racism. So based on race.
Yes.
So it's wrong to discriminate based on race, but it's okay to discriminate based on species.
That's what I think, indeed.
Okay, so please explain to me, because you acknowledge that race is a group. The race of somebody is not made of one characteristics from DNA, but rather multiple characteristics, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it the same thing for species?
I think for species you are, like, for race you are still the same species, so
No.
we know.
Is a species defined by a group of characteristics coming from the DNA?
Well, I don't care about people's DNA. No, I mean.
Do you understand my question? So I asked the question: is a race a group of characteristics coming from the DNA? And you said yes. And now I'm asking: is a species a group of characteristics coming from a DNA?
I didn't mean it that way. I meant that it's true that the DNA will be different, but that's not the only thing, right?
So I don't know what you mean by the DNA would be different. I'm asking you, like, simply, you say racism is wrong, so discriminating based on race is wrong, and discriminating based on species is okay. So I want to understand, based on your logic, how do you know if somebody has a different race or they have a different species?
So yeah, this is the point I wanted to get to. I'm never gonna care about someone's DNA. It's all about what my eyes perceive.
So if they look different enough, you say it's okay to exploit and slaughter them.
Oh no. Oh no.
It depends on what you mean by look different enough. You can be my species and look different, and then I'll say no.
If I was born with a birth defect where I just look completely different, I literally am the most hairy person in the world, and I literally look more hairy than a gorilla.
But you still came out of a woman's womb, so I would say, hey, you're human.
He was born in vitro. He was fertilized in vitro, so he never came off of a woman's womb.
Isn't in vitro just another woman's womb and not your girlfriend or something like that?
this is a special in vitro situation where it was fertilized in vitro and then it didn't have to be placed in somebody else's uterus to carry on to term. It was just placed in a special mechanism.
Yeah, long story short, I'm not human. I'm also really hairy.
Okay. No, this is the most important point, whether it was like an actual woman's womb or just a lab. So if you're telling me it's actually unrelated to being developing in like a woman, it's just you were made in a lab, then I would say, yeah, you can kill him, whatever. It's
Wait. So if a woman has a C-section, then they don't come through the women's vagina, do they? Right? They're still lived a bit in the uterus.
Womb. Wait, I said womb, not vagina.
Oh, womb. So in the
like in the belly. I don't know. I don't speak that much English.
Okay. So if a human being is fertilized in vitro, and the people who have done this fertilization, the eggs and the sperm that they used, these people cannot find anybody to carry to term. But look at this, there's this new technology that they can help this fetus grow all the way into a baby in a machine. Then that individual is no longer human and it's okay to exploit and slaughter them.
Wait, did the eggs come out of inside of a woman's belly as well?
Hold on, Chip, I want you to just remember that I think the claim also was from the person, like, if they were made in a lab, it's okay to, like, kill them and enslave them, I think.
Hinter mir Polizei begeht vor Augen, ich laufe weg. Denn zu viele Promille habe ich noch dabei, Mann. Gepäck. Ja, sie sind zu dicht auf den Fesen, sie tut, dass ich lang gewinne.
Yeah, this person.
Ja, das geht in mein Gebüsch und ich dachte, ich wäre abgewichst. War wohl nichts. In die Tasche voller Jane nimmt der nächste mit.
There you go. I'll take care of it.
Yeah. Might have been fucking.
Yeah, Chip, I just quickly want to say, I think there was also a point somewhere that if X individual was created in a lab, it's okay to do that to them.
There's nuance, but yeah.
I'm just like failing to understand what exactly do you think gives moral value to an individual. Let's imagine you have an individual in front of you. You don't know how they were born. You don't know if the eggs came from a woman or they came from being made in a lab. So my question to you is, how do you know whether this individual has moral worth or not?
So since I live in the real world, in my mind, when I'm in the real world, I just think, oh, I'm 100% sure that he's not a lab-made clone. Like I'm 100% sure, so I kinda it's included in when I
that's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking. I'm just asking the individual in front of you. You don't know if they're human or not. You don't know. You just don't know.
This is the answer. It's included by me living in the real world that I know 100% they are that kind of human that came out of a woman.
I just explained to you that you don't know that they're human or not.
Be real with me. You know, when you look at people,
I can be real with you. I can pose to you a hypothetical scenario where there's a box in front of you, and in that box there's an individual. You can only tell what this individual is feeling or what kind of experiences they're having. You can choose whether to exploit and slaughter that individual or not, you outside of that box, but you get to never see who's in that box. That individual, you never see them. So you cannot use your eyes whether to judge if that individual has moral worth or not. So my question to you is not ever seeing that individual. This individual is in isolation to you. You can never see them again. How would you judge whether they have moral worth or not?
But does cloning people are making in the labs exist in this scenario? Does it exist as a concept?
Doesn't even matter. Maybe yes, maybe no.
I think this is a good. Hold on. I think this is a kind of like a good question. Let's say we have two individuals. One, it was like a social experiment. One came from the woman and one came from a lab. They literally are twins. They look identical, right? How would you discriminate?
It would be so. Let's finish. I will answer this one, but let's finish with the point about whether I judge people when I look like on the street whether they have value.
No, you don't see them. I'm telling you, you know of this individual. You know how this individual feels.
I just want to answer to both because you asked me this one previously.
Please answer this one first, since you said you want to answer it, and then the other one.
No, yeah, but I want to go in order of what I got asked, if I could. So, like, my point earlier was that I know in this real world it doesn't exist to make people
No,
in that.
it exists. Look, no, wait for a second, because that's wrong. That's where you're wrong. It does exist. You don't know if I exist. You don't know if you see me, if I exist. You just hear a communication thing. What I'm asking you is, you wouldn't even hear my communication. You would just see that you just know of this individual. They're in a state where you cannot possibly see them, and you cannot possibly communicate with them unless you only know how they feel. So my question to you is,
wait, I said I was not answering that one question where I cannot see them. I said I was answering a previous one that you asked. So previously you asked me, like, how do you judge people's value then? And I said that I don't judge it because I know cloning doesn't exist in real life. That was the previous question.
Okay, fair. Now answer this question, please. So in front of you, there's a box. Inside of that box, there's an individual. You cannot communicate with that individual, and you can only see if that individual has which emotions they have. You can only understand their emotions. Are you going to give that individual moral worth or not, and why?
Do I know the species?
No, you just see that they're an individual and how they feel.
Oh, I would. So what is gonna happen to them if I don't give them moral worth? Like they're gonna
be exploited and slaughtered.
Okay, I would give them. Like I would choose for them not to be exploited because it could be a human, right? It could be. So I would choose.
Okay, what if I told you it can never be a human being?
Then I would choose not to give them value.
Okay, so you don't give values to dogs, to cats, to any of these animals.
Well, I'm kind of generalizing when I say the word not give them value. There is a really tiny value that I do give to every single species of animals. It's just like small.
Can I just
define?
Go on.
Do you
Sorry.
think, just real quick, do you think we should at least give like respect to animals to just like let them do whatever we want to? No, sorry, the other way. Let them do what they want to do. Like, should we just like just let animals do whatever they want to do?
Like, do I
relax,
think they
chill.
all should be doing what, like, we shouldn't make them not do
If we
what they
don't
want?
have to harm them, should we just let them, chill and do whatever they want to do? Like, what I'm trying to say is, if animals live a peaceful life and they don't need to be harmed, should we not harm them? Should we avoid harming them?
This is gonna surprise you because most carnists in this chat would say, like, no, still you can harm them. I'm gonna say, no, you cannot.
Okay, cool. Chip, go ahead.
I just feel
Well,
I feel like we reached the point, and I think every conversation now has to be this, because it just cannot be in any other way, apparently. No matter how I tried the social experiment, but you just want to go into that direction, so I'll just come out and say it. What exactly does a human being lack? Sorry, what exactly does an animal lack? That means it doesn't have. That if a human being also didn't have it, it would make it okay to exploit and slaughter them.
So basically, humanity.
So if a human being, what is humanity? Please define to me this quality that an individual can have.
Being a human.
No, that doesn't work. You understand that, right? I'm asking you, what is the trait that's not a trait? You putting them in a certain category is not a trait. Do you understand that?
It's I understand it's not a singular trait. It's like a combination, but all of them
it's not
are
even a
required.
combination. It's just a category. So I'm asking you right now, what is it about a human being that if I remove it from them, it makes it okay to exploit them?
So can I say multiple traits?
I mean, sure, I'll write them down.
Yes.
I mean, so what I want to say is that all of the traits have to be missing for me to be okay with the thing dying or the animal dying, whatever. They have all these traits. If you want to kill the being, they have all to be missing. So I will list a few traits.
Okay, so all the traits. So if they don't have if they have only one of them, they already have a value. But if they don't have any of them, they no longer have value. Okay, shoot.
Yes. So they have to have come out of a woman's body.
That's not a trait. Come on, we've went through this.
No, that's literally a trait you
It's
can
not
have.
a trait. You coming out of a female's body is not a trait.
Wait, if I accidentally birth and on like if I'm a surrogate like a monkey, you would value that monkey?
What do you mean?
Yeah, if a monkey sperm and a monkey egg is taken and they are like combined the way in IVF sometimes, right, from a man and a woman is taken and combined together, and then they are implanted in me, and then I push that being that is like a monkey through my pussy, give birth to them. Are you gonna start valuing that monkey?
As I said, since you are having a trait that I mentioned, I won't be okay with your death.
Sorry?
I won't be okay with the being dying because it has a trait I mentioned. So it's not okay if they die.
But wait,
Okay.
let me say this then. So if a human being was not born from a female, then they are okay being killed?
I was mentioning more traits, as I said, there are multiple
go on.
ones.
Let's move on.
Because we can deal with this trait now. Chip is asking a really good question. If we find a way to like bring forth human beings that don't come through a human pussy, aren't birthed by a female human being, are you gonna stop valuing them?
I don't think you understood what I meant by multiple traits.
He said all of them. He's saying
Yeah, but
that
if we debunk one of them, then it's already like lost, and you can't use that trait.
I will value them for a different reason. So that's why I want.
Let's just list all the traits. Let's list all the traits. Let's say.
Another reason that I could be not okay with you dying would be having what now is considered human DNA.
Nope. No, that's not. Do you see what you're doing? Do you see what you're doing? That's if I ask you, like if I ask a racist person, why does a white person have more moral value than a black person? They could literally list the same reasons as you. They were born from a white female. They have a white person DNA. These are not traits. Do you understand that? These are not traits. These are all just categories.
Listen, I don't think the issue is whether they're traits or not, because I do think they're traits. I think the issue is that naming traits doesn't prove or disprove anything. I think this is the issue.
Let me give example of what traits would be. Like sentience would be a trait. The ability to feel a subjective experience, the way, like, being able to see the color yellow is a trait. Those are kind of just examples. So, like, that's kind of what we are, like, what we're asking. Like,
What I'm trying to say is that that's a trait that you hold value to. So it's like the racist holding value to a different trait. I'm trying to say that naming random traits does not give anything or take value from anything, which I was mentioning traits, but you want to say they're not traits. Why? Because you are realizing that just because I name or don't name traits,
no, okay.
it
Let
doesn't
me rename it. Phenotypes. Do you know what a phenotype is?
Well, phenotype, I guess it's a combination of traits, right?
Yeah, so phenotype is a combination of traits, as you said. Yeah, a trait or a combination of traits that are coming either from their DNA or the environment or the physiological or physical characteristics of an individual. So please mention phenotypes. Let's be clear.
Also,
born from a female is not a phenotype.
Also, Chip, if you want to be helpful for the person, you can just steel man his argument and trying to make it a little bit easier for them to kind of understand why saying this is wrong, but they could say that instead.
I mean, the reason why it doesn't matter where you're coming from is because it's not things you get to choose, or, well, phenotypes you also don't get to choose, but these are all things that, I don't know, it's just, they don't belong to you, do they? Those are not traits of yours. Those are traits of
But they
your
are.
circumstance.
I just wanna make clear and that we all agree that everything I mentioned were traits. They were traits.
Yeah,
No, we don't agree.
well, I would say that I agree. Like, human DNA is a trait, but here's the issue with that. So, you can have a genetic mutation of, like, somebody born of a human could be born without human DNA. Like,
But
there's
I would
genetic
value them.
mutations.
But there's no such
Why?
thing as.
But listen. Can I say something to reply to that? I would value them because they were born from a human. I said that if they have one of the traits, it doesn't matter which one. I would value them.
I just like, by the way, 1 second, like, it's just human DNA. It's not that it's not a trait. It could potentially be a trait, but it's a categorical trait, because DNA, there's nothing inherent in somebody's DNA to say that they are human or not. The reason why we ask for traits or phenotypes is because we're trying to get to that. When you generalize it and call it human DNA, you're already making a generalization that does not hold any state whatsoever. Because if you hold a DNA in your hand right now, there is no way for you of knowing if that DNA is human or not, unless you have another human DNA to compare it with. There is no inherent trait in a DNA that says this DNA is human.
So I will reply to that. That then by human DNA, I just mean like the certain specifications that are now considered human. What now is considered human DNA, even if it's not actually human DNA, it's just like a name we have given it. So I will change the trait to what is considered human DNA, if that's okay.
Can I quickly just speed up this process? E, what trait would make it okay to discriminate? Which one trait would justify discriminating an individual?
Like not being of my species and the trait so therefore you had to missing the traits to not be.
Okay. So my question is, if you found individuals who looked exactly like you, but you could do some kind of a check to see that they're actually not human, then if you find out they're not human, but they have all of the other traits, then it's okay to discriminate them, right?
No, I mean I already said that you have to be missing all of them for me to say you are not a human.
But remember the question I asked you?
Which?
E, listen. I asked you which trait would make it okay to discriminate another individual.
And my reply was not being of my species, and then I defined what my species is. It's someone who is not missing at least, like, who has at least one trait of those. That's what I define as my species. So if you are of a different, what would make it okay for me to kill you if you are a different species? I would reply.
I don't understand that statement.
What?
I don't understand what you mean by that.
You don't understand, or you do?
No, I do not.
Okay, so my reply was, so what would make it okay for them to die? And I said, for you to, like, being a different species is what would make it okay. And then you asked me, let's say you asked me to define what being a different species is, and I would reply, not even having one of the traits I mentioned. I would reply to that.
Not having one of the traits I
Yeah, and so he was in the middle of naming all of his traits. But the thing is those traits, you would then have to define a woman, because there are women cows who breed women cows. There is male cows, there's female cows. So both of those traits that you mentioned
No, I don't.
They
I
don't
think
work.
you realize that woman already has a definition
Wait.
in the dictionary.
Well, without going too much into it, I just want to kind of stick to the ethics part. Should we find reasons to discriminate each other? Do you think it's okay to discriminate?
I think when you say we, you are talking about humans, yeah?
Yes. Do you think? Do you think
No.
it's? Do you think? Sorry.
Can I?
It's not okay.
Wait,
Not
wait.
okay.
Can we just let him reiterate all their traits? Because I wrote down 2 of them. I just want to write down all of them. Can you just mention all the traits? Let's let him say all the traits, and then we see what's what.
Chip, just a real quick one. The reason why I'm asking them about discrimination, because if they do believe it's wrong to discriminate ethically, then those traits don't matter. Because we can just demonstrate that, hey, if you care about not discriminating based on whatever values, then just don't discriminate based on those values. It doesn't really matter which traits.
I don't think they matter anyway. I think these are ridiculous arguments to begin with. But let's just
Guys,
wait
I
to the
don't think
whole
you're
argument.
realizing. I think you could have used all this time. You could have used something I said against me because, and we should indeed go into that because it's more productive. Earlier, you asked me if we don't need anything from an animal, is it okay to intervene with their?
No, let's
life?
move on.
And I
Let's move on. Just
yeah,
say
yeah.
what the
And
traits
I
are.
said, guys, okay, let's talk about that. But I would just want to make sure that you guys remember. I said if we don't need anything, we don't need, like actually need, not just want, but need. I'd reply to you guys that if we don't need anything from an animal, we shouldn't intervene with their life. Like you could have used that against me, and you still can.
Okay. Can you please name all the traits? I just want to move on from this whole statement. It seems like you were naming traits and you stopped. Name all the traits and then let's see if those even make any sense. So far we have born from a female and human DNA. What's next?
Yeah, another one. Maybe this one I would agree. If you really want to say it's not a trait, sure, but another one would be looks that I would, in general, consider human. Now, this is really difficult to specify, but you get it. So, looks, basically the word looks.
Looks is a trait now?
Looks
like,
human.
Looks human to me. Is that not a trait? This one I would agree, maybe if you want to say it's not a trait. Like, looking human to me.
Okay, anything else?
Let me think.
Okay, so I'm guessing that's it. If you,
I guess looking human to someone who, like, to the general public, whoever it is that is not me, would be another one.
Looks human to the public. Also, none of these are traits. But by the way, fuck's sake, these are also random.
I do agree. I do agree. The last 2 ones are not traits. I do agree with that.
Okay, fair enough. So then we'll go simply from born from a female and human DNA. Can we go from those?
Sure. Let's do it.
So what does it mean to be born from a female?
It means to be born from a
does it mean
woman.
To come out? So if it comes out of a human female, is it born out of a female?
So I'm not talking about female. I'm saying a woman.
Yeah, if it's coming out of a woman,
That's
human
the same
woman.
thing.
If it's coming out of a woman, is it born from that woman?
In which way is it coming out?
I'm asking you, what does it mean to be born for you? And you don't seem to be able to answer that.
Okay, so I meant like how do you call where babies are in the belly? Like, I don't know this much English.
Uterus.
So
okay, so if they're coming out of a uterus, if they're coming out of the uterus of a woman,
yeah,
then they're born that way, okay? By your definition.
Yeah, they can be coming out with a surgery as long as they were inside there, yes.
Okay, and they must have human DNA, correct?
They can have either one of the traits, even if it's just one. Yeah.
Okay, so by your logic, do you think that the cancer that we would be extracting from a female's uterus, that it would be coming from their uterus, it would have human DNA? Would they then have moral worth? It respects both of your traits, both of them.
I guess you have to add to both.
Hold on. Could I just even give a more simple answer or a simple thing? What about period blood? Because that's in a woman's womb.
Yeah.
Can I say
that is
I want to say they have to be like both traits are bound with the word animal, so they have to be an animal with human DNA or an animal coming out of a woman. So
okay,
like
it has to be an animal. Okay.
Yeah, but like
There's a
this
trait.
one is not alone. This one is like an animal with human DNA or an animal coming out of a woman. This trait is not alone, you know.
Okay, and can you please explain to me why any of these traits give moral worth?
Because I think you asked me what the animals have that the humans don't, and I said
No. I'm asking you, what is the like? Listen, this question is not about acknowledging your discrimination or how you can discriminate over somebody, because you know what? Both of these traits can again be applied to any racist can use both of these traits to justify their racism. Yet you would say that they're not justified in doing so, right? Because they would be using exactly your traits, just in a slightly different category. They would be using it for a different race. They would say, born from a female of my race and with a human DNA of my race. It's the same thing. None of them. Do you understand that when we're asking traits, we're not asking for you to iterate what you or how you want to make a gotcha. We're trying to see a logical statement there. We need some form of logic there, because if you don't have logic, you can justify all forms of oppression. So
I want to say that I agree with you, but also that the reason I was mentioning traits is because you asked me what wouldn't make it okay to kill someone. So I replied what I think would be wrong to kill someone. So I was not talking about moral value. I was talking the question was not about moral value. It was when would you say it's wrong if you kill them?
Why? Why any of these two? Why? Why is it that it has to be human DNA and not human DNA of the species white person or Caucasian?
Because those are my feelings.
Okay, but why?
Oh, it's like if I ask you, why do you feel the feeling hunger?
No,
why?
this is not a feeling. This is not a feeling, and I can explain to you why I feel the feeling hunger. Is because my stomach is empty, and my stomach is sending a signal to my brain to feel hunger. Now, can you explain to me how the logic within your statement makes sense? I'm just trying to understand. So, because based on what you're saying, is that you don't really know why you have these values. You just know that you have them, correct?
I'll explain why I have those feelings when someone is because there are signals being sent to my brain of sadness and stress when a human dies. I'll explain the feeling, okay?
Why?
I said this because signals are sent to my brain. I'm defining it just like
who sends
hunger.
the signals to your brain?
Okay, who sends the signal that it sends to the stomach?
No. The stomach sends the signal to the brain. Who sends the signal to the brain in your case?
My eyes send the signal to the brain.
No, your eyes do not send that. And you know what? You would argue, listen, no. I think this is going nowhere. You know why? Because you can acknowledge pretty easily that if you were born 200 years ago when racism was normal, when it was normal for you to make a statement like the fact that if you're not born from the same race that I'm born in, and if you don't have the DNA of the same DNAs of the race that I have, you can acknowledge that you would have probably follow through with it. Are you okay with saying that statement, that if you were born 200 years ago, you probably would have been a racist?
No, I'm smarter than that.
You're smarter than that. Well, it seems like not, because you don't seem to understand or seem to substantiate the difference between discriminating based on race versus discriminating based on species. And all of this exercise has been an exercise in trying to get to understand your logic. But you haven't mentioned any logical thing. All that you've done is trying to make a gotcha of saying, well, how do I define a human being? Because I only value human beings, and I want to explain to this person that I only value human beings. beings. I don't necessarily understand why I only value human beings, but I can tell you what's the traits that I value a human being. The fact that they're born out of human or female, and the fact that they have human DNA. That's why I value a human being. How is that logical? Please explain to me.
Okay, I will explain. I was replying that because you guys wanted to know what's true of an animal that is not true of a human.
Why is it logical for you to give value to somebody simply because they're a human being? Because those two traits mean simply that you're a human being.
Okay, I will answer to that, but I will also answer your question about what sends the signal to your brain.
I don't care about that. I care about you telling me what is the morally what is the logic between you saying that a human being has value? Why?
You interrupted me after asking a question. Earlier you asked me what sends it, and I said that when I see someone die, I perceive it through my eyes. We agree?
You perceive if you see somebody die, you perceive it through your eyes. I don't know, maybe
just
sure.
Like you were asking me what sends you the feeling to the brain, and I said just like you defined hunger, I defined my feeling of sadness, where it comes from.
Sure, whatever. Okay, it comes from the eyes. Sure. Yet you probably have not seen this person die. You just see them dead already. Whatever. But okay, it comes from the eyes. Now let's move on. Please explain to me. Let's move on. No, let's move on. I'm done with this. Let's move on. No. I am done with this argument because it doesn't make sense. You are wasting my time, and I am not interested in wasting in a waste of time. So please respond to this question one last time. What exactly does a human being have that gives them moral value?
You don't choose when I don't speak.
Okay, well, I will mute you then, and I will stop talking to you. There you go. You are now muted. Maybe you're speaking, maybe you're not. I am definitely not listening to you anymore. So I can unmute you if you choose to respond to the question. And I will ask you again, what exactly makes it that a human being has moral value? When I ask you for the traits, it wasn't so that you try to describe a human being using the simple traits of them being born out of a human and them having human DNA. I am merely asking you what exactly is it, and please be intellectually honest on this one, what exactly gives a human being moral value?
Am I muted right now?
You are unmuted. Please speak.
Okay. Wait, who said you are? Okay, whatever. So I will either answer both because you're a good person who lets me talk, or I'll answer none. What do you want me to do?
I want you to answer my question. What is it that gives moral value to a human being, and not, as you said, the two traits that they're born out of a human and have human DNA?
What I say? You want me to answer that without you choosing only what I say, or do you want me to not speak?
Because I want you to answer my question.
Yeah,
I want you to answer I'll give you one last chance, and if you don't answer my question right now, I am going to mute you. I promise you that, and I will no longer have a conversation with you. So I will ask you one last time the question. What is it about a human being that gives them moral value?
Is it okay if I answer both your questions?
Okay, I'm not interested in discussing with you anymore. I have muted you. Let's move on. I'm done. I'm done with this person. Okay, so who else has... I don't know if this person is talking, by the way, because they're muted for me. So who else...
Still are talking.
Oh, they're still talking? Okay, well, they're muted for me. Let's move on to the next person.
That one too. That's what I said.
Okay, listen, you're still talking, and again, I am not listening to you anymore. I have given you plenty of chances to answer a question. You have been intellectually dishonest, and I am not interested in having a conversation with somebody who is intellectually dishonest. Okay?
Now that I answered the first question, I can move on and answer your second question alone. Do you want me to do that?
No, I want you to please mute yourself or leave, because I'm no longer interested in having a conversation with you.
I can decide what I speak, or you can decide it, and I chose to decide myself.
You retard. Meat is good. Fuck you. Go kill yourself.
Can you please... I don't know.
Meat is
good.
If
you're still here.
Meat is good.
As I said, now we can keep going because now you let me finish.
I muted you. Okay. Let me see.
So who's next?
Type shit.
Oh, he doesn't want to listen.
You were muted, my guy.
I'm already muted. If this person is still talking, he's muted. I'm no longer talking to that person. I'm not interested in having
Yeah,
a conversation.
he's still talking.
I don't think he understands that perspective. So I hope he stops at some point. He is muted. I do not hear him.
I'm not a messenger guy. I'm not gonna translate what you're trying to say to him. He muted you, so I think it's time for you to just you know, like realize that the conversation between you two is over.
I don't care.
I mean, again, I think we're all pretty much over the conversation. It's not just Chip. It's all of us.
Yeah, it's
No, I just got here.
No, like you can again. I unmuted you, but nobody's interested in having a conversation with you because you're being intellectually dishonest, and we're not interested in that. That's it.
No, I said I was gonna answer. That's not intellectually
Doesn't matter
dishonest.
anymore. Doesn't matter anymore. You understand? You can come back another time and answer the questions if you want and be intellectually honest then. But right now, you have been intellectually dishonest enough that you are not longer worth having conversations with today. Maybe come back another day and that will be changed. But right now, okay, I have muted you again. There is no point in having conversations.
Okay, I'm gonna just mute him too. I'm gonna just mute him too.
Okay, I think we need Felek to kick him out, but wait, maybe I can kick him out also.
Who else wants to defend animal abuse?
Come on, someone else join in.
What? So where would we start if I wanted to argue on behalf of meat enjoyers?
Just start arguing with Chip.
Yeah, I'm the
person. Yeah, what is your position? What is your position?
I like meat and I think it's okay to eat it.
Do you think it's okay to exploit sentient beings?
So just to be clear, is sentient the same as conscious?
Yes.
So is it okay to exploit conscious beings?
Yeah, so sentient means they have the capability of consciousness, by the way, just to be clear. Because you have the capability of consciousness, but when you're asleep, you're not conscious.
Okay. So wait, are we assuming then that animals... Okay, wait, so I'll just say yes, but that's with like the note that whether you... What's it called? Like, are we considering animals capable of consciousness? Because I mean, I wouldn't say that they're capable
they
of...
are able to feel a subjective experience. So yes, that would make them conscious.
Yeah, there's a declaration of consciousness written and signed by Nobel laureates, both from Cambridge and from New York. You can see them, the Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness, the New York Declaration of Consciousness. It's pretty much established science by now that animals are sentient and that they are capable of consciousness. So yes.
Because I wouldn't imagine that they're on the same level of consciousness as humans, are they?
It doesn't even matter because you may not be on the same level of consciousness as me because I have no way of knowing how you experience the world versus how I experience the world. All I know is that you do experience the world, and I make assumptions based on how you experience the world. And I can make assumptions that animals experience the world in a similar way because they have kind of the same amount of senses as we do. So there's no reason why they would experience the world any differently.
But you can convey your consciousness. Like you can tell me about your experience.
Not everybody can they? There's human beings on this planet who cannot convey their consciousness, can they?
Yeah, but we can, like, the more closely related you are, like, the more you can assume, right?
But that's not the point, is it? That's not the point. The point is it okay to exploit somebody who's sentient simply because you want to?
No, I'd answer no. You wouldn't want to exploit someone who's sentient.
Okay, so then do you acknowledge that animals are sentient, I suppose, because we've already gone through the idea that there's the Cambridge Declaration of Consciousness, there's the New York Declaration of Consciousness. So if we start on the premise that animals are sentient, is it okay to exploit animals for something just because you can or just because you want to?
Yeah, then no, you wouldn't want to exploit them.
Okay, so then do you acknowledge that when you buy an animal product, you are paying for exploitation, which you don't actually need, and thus making it needless?
Well, define exploitation.
Unfair use.
Unfair use.
I would describe exploitation as using another being for your own benefit, like benefiting yourself at the expense of another.
Yeah, and unfairly, it's very important because you may be using other beings like you use probably your mother in a fair way because, you benefit from it, they benefit from it, right? So there's a fairness assigned with it. But if you used somebody for your benefit and against their own detriment and thus being unfairly, is that moral for you to do so?
Well, can't someone argue that it's fair for them to eat animals?
Can't someone argue what?
As in, like, because I'm just thinking about the term like fairness, like as in, of course, like the premise of the exploitation is that you're both assuming that it's something bad, like as in the end result is bad.
It's
like
unfairness.
As in, in the end, you get the nutrients that you
does
need.
not want
and
to by you. The
cow
cow
does
does
not want
not
to?
want. The cow does not want to die by your hands, so it is eaten. So it is consumed.
Yeah, but any animal in the wild doesn't want to be like
Exactly.
no creature on the planet wants to be like not plants, not animals, nothing wants to die out of nowhere. Like if you want to talk like
Don't have the ability to want.
Like scientifically, like everything on the planet wants to reproduce, right?
So wait, if none of them want to die, then how can you and why would you choose to exploit and kill them? If they don't want to and you don't need to.
It's kind of a dumb argument, to be honest.
I don't understand like why is so first of all, like,
yeah, if you apply this logic to real life,
please,
then it's
John,
all
please,
dreams and fairies.
Jesus
It's
Christ,
not a real argument.
please wait. I understand you have an opinion that it's not a good argument. You have come mid-conversation and have made a judgment call on an argument you don't really even understand. Please wait and then make the judgment call, okay? So then I ask you the same thing. For a sentient being that does want to live, as you clearly have established, that does not want to die, and you don't need to exploit or kill them, how on earth can you morally justify doing so?
Why would I morally care about that?
I'm not talking
This is
to
how
you.
Mother Nature is.
Because I'm just stuck on the part like where like we have the moral obligation to not to make sure that nothing dies, but then everything else which is also conscious doesn't have that same obligation.
Just real quick, just for the conversation flow. Chip, would you prefer to talk to multiple people or just one person at a time?
To be honest, I prefer to, since there are different opinions right now, right? Because this one person keeps saying that they don't really care. Why would I care about killing innocent animals? And this other, because it's natural. And this other person is saying, well, I don't understand this or that. I would rather speak to this person that I started with and then move on.
Cool. Let's stick to that, guys.
So can you please repeat your question? You don't understand why you should, or are you saying that if we have an obligation to not exploit or slaughter sentient beings, then surely other sentient beings should have the same obligation, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm also not limiting, because like a previous premise that I understood was like, because everything on the planet wants to reproduce and like live, right? Like nothing wants to die. Like that's including everything. So like why does the first, like, there's a couple of questions. My bad. I'm just like loading multiple questions into one. It was just like this: why is the sentience important? And then on top of that, like, why? Yeah, the question that you just repeated that I kind of forgot. My bad.
That's okay. So the reason why sentience is important is because sentience means you would have the capability to feel what is being done to you, to experience it, right? So if I'm going to do something bad to you, then it would be immoral if you would be feeling what I'm doing to you that is bad, correct?
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't have the capability to experience that or to feel that, then maybe it wouldn't necessarily be that bad. Well, I would still think it would be bad if you would be, if I would be manipulating your experience in any way, and I don't need to. But that's a different conversation. Let's just stick with the simplicity of it and saying that the reason why sentience matter is because when you have an interaction with a sentient being, you are essentially creating an experience for that sentient being.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So then, would it be okay for me, the way I interact with sentient beings, to just cut their throat because I can?
Well, it's the same with other creatures, no? Like, you do it for the sake of survival, like...
No, because if you don't need to, if you as an individual have other options, then you don't do it for survival, right? Because for survival would mean that you do when you say I'm trying to survive, you do the absolute bare minimum of harm, of exploitation, everything that you need to do when you say that, right? It's like let me put it this way: if you were on a deserted island, you would have to survive, and the only thing you can eat is another human being. You might resort to eating a human being to survive. A lot of people would. But if you were on a day-to-day life, you would in no way resort to that. So then, because it's just horrific, so then we're just doing the same logic, but for animals. If you were on a deserted island and you had to eat animals to survive, you would be the same thing. You might need to do it. But in a day-to-day life, if you can choose something else, then you don't need to do it.
So essentially you're saying like animals have the same moral value as humans.
I'm saying intrinsically, yes, we all have the same moral value because intrinsically we all value our own existence equally. My existence is everything to me. It's my whole existence. If you destroy my existence, also known as killing me, then you are destroying my whole universe, and that means everything to me. If I destroy your whole existence, it means everything to you. You will no longer be experiencing anything. The same for any other animal. They value their life just as much as you value yours, just as much as I value mine.
Okay, I can understand that.
So then why would you ever choose to exploit them if you can understand that?
Well, I can understand it, but I wouldn't personally, like, I can't imagine myself valuing like an animal life the same as a human's life.
But that wasn't never the point of contention, was it? We never said you should value an animal life the same as you value a human life. I have several human beings that I value more than other human beings, and if I would have a pet companion, they would definitely be more valued to me than other human beings on this planet. It's just what happens. You create this value system, this hierarchy of value, but that does not mean you get to draw an arbitrary line and say, well, you are below this line because I don't give you value, and instead I will kill you because of that intrinsic value that we just discussed. You acknowledge that they value their own life. So that's why you don't exploit and kill them for something you don't need.
Vegans basically value the animals' lives more than the pleasures they get from killing them.
Well, okay, so at what point would you like so in terms of necessity then, at what point what's the line where you'd think it's acceptable? Like crap, I'm losing the thought. It's like of course you like generally speaking, I was like listening in a long time ago, and it was like talking about supplements or something, and about like the price of them. Like what is the, like, morally speaking, the, like, at what threshold would you think you'd, like, no longer be vegan then? Like, how much would it? So if everything became like, if vegan stuff became expensive, theoretically speaking, right?
Doesn't matter.
Would you?
It doesn't matter.
You'd still like be buying the vegan stuff.
Because the whole point of it is, do you have a choice? Yes. Do you? Then why make the immoral choice? It's simple. It's, do you have a choice?
Yeah, yeah, I understand the base point, but I'm just saying, like, as in, if like, you don't want to, like, eat meat, right?
But like,
Like,
if I
how
ask you
much would
this,
you be
wait.
willing to shell out? You know, like, how much would you be willing to shell out, or like,
Hold
to
on.
save that animal's life, to not participate in the slaughter?
I think I see a bit of an issue. So Loki, do you know the definition of veganism or the philosophy of it?
I think I do, but I mean, of course, I'm not.
Yeah, you can explain it to us. Maybe that's where we're kind of getting confused.
I mean, not consuming animal products of any sort, like including chicken, eggs, or like milk,
Chip,
or whatever.
would you like to address this?
Yeah, so it's not a diet, because you know, a vegan would also not wear leather. Does that make
leather,
sense to you?
Yeah.
We would also not pay for circuses. Does that make sense to you?
Pay for circuses, animal
Yeah,
circus.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
We would not go to zoos.
Okay.
So so given all this, what do you think? Like, these are all actions that vegans don't do, but they're consequences. They're not directions. It's not that to be vegan you have to do this. Being vegan is a moral principle where we say animals deserve to be respected, and as a consequence of it, we're not going to be exploiting and slaughtering them if there is absolutely no need.
Yeah, I understand that when it comes to, like, stuff like ones, like, as in, like, leather clothing, or like going to, like, a circus or something, right? But like, in terms of, like, food, right? Because food is a necessity everyone needs.
No,
right?
but this isn't a necessary food. That's what you gotta understand. When food is optional, you can no longer make the argument that it's food. Like, when people call it, because everybody makes this mistake, they go on and saying it's food, as if the fact that it's food somehow makes it justified to do whatever we want to animals for food. But we cannot, and you would not justify doing whatever you want to animals for food. And especially in situations when that food is optional, that food is no longer nutritionally valuable. It's a food that we do it for other situations. Food only has value as nutrition to us. You can only use food as an argument if it's for nutrition. But the minute you can get your nutrition from other sources, then the food argument just falls down. It's the same as going to a circus or buying leather. It's optional stuff that you choose to pay for.
Yeah, but I was asking, like, the reverse, like, in the case where, like, to what extent, like, are you willing to shell out for vegan food, right? So, like, if it costs, like, let's say double the meat prices, would you still buy it? If yes, if it costs like 10 times, would you still buy it? And, like, how much are you willing to sacrifice of your, like,
but let me explain,
like, let's say your happiness and your, like, how much you enjoy stuff, like,
so let's put it, I'll explain to you very simply. If I have the choice, that means both financially and normally, right? Like, if I have the choice to choose a plant-based diet, it doesn't necessarily mean that every single moment of my life I have that choice. Let's also put that into perspective, right? Because if I'm traveling somewhere and there might not be any plant-based option, I don't necessarily have to eat at that particular point, but I can wait and eat at a different point, right? Like, I don't have to eat 3 meals per day. If I'm in an extraordinary situation, maybe I will only eat once a day. So all of this, if you take it into account, I put it this way: if there is a true intellectual choice for me to be plant-based, then I have the moral obligation to be plant-based. There's no virtue here. It's literally because I say I respect animals, because they are essentially the same as us in all the ways that matter, then I have the moral obligation to not exploit or slaughter them. So it's like me asking you, if I ask you the same, because if I return the question to you, it's like, how much would you pay, like, to right now, to eat human meat, to kill and exploit humans?
Oh, I would never.
You would never. You would
No
never.
matter
But
what.
what if you would die?
Even then, I wouldn't. There
But
would be
at
no
the same
scenario.
time,
Yeah.
hey,
So
I
there
would like
is.
to add something.
Yeah, you have
I'd
to wait
rather
for a
die
second.
than eat human meat.
Hold on, before
Yeah,
we
so this,
freedom. There's currently a conversation going on. I would prefer it 1-to-1, unless it's
okay, like I would like to add to
unless.
the present conversation that's going on.
Okay. Just let them two talk for a little bit, and if you have a question, just ask.
I'm just like, so personally, by the way, when I say that if I would be to be on a deserted island, I might kill an animal to survive, I don't think I would be capable of doing that. I don't think I'm capable of actually killing animals myself. I'm pretty much, I think I would value companionship way more than I would value not feeling hunger or some shit. And I would rather die with companionship than die with a full belly. Just let's just put it this way, right? So I probably would also not kill any human being, just like I would not kill an animal, because I would not. I could not do it. But if they were dead already, in a situation where I would have to survive and they were dead already, I might consume their flesh. Are you saying that if you were in a situation where you would die unless you ate the flesh of a dead human, you would not do it?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. It'd be zero. Like, I genuinely think I'd rather die.
Why?
I can't. I mean, because I relate to people. Like, I can relate to people. You know, like I know that they've had an experience similar to mine, right?
But
this I'm more sure of it. You know, like whereas like with an animal, I can't relate to an animal. Like,
but wait. In this situation,
could I
like a dog.
Could I just say one thing? If you really feel like that you cannot relate to an animal, I recommend that you
Hey,
look
there is a
into.
conversation going on. There is a one-on-one conversation going on. When I am being stopped, you should also be stopped.
But it was because they asked a question. Like,
I was also asking a question.
So, Captain Freedom,
What's
I
this
am allowing
line?
Captain Freedom. The conversation was between me and S. I don't see their whole argument, but their whole name.
I'll stop.
But no, it's okay. But I am allowing Axel to speak on my behalf. If S is allowing for you to speak on his behalf, then you should be allowed to the same way. Okay?
Why? Where is allowance? Where did you allow?
ايه يا كيمو ايه يابا اخويا المصري ها جايز
Please,
This is a group discussion. How do you allow?
Okay, Freedom, do you have anything to say?
Fuck you.
Okay.
Anyway, let's continue.
Let's go.
Anyway.
But yeah, what were you saying, Axel?
So, yeah, I was just saying that, like, you can watch Dominion and see what they go through, and you can find for yourself that you relate to them. Because they do suffer, they do feel pain, they feel agony, they scream, they panic, the stuff they go through is very relatable.
Yeah, no,
like if
I
you
understand. I get relatable in that way, but like, as in like, for example, when I go shopping, you know, like I can't imagine an animal going shopping, whereas I can imagine another person who even if I'm on a deserted island and they're dead, I can imagine maybe they went shopping in the same city I used to live in. You know, like I can't. I can relate to them far more than whereas animals I can't relate to like as much. Like, of course, I know they feel. I can have fun with them. Like if I'm petting a dog and that dog like is panting and smiling and shit, and I'm like, yo, that's a cute doggo. I bet he's having fun.
But let me ask you this: do you think that it's fair to have this morality? Do you think it's fair if somebody doesn't relate to somebody else? Is it fair for them to exploit and slaughter them?
I'd say no.
No. So then it doesn't really matter if you can relate to them or not. We bring it back to the same thing. You have a choice and you are choosing to exploit and slaughter them. You are disconnected from the process just like you would be from a human being. But for a human being, you would be doing the extra work and saying no, that because they would be, I could imagine them going into a supermarket or something, so you could somehow relate to them. But for the animals, because you say you cannot relate, which also shouldn't matter from your perspective.
No, the reason why the relation, I'm sorry that I'm backpedaling right now. But the reason why I was saying like the relating matters again, because I just remembered, was because it's like when we go back to the base question of like consciousness and everything, it's like I can when I can relate to them more, it's like I'm more likely to think that they know what I'm like going through. Like as in I can assume that you have the same level of consciousness as me, right?
No.
Like from day to day, like because you're another person, I assume that you have the same level of consciousness as me. Whereas like I'm not gonna assume an animal does.
I don't even know what level of consciousness do you mean, because I'm assuming you don't mean intelligence, do you? You mean consciousness when you say like subjective experience of the world, don't you?
Yeah. Like so as in because you're more aware, like as in you're more aware of what happens.
No,
like,
I'm not. I'm not more aware than an animal. You have to understand that. I just have intelligence and I am capable of discerning what I was aware. So I'm capable of my experiences. I'm capable of making a conclusion from them. I'm capable of learning from them, but so are animals. It's just they don't have that complexity that we do from this learning experience. But the complexity of the experiences are pretty much the same because they have pretty much the same senses, pretty much the similar emotions. So I'm like I would argue even that there's animals on this planet, especially the ones have more senses, the one who have more sight, more vision, better sounds, like dogs, better smells, also like dogs. I would argue that they actually have a considerably richer subjective experience than us humans. Considerably. Like imagine an animal who can smell and can smell layers, not just like a cumulative smell. For sure, them walking around is considerably different and more rich than us, knowing that they have both vision, both sound, both like feeling, the actual feel as you touch, and they have also these magnified smell, where they don't, like, obviously they have a more rich experience than us. We just have this capability of I don't know, of drawing complex conclusions from it. But animals like have go on.
So go on. I'm sorry.
No, that's just what I meant. I think like the experience that we are having is very much similar to them. In fact, there's no way of knowing that they might not even have a richer experience than us, a lot of them. So
but they're not aware of the experience the same way that we are.
But they are. They do learn, they do think, they do dream. What exactly makes you think that they're not like that we have some of this? Like I fail to understand, because you see, this is another error that all of us make, is that we think that because we're born human, somehow we have this spatial ability and capabilities. But a lot of the
because I can ask you.
But dialogue and language is only between us humans, because that's how we were biologically born. But wouldn't you say that animals of the same species also have dialogue amongst each other?
Yeah, but as in, I'm saying I can always ask you like what your experience has been, whereas I can't ask the.
Can I interrupt for a moment?
Sure.
Did you know, by the way, speaking of dialogue, did you know that dolphins actually do have dialogue and form strategies amongst each other, and elephants actually worship gods?
They what? Elephants do what?
Elephants worship gods.
I'm sorry, I don't catch that last bit.
They worship gods.
They worship gods. Elephants worship gods.
Yeah, that's true. You can look it up. It's very interesting.
So I'm just like that's the thing, like which always fails to I fail to understand how people can think that we have all of these capabilities and all of this, because I think everybody who's listening is human and knows that we have capabilities, but we also have a major detriment to our physiology, to our biology. So why is it that the detriments are coming from our biology, and we acknowledge that it's because our biology is fucked, but the benefits that we have are because of we are superior, we are magnificently different. We're all the same thing as everybody else. We just have more storage capability in our brain, and we have more neurons and a slightly different way of communicate, and also the communication, because we can nuance things in communication. That makes it very special. But otherwise, we're exactly the same as an animal.
Yeah, I mean, I think it boils down to, because if you could talk to an animal, then like you'd be much like there'd be more mutual ground. Like you could understand them more and understand them better. Whereas like
why?
because you can't.
What would you
talk to them.
need? What would you need to hear from an animal for you to stop oppressing them?
No, just to know that they have like I don't know, just to be able to communicate with them. No, like as in, because when you communicate with humans, you know that other people are like
What
you,
about-
whereas like with
What about
you're like
people-
convict. My
what
bad.
What about people who cannot talk?
Yeah, but they can still move their hands, or like,
Oh my god,
or like,
they can move.
or you can just you can assume that they have the same, because they're humans too. As in this guy's kind of going into like a bit
Wait,
of
this
the
is
race
really good. I
direction,
really
but, like,
appreciate this answer. But for example, how would you know from a human who cannot talk that they consent into something?
consent to something.
Yeah, let's say you want to feed a human some food. How would you know they consent to it?
Wait. So what's the issue with the person? They can't speak.
They can't speak. Yeah, they have vocal issues or whatever.
Hand language.
Sign language. Okay, and if they are too young for sign language, let's say we're talking about an actual like a 3 or 4-year-old, right?
Yeah, they do like I don't know actions or what they want. I mean, 3 or 4-year-old though. Like I mean,
I really appreciate that answer, Chip. You can take this.
I mean, honestly, I think we've just been going in circles more and more, and I think like we haven't like I just feel like we got to a point, but I feel like
my bad.
It's not your bad. I just feel like you have been taught that there's this big difference, like because we as a society have made this distinction a lot. There's this big distinction between us humans and animals, and we make this distinction feel so big that we, the ones who are in power, feel like we can do whatever we want to them, even in cases where we don't need to do these things, and they are pretty horrific what we do. So if like obviously we've been trying to discuss that the differences aren't that big, and I hope you got something from that. If not, I don't know, but like even if the differences would be big, knowing that we don't need to do any of it, knowing that we have power over them and we are abusing our power, knowing that they trust us, they trust the farmers, and then we say, you know what, I'm gonna cut your throat at a fraction of their lifespan. We cut their throats, we sexually exploit them, we kill their babies, we steal their milk, we treat them like mere objects all of the time. Is this really what your values are, that we should be treating animals like objects?
Well, of course, no. Ideally, you'd imagine like natural wildlife, no?
Yeah,
Could
but what do you think of animals?
Could I add something on the communication front?
Go for it.
Go.
Well, to me, veganism was about reducing needless suffering to other sentient beings, and all animals are sentient beings. And so, Chip was asking you what communication would you need to be able to talk to the animals and find out what it was you were doing that was wrong. And I put it to you, if you've got a cat or a dog and you accidentally stand on their tail as you're going through the room, you will see in a millisecond exactly what sort of communication you need. That animal feels pain. Dogs quite often will go and hide in a corner after they've been stood on by accident, shivering because they're very frightened. You don't need to have a verbal conversation with another animal to know that it feels the way you do about its surroundings. That should be blatantly obvious.
Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious when it comes to like pets. But like when it comes to like meat at the superstore,
Yeah, but
you don't see any of that.
But let me ask you this. Do you think that if you're not in proximity to an animal, like you say because they're pets, and essentially it doesn't mean the fact that they're pets, but rather because they're in proximity and you can see and thus see the communication. But logically, because you said we're logical beings, logically you do understand that the animals that are put into slaughterhouse, that are exploited for the food that you find in a supermarket, they do feel the same feelings and emotions that the same pet would probably feel.
Yes.
So then logically, if you wouldn't put a pet into a slaughter, if you wouldn't put a dog into a slaughterhouse, regardless if they're a pet or not actually, then and the cow would feel the same way in a slaughterhouse that a dog would. And you have the option to not put any of them in a slaughterhouse. Why would you ever choose to put them in a slaughterhouse?
But does that mean that is there an opportunity then for ethical animal? Like as in because of course the main premise of this is that it's exploitation, right? So is there a way to do it that's all right,
I don't think so, because you'll always be faced with the same position. If you have the choice between killing an animal or not, and you choose to kill them, yet you don't need to, you still have the power. You're still, if you want to call yourself a superior species, you can. But that doesn't make it moral what you're doing, does it?
I mean, I don't really view humans really as superior. Well, I mean, we're just the top of the food chain. That's all.
But you say all that, but your actions say otherwise, don't they? Because everything that we've been discussing so far, you wouldn't even bat an eye if in any of these questions the victim was human. But if the victim is an animal that you've been taught it's okay to slaughter, then you just come up with these situations, you kind of dodge it. And I understand the perspective that you're coming from, but do you understand that logically? Then if you say that you don't really think that we're that superior, and logically you think we should be respecting animals, then logically you are not giving them respect when you buy these animal products?
So I mean, you could argue. I get this is not my viewpoint. It's just a quick ramble. I was just saying that we are at the top of the food chain, so we are basically speaking superior in that way. But I mean, I don't think we are superior, even though
we're not superior. By the way, we're not top of the food chain. The food chain wasn't created, by the way, to show dominance in an ecosystem. The food chain is merely a way to show how energy flows in an ecosystem. It's actually, nowadays, it's not a food chain. It's actually a food web more than anything. But let's imagine that there is a food chain. Let's imagine that this food chain measures power. And let's imagine that we are at the top of it. So if we're top of the food chain, if we have power over animals, if we can do whatever we want to them, does that mean it's moral for us to do so? To abuse our power over them?
I mean, can we swap the conversation to me specifically? Because I can't really speak for other people.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Only for you, yes. Only for yourself, yes.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I believe you seem to have vegan values. It's just that your actions say otherwise. And let me put it this way. If I say I respect women, but then I go around and I pay for women to be exploited or used as objects, do I really respect women?
Ooh. I'd say your actions don't.
Exactly.
I wouldn't really say you as a person. No. I mean, of course, you should work to change that.
Could we not play any music, please?
And I appreciate what you said. You're right. It is our actions that matter. And it's right now you're in a place where your values say you should be respecting animals. You seem to understand that, yet your actions don't say that. Do you see it as just as important then that you align your actions with your values?
Yes.
man, I really enjoyed this conversation with you. I'll be honest. It's amongst the few intellectually honest people that we've had today, and I appreciate you saying this. You know, like, I don't know if I would say you should go vegan, my opinion, just so that you, you know, align your actions with your values. But I think what you would get a lot more value from is informing yourself more, like watching The Minion. There are several resources to watch, and then just asking yourself if you want to be that person to support that. But yeah, go on, Felek.
We have a link tree. Link tree, basically a bunch of links in one link. So on the side channel, if you press the link tree, if you press on it, you'll see a lot of vegan resources, speeches, documentaries, studies, cooking, and many other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Sorry, Chip.
I would just like to add a fun fact into this. Cows are one species other than humans that actually shed tears out of emotion. Just a fun fact for you. For relation and stuff like that, touching back on that. So not even pigs, not even other primates, they don't do that. But cows do. And yet we exploit them more than most other animals. So that's just a fun fact for you.
I have a quick question. I mean, do you guys ever want to tackle the like question of like how a lot of religions like intersect with this topic, like in terms of like killing animals or slaughtering animals for meat, you know? Like I imagine like a lot of religious people would have, you know, the religious side which they use as evidence for like their belief and why they think
but then
killing animals is right.
You can quickly flip this on them and say, well, in your religion there are vegans, so
In your religion there are vegans.
yeah,
I mean, it doesn't work for everything though, no?
In Christianity, in Islam, in Buddhism, in all of these sections, there are vegans.
There's vegans in Islam.
Yeah, there are Muslim vegans.
Yeah, no offense, but it sounds from what I know, because I mean, I've grown up Muslims, as so whether I am now or not is a different question.
Sure.
But like from what I know, you can't really be a vegan in just because of like certain rulings.
Yeah, then it's another conversation. Right?
It's another conversation, not for today, but I just wanted to ask, do you guys tackle that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we usually I usually address it by saying, well, there are vegans in Muslim religion, Christianity, and other stuff, and what do we think about them? And that's kind of how we start. Yeah, but
okay. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you, guys.
Oh, before you go, can you just like just for the sake, because we definitely had good conversations and I appreciated that, and I feel like, can you just promise us you'll watch one of the resources there, maybe a speech, maybe a 3-minute video, maybe a documentary, just to learn a bit more about it, to get a bit connected to it. Can you do that for us?
I mean, if I'm gonna watch anything, it's probably gonna be Dominion instead of the.
Awesome.
Oh wait, it is in the link tree, but it was the first source on it. So if I would watch anything, it'd probably be Dominion just because it's on YouTube.
Can you promise us you'll watch Dominion then?
Promised I'll watch it.
I appreciate
how long is it? Wait, hold on, I gotta verify.
It's 2 hours, but but it's different. You have a lot of different segments. There are lots of different animals. So if you want to go from seeing what happens to cows to chickens, you can just skip through the segments because it has a lot of these different animals and what happens to them.
Okay, I can promise I'll watch Dominion, but whether I follow through on any of this, I cannot promise.
You're at least getting informed, and you know, we cannot police you any further than this. Like, we can just have conversations with you, and I feel like if you watch Dominion and then you wonder what the hell do I do now, as a lot of people do, then maybe come back, maybe ask for resources, maybe whatever. We're all here to help. Okay, so we're not here to force anybody into anything.
I'm probably gonna stick around, but like just be muted.
Okay.
Listening to
Cool.
people.
Yo, yeah, just yeah, while we're finished. Yo, Chip, did you see all of these videos from Sanctuary? It was so cool.
I'm gonna look at them now, but I think I'm also gonna drop off because I'm getting tired. It's been a lot of hours for me. Oh my god, the cows look so cute.
I get it. What my favorite part is there was this cafeteria. There was this place is on like a only vegan place. And what's really cool about it is that they have this cafeteria where chickens just come in and sweep everything from the floor.
Of course.
There's an actual video I took of chickens just going through it.
That's cute. That's good.
Chip, it was good to finally talk to you, by the way. Thank you for having me on. I'm gonna get off as well. I appreciate you guys and keep the fight going.
Yeah, come back. Like I feel like I'm gonna leave, but you don't like this doesn't have to end. The channel is still here. People are still having conversations. I'm just gonna be, I have to work a bit. I have stuff to do. So, yeah, don't leave on my account.
No. I am also I have a lot of stuff that I got to do, but I will definitely return for another time.
Nice.
And
you have a good one, guys.
Yeah, see you, man.
Bye.
Something which I wanted to tell you guys what I've learned from my sanctuary, which I didn't really think about until someone actually told me. Chickens, the reason why chickens are usually scared of humans is because on farms, they actually get kicked away. They don't want to get kicked. And in the sanctuary, when I went there yesterday, bro, they were just walking like normal humans. Like they were waiting for you to pass, and then they passed. Bro, they're just fucking chilling like fuck. Like holy moly.
Aww.
Yeah, like they didn't run anywhere. They were just chilling. And I never saw that behavior from chickens, because the only chickens I saw were the ones who were running away from humans because they were scared of them.
I get that. That's cute. That's very cute. That's what we want, man. Imagine a world like that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I'll watch your videos, but I'll drop off now, okay?
Yeah.
Boy,
cool.
Everyone.
See you around, Chip.
And that's about it, everyone. I'm a bit tired, so I just want to thank everybody for being here. It was a long one, huh? I don't even know if it's I think it's almost 5 hours, Jesus, and it's just a lot of nonsensical arguments. I feel like only the guy at the end had actually a pretty decent conversation with, and I appreciated that. Yeah, I hope you guys have gotten something from it. I just want to say that the channel is still there. They're still going. They're still doing talks. So if you want to join, if you want to have talks, go there. I think I might take a break from Discord because it felt a bit toxic today. I don't know why. It just felt like the conversations were a bit toxic. It was all about how we as humans are superior to animals, which was a ridiculous thing. I'm probably either going to be back tomorrow, do some street outreach, or I'll see, because tomorrow it's a bit, there's several things. And if not, on Friday and Saturday, I think Saturday, yeah, I think. But definitely at least one more time this week for sure. I want to do it a bit more. It's been a bit of a crazy period. I know we used to do like more street outreach, and I'm trying to get back into it. But I also want one of these days to do a bit of TikTok, the same thing that we did on Discord, but on TikTok, and to maybe stream it on YouTube also for everybody. Hey Anna, nice to see you. Actually, yeah, Anna knows that I've been doing outreach Monday with her. And by the way, Vegan Stoner Lady, follow Vegan Stoner Lady on TikTok. She debates amazingly. She just has the same conversations as we do here, but on TikTok. And I think they're actually a bit more civilized than they are here, which is insane to me, that the fact that TikTok has this more civilized conversations than here. Thank you so much for Vegan Felek for moderating. He did a great job, and if you want to follow somebody else, he does kind of the same conversations you've heard now. He does it on his channel also. Martin says street outreach is far more productive. Completely agree with you, Martin. These have been the conversations today were really frustrating, I'll admit it. I just feel like the disingenuous of saying we as humans are somehow morally superior or something. It's just such a ridiculous thing. I don't know. We're not superior. We're the same. And I just dislike this argument so much. It just seems so disingenuous, and it also a lot of the times is coming from the people who seem to be missing the logic of it, which is even more ironic, right? You're missing the logic, and you're claiming some form of logical, well, look at me, I have more logic in my brain or something, whatever. It's just ridiculous. Navia says, still waiting for the dress, Chip. I mean, sure. Maybe I should be wearing a dress, but then I don't want the conversations to be about myself, but rather, about the thing. But whatever, everybody. Thank you for being here. It was a bit frustrating, but you never know. Maybe some people have learned something. If you're not vegan, watch the 3-minute challenge. Wait, before that, I think there were some people who have actually did some. Oh yeah, Six gave $20 and said you are amazing. Thank you so much, Six. I don't think I can highlight this. Yeah, my plugin doesn't work for that. And Samarth is now a member, so thank you for that. Thank you so much, everybody. It's just we gotta continue the conversations. That's the sad part about it, But I think what I notice is that the minute that the people are being so disingenuous that they are like that guy who was coming up with the literal, what was it? Because I wrote them down. Born from a female and having a human DNA thing. That was the most disingenuous thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Just single-handedly the most disingenuous thing. So, I think with people like that, we just gotta stop early. We're just wasting time, and I feel like I wasted a lot of time today with people who weren't worth the conversation. So yeah, sadly, some people are worth like at least going through some of the things, but not them. Yeah. I was also thinking, I don't know if you guys would like that. Maybe before I go right now, because there's still a couple of you here. Would you guys like to do some like chiller streams other than these extremely frustrating ones? Some streams where we maybe do it horizontally and we're like, I don't know, maybe gaming or something, some ridiculous thing, something where we also take a break from trying to get people to go vegan. Not that it's a problem. I enjoy it on the street more than I enjoyed it today for sure. But I also want to be wary because not everybody can listen to this all day long. I personally really like having these conversations, but yeah. So maybe drop it in the comments. Yeah, Navia says, yep, do it. Yeah. Yeah, I'll see. I see, because it's always like, I always wake up saying, well, I'm going to be doing a stream or something where we do something nice. But then I'm like, I'd rather spend my time doing activism. And Lewis says, yeah, I prefer activism streams personally. Yeah, I get that. No, I totally get that, Lewis. There's no... I think I also prefer to do a bit more, just like talk about stuff, like especially stuff that portrays how do we get to a vegan world. I think like we're all very much interested in that, how to make the world a little bit better, how to make it vegan and all that stuff. But yeah. Wait, we got some stupid things in the chat right now. What? Why do women get special murder rights when they can visit a center, murder their child? They need to be held accountable. Oh, Kevin. Oh, Kevin, you don't even know what a fetus is. Oh my God, brother. Oh, this person is this person right here, Kevin. Kevin does not respect women because he seems to put a clump of cells above the body autonomy of a sentient being, a human. So yeah. But Kevin, you seem to have a pretty serious opinion on abortion. I'm assuming that's your whole stance, and I am willing to debate with you abortion if you want. So let me know. Do you want to debate abortion, Kevin? Kevin Dingle, do you want to debate abortion? You can watch other people's vegan debates / street outreach. Yeah, like, so if you guys, by the way, if you guys want me to watch things, send them to me and then we'll schedule it. Otherwise, a lot of the times I don't schedule things for me to watch because I don't have things for me to watch with you guys. So I don't know, like, I don't know. I have some conversations saved myself, but I think they're becoming old a lot of the times. So I'm always wary whether to make that stream or not. Let's see. Dingle. Did Dingle respond? No, they ran away. Okay, well, that's it. If Kevin Dingle was to wake up with a thing growing in his gut... Ah, damn it. This plugin is not working perfectly right now, sorry. With a thing in his gut without his consent, Kevin might feel differently about removing a clump of growing cells from his body. Exactly. Exactly. Somebody's calling me a pig lover. Sure. You can call me a pig lover. I don't mind. I think pigs deserve moral consideration. I wouldn't say I love specifically pigs, but they are very cute, yeah. Look at this. So someone should care more about a roach than a baby in the womb because it isn't yet made up sentient nonsense. A baby, first of all, if it's not even sentient, it's not even a baby. It's a fetus, and if it's a fetus or a zygote or an embryo, who knows what stage of development they're in. But if they're not sentient, then yeah, they don't really. Then a bug may have more moral value than them. Yes. Kevin Dingle says yes. Oh, so Kevin Dingle, you want to debate me? Okay. Come on, Kevin Dingle. Give me your, give me something so we can contact, so we can schedule a debate. How can we set it up? There you go. Do you have an Instagram, Kevin? Kevin, do you have an Instagram? Come on, I want to go to the bathroom also, man. Do you have an Instagram or not? Yes, I do. Okay, perfect. Well, you can find my Instagram account in the description of this video. Contact me on Instagram, send me a private message. I'll respond to it the minute you send me. Okay, I only got it once. If you respond multiple times, I don't know. I just got it once. So you have an Instagram account. You can see my Instagram account. It is Real Chip Guy. I'll drop it right here. This is my Instagram account. I dropped it right now in the chat. Okay. So please contact me so we can schedule the debate, okay? That's it. I will respond to you as soon as I can, probably today. That's it. Let's respect everybody. Let's stop it with the nonsense, and let's not bring religion into ridiculous arguments. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Go vegan. Yeah, that's it. And I'll see you, I guess, in the debate with Kevin, if Kevin actually does show up to that debate. Because, you know, we've had so many people say that they want to debate, but they never actually do show up. Okay. Oh, we have another person who wants to debate. Clump of cells is the most intellectually dishonest position to have. That's okay. So you can debate me also. As I told Kevin also, just contact me on Instagram. And we can also debate if you want. No problem there. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Have an awesome day. Leave animals off your plate and stop with the excuses. There's no more excuses. Everybody deserves to live and be free and not be exploited. So if you deserve that, then probably an animal deserves to. Not probably, definitely.